When you throw stones at a lion resting in silence, don't be surprised when the jungle gets quieter, because something just got devoured. They tried it, didn't they? Came for you with that weak, cowardly energy, smiling in your face while scheming behind your back. They thought you were soft because you were silent. They thought your peace was weakness. They mistook your stillness for submission. They thought you wouldn't bite because you didn't bark. And now look at them, shaking in corners, haunted by the same energy they tried to bury you in. First, they whispered. Then they plotted. Then they pushed, provoked, and poked. They slandered your name, questioned your purpose, tried to make a joke out of your presence, not realizing the punchline was about to hit them. They had meetings. They threw shade. They made you the topic, the target, the threat. But what they forgot is, you don't move like prey, because you were never prey. You were the reminder that the universe still defends the righteous. That silence isn't surrender, it's set up for a divine slap they'll never see coming. They should have left you alone. And before we go any further, if this already hitting you deep, if you feel your soul nodding while your past replays like a movie behind your eyes, like and subscribe. Help this reach every other chosen one out there who's been through the same thing. When you do, it signals to YouTube that this message needs to echo louder across this spiritual battlefield. And believe me, this war is bigger than just you. You sharing this? That's warfare too. Now let's get into it. You keep showing people why you're not the one to fucks pran with. And you do it without even trying. You don't scream, don't fight, don't throw dirt back. You just exist, and your existence is the most violent form of vengeance the universe could have ever designed. You don't swing, you shift, you don't argue, you ascend. And the higher you rise, the more oxygen their hate starts to choke on. That's why they can't stop watching you, even when they swore they hated you. Even when they threw dirt and walked away, they still look back, hoping the dirt buried you. But you didn't just survive, you bloomed right on top of it. Every time they thought they had you figured out, you evolved. Every time they thought the energy would take you down, you flipped it. You didn't just return the energy, you multiplied it and sent it back in a language they weren't ready to speak. That's why they're suffering now. They're sitting with the energy they created, and it's eating them alive. They tried to send you chaos, now they can't sleep. They tried to break your spirit, now theirs is crumbling. They tried to mess with your peace, and now they wake up every day in psychological warfare that they started, but can't finish. Because you were never meant to clap back like them. You were designed to be untouchable, to glow through the destruction. To stand there, not saying a word, and still make them crumble just from the sound of your name in their own head. That's why you don't fit in. That's why they target you. You're not one of them. You're not cut from that cheap cloth. You're cut from the storm, the divine storm that clears the land before blessings rain down. And deep down, they knew it. They always knew. They just hoped you never would. They saw your light, your softness, your giving nature, and thought they could exploit it. They tried to drag your name, sabotage your purpose, play with your kindness like it was a weakness. They gossiped, manipulated, and disrespected the exact soul that would have gone to war for them. And when you pulled back your energy, everything around them fell apart. Because what they didn't know is, your silence is sacred, your absence is punishment. Your energy was the only covering they had. And once it's gone, judgment begins. Now, they're stuck, spiritually tortured. Because the universe doesn't let people violate the chosen and walk away free. There's a cost. And it's due. And while they stumble through anxiety, nightmares, and regret, you're glowing harder than ever, peaceful, untouched, elevated. You're not someone people stumble upon by accident. You were assigned, and every test they threw at you, every betrayal, every smear, every setup, you passed it by doing nothing but being who you are. That's why they're hurting now. That's why they can't breathe. Because nothing hurts more than realizing the person you tried to destroy is the exact one the universe protects like royalty. You're not just protected, you're revered. And every time they look up and see you shining, they're reminded of the crown they tried to knock off your head, but couldn't even reach. So keep showing them. Keep doing what you do. Because the more they try, the harder they fall, and the louder your silence gets. You're not the one to fuck with. And now, the whole damn universe is making that crystal clear. And listen closely, chosen one, because what you just heard, that was the warning shot. The real fire is coming now. We're about to walk step by step through how your silence became their sentence, how your glow became their grief, and why every move you make keeps proving you're not the one to play with. So drop the confirmation, the number 777 in the comments if you're ready to reclaim your throne and remind the world exactly who they played with. And if this message is hitting deep, consider hitting that super thanks. Your energy fuels this mission, and together we make sure no chosen one walks alone again. And now let's dive in, step by step. And trust me, if you're truly chosen, if this fire is in you, you won't be able to click away. Let's get started. Number 1. You've survived what should have destroyed you. They threw fire at someone made of ash and bone, forgetting you were reborn in the same blaze they tried to burn you with. You survived the kind of pain that would have made them beg for mercy. That's the part they'll never admit. They tried to watch you fall. They plotted, pushed, and prayed for your downfall, while smiling in your face, like they were rooting for you. But see, the difference between you and them. You've already tasted rock bottom and came back with diamonds in your mouth. You've already been through the kind of darkness they only pretend to understand in their fake spiritual quotes and recycled Instagram captions. You lived through that abyss. You made peace with your demons. You became friends with your shadow. So now, when they send energy meant to shake you, it doesn't even touch the surface. You're immune to the games. You're not scared of the dark because you are the dark. You mastered it. And let's be real, they know it. That's why they're scared now. That's why they can't look you in the eye without flinching spiritually. That's why they throw rocks from private pages, in secret group chats, under fake names. Because they don't want the full force of your presence seeing them. They know what they tried. They remember exactly what they sent. But they weren't ready for you to stand up in it. They weren't prepared for the bounce back. They expected silence, maybe even collapse, but instead you rose. And that glow, that's the light of someone who has already faced their own extinction and chose rebirth instead. You see, the chosen don't walk through life untouched. We walk through fire and come out forged. We don't escape battles, we become them. And the reason they're shook is because they saw you take hits that should have taken you out. Let's not sugarcoat it. There were moments where you were broken, undone, shattered to pieces in the middle of a silent storm nobody else could see. Nights where your pillow caught screams your voice couldn't carry. Days where your reflection looked like a ghost of who you used to be. But you kept walking. They thought betrayal would break you. It didn't. They thought abandonment would finish you. It didn't. They thought your silence meant surrender. It never did. Because the silence, that was your transformation chamber. You've been through that job season where everything was stripped, everything was tested, and people around you started treating your pain like gossip instead of sacred. But what they didn't realize is, that was the moment the universe started choosing sides. Every betrayal carved power into your bones. Every lonely night created spiritual muscle. Every lie told on your name became bricks for your empire. Let's talk about that for a second. Your name, the one they threw in dirt, the one they tried to bury, the one they tried to twist and tarnish in circles too small to hold your truth. They thought destroying your name would destroy your presence. But what they forgot is, the chosen don't need applause. We need alignment. And while they were performing for attention, you were building in silence. Now look. Your name is coming up in rooms they can't access, being honored by energies they can't touch. That's not ego, that's evidence. Ever wonder why they're obsessed? Why they still watch you, copy you, whisper about you while acting unbothered? Because they know you survived something they never could. You endured trauma that would have made them crumble. You faced spiritual attacks they wouldn't have lasted a week under. And you didn't just survive, you alchemized it. That's the part that drives them mad. You turned pain into purpose. You turned betrayal into clarity. You turned their witchcraft into your wind. People love to say, "I'm unbothered," until the chosen one walks in with silence and shifts the entire frequency of the room. They feel you before you speak. You don't even have to argue. Your presence makes them nervous. You are the test they never studied for, the reminder of their weakness, and your survival is the proof. Let's make this even clearer. They tried to throw darkness at you like it would swallow you, but what they didn't know is that you were born in it. You didn't just survive the storm. You became the eye of it. You didn't run from chaos. You organized it. You didn't crumble under pressure. You pressed back. You're the embodiment of what happens when pain fails to break a soul that's anointed. They looked at you like a target. Now they look at you like a threat. And still, they don't apologize. They don't admit. But they feel the consequence every single day. Because survival isn't just about staying alive. It's about what you become when you walk through hell and don't lose your heart. And chosen one, you didn't just survive. You became living proof that resilience is spiritual. That your power doesn't come from pretending to be perfect, but from embracing the imperfection and rising anyway. You think Tupac didn't get targeted. You think Lauryn Hill wasn't crucified for speaking truth with a feminine edge. You think Malcolm, Maya, or even Mike didn't go through isolation, shadow, betrayal. The chosen are always misunderstood at first, always betrayed by those they loved most, always tested before being crowned. But that's what makes you different. You didn't let the fire define you. You let it refine you. And now every scar glows. Every wound has wisdom. Every breakdown has become a blueprint. So the next time someone throws darkness your way, remind yourself they're late. That phase is over. You don't live there anymore. You're not afraid of demons when you've already made peace with your own. You're not afraid of isolation when you've built yourself in the dark. You're not afraid of them because you've outgrown their weaponry. They thought they were sending storms. What they did was wake up a tidal wave. And now, you don't just walk in rooms anymore. You flood them because you've survived what should have destroyed you. And that is exactly why they'll never be able to. Ever. Number 2. They wanted you to break. You became fire. They wanted to watch you burn, but they didn't realize you were the flame itself, too wild to control, too sacred to touch, and too powerful to put out. They thought they were breaking you, one jab at a time, one setup at a time, one lie at a time. They were patient with their betrayal, slow poison, not loud violence. They didn't need to throw hands. They threw energy, jealous looks, whispered curses, half-hearted smiles dripping with venom. Some of them smiled in your face while handing you the sword. And then they stood back, waiting for you to destroy yourself. But here you are, burning, brighter, louder, stronger, still rising, still glowing, still divine. That's the part they'll never admit. They needed you to break, because the truth is, your unbreakable nature was the loudest mirror in their life. Every time you chose grace over gossip, peace over revenge, healing over hatred, you reminded them they could never move like you. You didn't beg. You didn't retaliate. You didn't shrink. Instead, you ignited. You became fire, not just any fire, controlled, conscious, consecrated. You burned off everything they tried to project onto you and lit up a path they still can't walk. See, they don't understand how divine fire works. It doesn't destroy the chosen, it refines them. When they threw darkness, you didn't collapse. You cooked in it. Pressure didn't crush you, it forged you. You didn't just survive, you transfigured. And now, the same people who swore they'd watch you fall are choking on the smoke of your evolution. They wanted you exhausted, confused, defeated, questioning yourself. They wanted you to give up on your gifts, to shut your mouth, to doubt your purpose, to feel unworthy, to beg for closure, to fold under pressure. But instead of folding, you flamed, you transformed. And every fake friend, every silent hater, every ex who fumbled you became the kindling for your combustion. You didn't just rise, you blazed. You became a walking reminder that divine protection and divine vengeance can live in the same body. Let's be clear, you didn't get here by accident. This confidence, this clarity, this glow they can't look at without flinching, it was earned in private during nights they know nothing about. You learned to alchemize pain into power. You turned betrayal into blueprints. You buried old versions of yourself and climbed out of spiritual graves laughing. That's why your power scares them now, because it's not just resilience, it's resurrection. They launched attacks on your mind, hoping you'd spiral. They talked behind your back, hoping to stain your reputation. They tried to play with your energy, pulling strings like you were a puppet. And still, you danced in the fire like a sacred ceremony. You healed while they hexed. You prayed while they plotted. You manifested while they mimicked. And now, you are the flame they cannot touch, because what was meant to ruin you is now the exact thing that revealed you. They see it, they just don't know how to process it. How someone they tried to belittle now walks with such elegance, such certainty, such undeniable presence. You became the kind of person who makes others question their entire spiritual immunity just by walking in a room. You don't even have to say a word anymore. Your energy enters first, and it speaks fluently. It says, "I've been through hell. I met the devil. I shook his hand, and I came back with divine fire in my soul." It was never just gossip. It was spiritual sabotage. It was jealousy in disguise. It was energy manipulation. It was the kind of low-frequency warfare only the chosen understand. The invisible war, the silent battles. But what they didn't realize is you were born in a furnace. You were raised in spiritual resistance. You were made to be forged, not pampered. Every attempt to break you just revealed more of your flame. You started speaking different, walking different, carrying yourself with the kind of presence that makes even your enemies pause. They can't explain it. They don't understand how you survived the very fires they sent. They thought you'd come back weak, maybe broken, maybe bitter, but you came back anointed, crowned in fire, lit from within. And now they're scared of your silence. They're haunted by your glow, because your glow is proof that they failed. And there is nothing more terrifying to a hidden enemy than knowing you know they tried you, and you're still untouchable. You're not mad, you're not vengeful, you're not looking back, and that's what breaks them more than anything. You let them go, and kept growing. You outgrew the betrayal, you outgrew the circle, you outgrew the pain. And now, your life is what exposes them. Every win, every elevation, every smile on your face is an echo of "I survived you." There are people who are still talking about you in the same rooms where they planned your downfall, still watching your page, still mimicking your moves, still waiting to see if you'll crack. But here's the truth. You don't crack. You ignite. You start fires. You move like a meteor, rare, destructive, divine. And by the time they realize what just passed by, it's already too late. You've left them in dust. You became fire. That means you no longer wait for their permission, their apology, or their approval. You don't sit around begging people to understand your soul. You walk in alignment, and whoever can't handle the heat will simply burn. And that's exactly what's happening. People who played with you are now playing with karma, and it's not subtle anymore. Their mental health is cracking, their luck is fading, their protection is gone, because they poked at a divine flame, and fire has memory. You are that flame now, so let them talk, let them project, let them watch, let them misunderstand, because they wanted you to break. And instead, you became everything they swore you'd never be. Unbothered, unreachable, unforgivingly on fire. And that's what keeps them awake at night. Number 3, they tried to curse you, now they're haunted. When a chosen one is silent, the karma gets louder. They thought they were slick, didn't they? Lighting candles, speaking spells, cursing your name in envy, throwing evil eye energy behind fake smiles, projecting darkness and hoping it would stick. But what they never understood is that your aura came coded, sealed, protected. Return to sender was never just a chant for you. It's your birthright. It's the automatic defense system built into your spirit the moment you were assigned this path. They tried to curse you, and now they're haunted by the very energy they sent. They're being chased by the shadows they raised. What they whispered in secret is now screaming in their own mind. The nightmares, the paranoia, the sudden misfortunes. Oh, that's not coincidence. That's consequence. You didn't even have to clap back. You didn't argue. You didn't even wish them harm. You just stood still, and your spiritual team handled the rest. That's the part they never calculated. They thought this was a fair fight. They thought you were on their level, but you weren't. Because when people throw darkness at someone who's already made peace with their own shadow, they activate something ancient, something sacred, something fatal to their intentions. And now, the energy is circling back, not because you're vengeful, but because the universe is just. You didn't have to cast spells, you just kept glowing. You didn't have to pray against them, you just kept evolving. And every time you healed, their karma doubled. Every tear you wiped quietly, collected. Every attack you transmuted, noted. Every lie told on your name, stamped for return delivery. Now they're not sleeping well, their mind won't rest, because once the spiritual laws activate, there's no mute button. Their guilt becomes their ghost, Their obsession becomes their torment. They start hearing your name in silence, seeing your face in dreams, feeling watched even when they're alone. That's what happens when you try to drag a chosen one through dirt and forget that we grow from the mud. So leave them where they stand. Don't check on them. Don't peek. Don't feed the curiosity. Their karma is personal. You've got blessings to receive, alignment to walk in, light to spread. The universe saw everything. You didn't lose anything. You were protected the entire time. Let them be haunted. You're just getting started. Number 4, you're innocent, but not to be played with. So, chosen one, scream this with me loud and clear. Just because I'm peaceful doesn't mean I'm unprotected. I'm the calm before a storm you don't want to summon. You weren't bothering anybody. You were healing, rebuilding, glowing up in silence. You were focused on your peace, protecting your energy, pouring into yourself after a lifetime of being drained. You were minding your own divine business, watering your garden, tending to your soul, finally putting your needs first. But that's when they tried it. That's when the snakes showed up. That's when the envy started breathing heavy through fake compliments and backhanded energy. They mistook your softness for weakness. They saw your kindness as an opening. They saw how quiet you were, how focused you'd become, and thought that meant you were alone, that you were vulnerable, that you were easy to pick apart. But what they didn't realize was that you're not alone. You never were. You are highly protected. You don't walk with vengeance in your heart, but you walk with an army in the spirit. And every time someone throws an attack your way, every time someone tries to disturb your peace or drag you into drama you didn't ask for, there are unseen forces that intervene. They didn't see the hands pulling you back from the edge. They didn't feel the wings covering your path. But they're feeling the consequences now. Because you didn't have to say a word. The energy around you speaks loud enough. You're innocent in this situation, but innocence doesn't mean invisible. You didn't fire the first shot, but that doesn't mean you won't finish the war. Because when you mess with someone who's protected by the universe itself, the universe responds. That's why everything in their life is glitching. That's why their mask is slipping. That's why the blessings they were bragging about are turning into burdens, because they tried to disturb a divine soul and got spiritual backlash in return. They thought because you weren't fighting back, you weren't fighting at all. But your silence wasn't surrender. It was strategy. You don't engage with chaos. You outgrow it, and that's what kills them the most. Watching you thrive in peace while they drown in the consequences of their own attack. So stay soft, but don't shrink. Stay innocent, but never forget, you are not to be played with. Number 5. Your spiritual team does not play about you. Messing with a chosen one isn't just disrespect. It's a declaration of war on the unseen realm that protects them. Some people really thought you were out here walking alone. They saw your solitude and confused it with isolation. They saw your independence and mistook it for weakness. They watched you move in silence and assumed that meant you didn't have backup. But what they didn't know is you are never alone. You walk with power that can't be seen with human eyes. You are backed by a spiritual alliance that doesn't miss. Ancestors, angels, guides, divine justice. The moment someone crosses you, they don't just answer to you, they answer to your entire protection squad. You don't even have to speak on it. The moment someone sends out bad energy, your spiritual team already caught it mid-air. The same moment someone plots on your downfall, there are already forces working in the background to make sure they fall into their own trap. You're not fighting battles, your spirit team is. You're not clapping back, they're clearing the path for you in silence. That's why things have always just worked out for you, even when you had no idea how. That's why people who betrayed you ended up losing everything they tried to gain. You didn't have to curse them. Your silence was enough, because your protection doesn't play fair, it plays final. The universe assigned warriors to you before you even knew you were in a war. Some of your ancestors fought spiritual battles you never saw. Some of your guides have pulled you out of pits that had your name written all over them. That car accident, dodged. That fake friend, exposed. That betrayal, turned into redirection. That failed setup, flipped on the sender. People look at your life and call it luck. But luck didn't save you. Loyalty did. Loyalty from a divine force that doesn't let anyone touch the anointed without a cost. And it's not just about physical harm. It's energetic, emotional, mental. Some of these people sent energy to keep you stuck, lost, doubtful. They tried to block your love life, your finances, your peace. They threw curses from a distance, hoping you'd never feel them. But what they didn't understand is, you've got watchers on every level, and the moment that energy hit your field, the system lit up. Alerts were sent, shields went up, your team went to work. Now they're paying. Maybe not publicly, maybe not loudly, but they're feeling the spiritual backlash of crossing someone they should have never looked at twice, and some of them can't figure out why everything in their life is falling apart, why they're haunted, why their blessings dried up, why they feel stuck. It's because they forgot a rule: the universe never bends. You don't mess with the chosen. You walk with divine clearance. You've been through too much, prayed through too much, transformed through too much to ever be touched casually. And every time someone forgets that, your protection team reminds them. So keep walking like you're covered, because you are. Keep shining like you're untouchable, because you are. Your enemies don't even know who they're fighting, but your protection knows exactly who they are. And number 6, your heart is too pure for them to handle. They weren't afraid of your power, they were afraid of your heart, because once they lost access to it, they lost access to favor they didn't even earn. They didn't know what they had until your silence hit, until the warmth left, until the softness in your voice turned into distance, until you stopped explaining yourself and started moving different. Because the truth is, your heart was never just a heart, it was a gift, a portal of divine energy, a sacred space that healed, held, protected, and poured into people who didn't even know how to receive it. You've always carried a strange duality, a soft heart with a sharp edge, the kind of energy that'll sit with someone through their storm, pray for people who betrayed you, and still hold the door open for the same ones who tried to slam it in your face. But that's also what made you dangerous to them, because once you closed your heart, you didn't make noise. You didn't slam doors, you just disappeared. And that's the part that haunts them now. They underestimated how final your silence really is. See, you're not spiteful, you're not cruel, but once someone crosses the sacred line, once they touch that place in your spirit, they were never meant to violate. You don't turn back. You don't unsee what they showed you. You don't retrust. You don't reopen. And it's not because you're bitter. It's because your heart is divine real estate. Once it's been abused, it becomes unavailable. And now they're out here pretending they're unbothered. But behind closed doors, they're stuck trying to replace something that can't be duplicated. Your energy can't be copied. Your care can't be manufactured. Your love didn't come from the surface. It came from your soul. That's why they're mad. That's why they're spiraling. Because your heart was the one place they felt safe. And now it's gone. They thought they could test your love and still get access, but now they realize your boundaries weren't punishment. They were protection. And they didn't just lose you. They lost the covering that came with being loved by someone like you. The prayers, the energetic protection, the pure intentions, the second chances, the loyalty, all gone. And they'll never find it again, because you don't love casually. You anoint people with your presence. So let them sit with that absence. Let them wander in their new reality. You didn't become cold. You became wise. And once your heart closes, it doesn't reopen for the same offense. That's not revenge. That's sacred self-respect. Number 7. You don't flex, you radiate. A lion doesn't need to roar to prove it's king. The silence of its presence makes the jungle bow. You don't perform, you radiate. You don't chase applause, repost your pain, or fight for recognition. Your existence is the flex. While they were out there trying to prove they were powerful, louder, flashier, thirstier, you were busy becoming power. Not through noise, not through attention, but through presence. The type of presence that walks in the room and rearranges the energy before you even speak. The type of frequency that makes liars stutter, haters shrink, and real ones feel safe. That's what they can't stand. That's what they can't touch. They kept expecting you to break character, to come down to their level, to defend yourself, explain yourself, play the game. But what they didn't understand is you're not playing. You are the game. And while they're still stuck in illusions, posting, projecting, pretending, you're glowing off real work, inner work, spiritual work, character work. That's what gives you that glow they can't replicate. They can copy your outfits, your captions, your vocabulary, but they will never duplicate the vibration, because you weren't manufactured, you were molded. That's why they test you, that's why they provoke you, that's why they bring up your name in rooms that don't deserve it. Because your energy speaks too loud, you remind them of everything they're not willing to become. And your glow exposes their shadows. You don't even have to lift a finger, they fold under your light. It's crazy how they confuse humility with weakness. You weren't trying to be better than anyone. You were just being real, but that's what scares them most. The authenticity, the way you walk like you know who you are without needing to brag. The way you protect your peace without making it a production. The way you honor your growth without shaming anyone else. It's elegant. It's sacred. And for people who thrive off validation, it's threatening. Let them keep watching. Let them study your glow like it's something they can apply with a filter. Because every time they try to replicate your presence, they just expose their absence. And every time they speak on you, they make you louder without even meaning to. That's divine energy. You don't chase light. You are the light. And they keep learning that the hard way. Number 8. You don't fit in. You were born to stand out. The wolf was never lonely. It was just too rare to run with sheep. You've never fit in, and deep down, you always knew you weren't supposed to. From the beginning, something about you felt different. Not better, different. You saw through things others celebrated. You questioned what others followed. While they blended in, you stood still. While they chased trends, you chased truth. And that truth always came with a cost: isolation. But here's what they didn't understand. Your solitude isn't punishment. It's preparation. You were separated because your spirit couldn't survive in the noise. Your path was never meant to be crowded. Your calling required clarity, and clarity only comes in the quiet. That's why you always felt like the outsider, even in rooms full of people. Not because you weren't lovable, not because you weren't worthy, but because your spirit was too expansive to be caged by groupthink. And that's what makes people uncomfortable. They can't figure you out, and that bothers them. You don't beg for inclusion. You don't kiss up for validation. You don't follow just to feel seen. You move on your own frequency, chosen, not cloned. You're not one of many. You're one of none. And people hate what they don't understand, especially when it doesn't need them. They thought you were arrogant. No, you were aware. They thought you were standoffish. No, you were sacred. They mistook your boundaries for ego, your silence for attitude, your individuality for rebellion. But really, it was spiritual insulation. You weren't built for trends, you were built for impact. And impact always comes at the cost of acceptance. That's why you don't fit in, and why you're not meant to. The universe carved your path like a private corridor, not a public parade. It was never supposed to be crowded. Your vision isn't for everyone. Your anointing isn't common. Your glow doesn't come from imitation. It comes from alignment, and alignment always offends the artificial. So let them talk. Let them question. Let them mock what they'll never understand. While they're busy trying to belong, you're out here becoming a force, becoming a frequency, becoming proof that standing alone is sometimes the loudest form of leadership. You weren't born to fit in. You were born to wake up what's sleeping, to disrupt what's fake, to stand out and stand tall, and that's why they fear you. Number 9. Your authenticity is a weapon. Truth doesn't shout, it just stands there, quietly wrecking every lie in the room. You never had to throw dirt, never had to clap back, never had to expose them. You just stood in your truth, and it broke them in ways revenge never could. That's what they didn't see coming. They thought silence meant submission. They thought your peace was passivity. But the moment you chose not to fight their way, the universe started fighting for you. And every time you held your ground without getting petty, every time you chose healing over heat, you made their own behavior echo louder in their conscience. Because your authenticity is a weapon, a silent one, but deadly. It pierces without screaming. It corrects without trying. Your light didn't come from trend-chasing, people-pleasing, or being palatable. It came from owning who you are, even when it was unpopular, even when it cost you people, even when it left you standing alone. And now, that truth radiates so loudly that people can't pretend around you anymore. You expose deception just by being real. You didn't retaliate, you revealed. They were counting on you to react, to stoop, to spiral, to self-destruct. But instead, you healed, you elevated, you got quiet, leveled up, and let their own actions become their downfall. Now they sit with that. They sit with the ghost of your energy, with the weight of their lies, with the memory of the one person who stayed solid while they were playing games. And that's why they're losing sleep. Not because you attacked them, but because you didn't. That's the paradox they can't process. You didn't ruin their life, they did. You didn't curse them, you just removed your energy. You didn't destroy them, you revealed them to themselves. And when someone is used to hiding behind facades, your authenticity is the biggest threat in the room. See, the most dangerous soul is the one who chooses truth, even when it hurts, who chooses alignment over applause, who doesn't need an audience to walk in purpose. You are that soul, and that's why the ones who faked their way through life couldn't handle your light. It stripped their mask, it shattered their illusions, and now they can't unsee it. Let them wrestle with that. You keep walking in truth. Keep showing up in your raw, real, fully embodied energy, because the more real you get, the more exposed their lies become. And the universe always backs the one who moves in authenticity. every single time. Number 10. You don't fight, you transmute. They came to break your spirit, but all they did was activate your evolution. You don't fight like them. You don't waste your breath throwing words into battles already lost in the spirit. You don't match their rage, their pettiness, or their dysfunction. You've learned something far more dangerous: how to transmute. And that's why they're afraid of you now, because you don't just survive attacks. You use them. You don't collapse under pressure. You convert it. You don't mirror their hate. You melt it down and turn it into glow. They were hoping for a meltdown, a breakdown, a public unraveling they could point at and say, "See, I told you she wasn't real. I told you he wasn't chosen." But what they got instead was a transformation they couldn't control. You didn't break, you built. They saw the storm, but they didn't see the stillness you carried inside it. They saw the betrayal, but not the brilliance it activated. They thought they could curse you, and instead they crowned you. And now they're stuck watching you evolve into someone they no longer have access to. You've mastered emotional alchemy, the art of turning spiritual warfare into fuel. You take pain and turn it into wisdom. You take rejection and turn it into redirection. You take endings and turn them into new alignments. That's not weakness, that's warfare, but not the kind they're used to. This is quiet, strategic, cosmic. This is warfare rooted in stillness, not struggle. And nothing terrifies a chaotic soul more than someone who doesn't respond with chaos. They expected retaliation. Instead, they got evolution. They're scared now because they can't get to you. The buttons they used to push, disconnected. The guilt they tried to plant, returned. The access they once had, revoked permanently. And that calm you walk with? It's not for show. It's the result of every tear, every betrayal, every spiritual lesson that taught you how to rise without reacting. Now you move differently. You speak slower, walk lighter, glow louder. Not because life got easier, but because you got wiser. You don't just protect your energy, you preserve it. You know the power in the pause, the strength in the silence, the victory in letting the universe handle what your mouth never has to. So let them throw their shade. Let them gossip, provoke, bait, and project. You've outgrown the battlefield. You're not here to fight anymore. You're here to transmute. And that's why they'll never win. Because the more they try to break you, the more they end up building you. Number 11. Vengeance is not yours, but you are still avenged. The dirt they threw on your name is now the weight on their spirit, and the silence they mocked is the echo that haunts them. You never had to plot, scheme, or curse. You never had to get dirty. You never had to become what tried to destroy you. And still, justice found you. Because when you're chosen, you're not just protected, you're avenged. Quietly, thoroughly, without warning. And that's what has them spiraling now. Not because you clapped back, but because you didn't. You let go. You let the Most High keep the receipts. And now the very energy they sent is suffocating them in silence. They thought walking away meant weakness. They thought your tears made you easy to defeat. But every tear that hit your pillow was a seed in the spiritual realm. Every time you chose peace instead of petty, every time you turned the other cheek, every time you swallowed your pride instead of retaliating, heaven took notes. That's why doors started opening for you and closing on them. That's why your glow intensified while their world started glitching. You didn't seek revenge, but now the vengeance is visible. You see, you never needed to expose them. Time did that. You never needed to tell your side. The truth revealed itself. You never had to convince people of your worth. Your elevation did the talking, and the ones who hurt you, lied on you, betrayed you, they're now drowning in the very darkness they tried to project onto you. And here's the part that stings them the most. You never said a word. You just rose. They underestimated the law of spiritual cause and effect. They assumed if you didn't fight back, they got away with it. But the universe doesn't forget what you endured. It doesn't sleep on betrayal. It doesn't ignore divine timing. You were never forgotten. You were watched over. And the people who crossed you without remorse are now being visited by their choices in the quiet hours of the night. No rest, no peace, no relief, just consequence, just replay, just judgment, served cold. You didn't have to send back what they sent, because the Most High doesn't allow false intentions to live long. And now, they know it. Their blessings feel blocked. Their peace is disturbed. Their own mind has become their punishment. And all you had to do was stay true to yourself. Vengeance was never yours to chase, but baby, justice never missed you. Number 12. You don't start wars, but you finish timelines. You weren't sent to fight them. You were sent to finish what their karma started. They approached you like you were just another target, just another soul to manipulate, test, or take for granted. But what they didn't realize is, you don't start wars, you end timelines. You're not just a person, you're a portal. And when people cross you with wickedness, betrayal, or hidden agendas, they don't just lose access to you. They lose access to the season of favor they had while you were in their life. You were the covering, the peace, the quiet protection they didn't even recognize until it disappeared. And now, that absence is loud, deafening, haunting. Everything they touched after you turned to sand. Everything they built while secretly tearing you down is now crumbling, because your energy was the glue, your presence was the shield, and your love was the protection they'll never experience again. You didn't have to destroy them, you just left, and your exit was their ending. So don't you dare second-guess your silence. Don't regret your elevation. Don't feel guilty for walking away when your spirit was no longer welcome. Because when the chosen one leaves, it's not just personal, it's prophetic. Entire timelines collapse, cycles close, energetic contracts expire. You were never sent to play nice. You were sent to complete the chapter. They thought they were hurting you. All they did was unlock their own downfall. And now that you've seen it clearly, don't look back. Your job is done. The lesson has been taught, and your presence is no longer required. Keep moving forward. Keep glowing. Keep letting the universe handle what your heart no longer has to carry. If this message hit home, make sure to like, subscribe, and drop 777 in the comments to confirm you're walking in alignment, not revenge. And share this with someone who needs to hear that their exit was never a loss. It was divine closure. The loudest hate always comes from the weakest link, and when they can't kill your light, they form a committee to try. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. You're just minding your business, walking your path, not bothering anyone. But somehow, behind closed doors, your name becomes a whole topic. A group of people, some who couldn't stand each other for years, suddenly unite like soldiers going to war. Not against evil, not against injustice, but against you. Why? Because your existence alone exposed everything fake in them. You became the mirror that showed them who they weren't. You didn't have to say a word. Your energy said it all. And deep down, they knew they couldn't match your strength. So instead, they tried to break it. Here's the truth most people never talk about. When one person holds truth, power, or light, Insecure minds don't respond with reflection. They respond with mob mentality. It's called group targeting in psychology. And it usually starts when someone quietly rises above the limits everyone else settled for. That's you, chosen one. You didn't just stand out. You shook the cage they'd locked themselves in. And they panicked. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message forward by simply pressing the like and subscribe buttons. That's how you help more souls find this light, because what tried to silence you must be exposed. We're not just sharing messages here, we're part of a mission, and you're not alone. You are part of a force. Now back to what really happened. You see, what happened to you wasn't an accident. It wasn't drama. It was a carefully coordinated takedown attempt, the kind that usually happens in silence, behind whispers and fake smiles. They tried to do it slick, tried to move as one. But here's where they messed up. The universe had you covered. While they were busy building a trap for you, they forgot you'd already mastered how to walk through fire. These people weren't just jealous, they were afraid. Because when you walk into a room and the truth follows you like a shadow, people who are living a lie can't stand the reflection. They start to project. And when their guilt gets loud enough, it doesn't whisper anymore. It roars, gathers a crowd, and puts on a whole show. And guess what? That show just got cancelled, live, in front of everyone. They wanted the whole community to turn against you, but now that same crowd they gathered, they're watching them unravel. One by one, their masks are slipping, and yours, it was never a mask. That's the difference. Let's make something clear. You never fought dirty. You didn't clap back. You didn't beg. You didn't scheme. You disappeared into your purpose, and your silence did what no argument ever could. It exposed everything. The more they plotted, the louder their guilt got. The more they teamed up, the more obvious their fear became. You weren't just a person to them. You were a threat to the illusion they had worked so hard to keep alive. But here's the most satisfying part. They failed. Spectacularly, publicly, and now they have to live with it. People watched. Oh yes, they did. Don't think they didn't notice. Your absence spoke louder than their noise. The same people who were quiet when you were attacked are now rethinking every moment they stayed silent. Some of them are embarrassed, some of them are scared, and all of them. They know they underestimated you. You were never meant to blend in. That was never your destiny. And every time someone tried to bury you, they forgot one thing. Seeds grow in silence. You bloomed while they collapsed. You rose while they circled the drain. So no, this wasn't just hate. This wasn't just gossip. This was an attempted character assassination, and they thought numbers would make them stronger. But you had something they couldn't count, resilience built from isolation. They forgot the most dangerous one is the one who walked alone and lived. This is your confirmation, chosen one. You're not imagining it. They did team up. They did try to end you, and they did fail. You didn't just survive, you reversed the energy. What they meant for destruction turned into your upgrade. Now they're scrambling for damage control while you're glowing in peace. So sit back and watch the story shift, because the same mouths that tried to ruin your name will now be forced to speak it with respect. And that's what justice looks like when the universe steps in. So before we break this all down step by step, let's lock in together, chosen one. If you've ever felt that silent war being waged against your name, if you've ever sensed people teaming up behind your back while smiling in your face, then drop the number 777 in the comments right now. That's the number of protection, and that's exactly what carried you through when the whole community tried to break you. And if this message is speaking your truth, consider fueling the mission by hitting that super thanks. Whether it's a small gift or a big one, it keeps this light blazing in a world that tried to shut it off. Your support matters, and it helps us keep delivering these messages straight to the souls who need them most. And now, let's get into it, step by step, truth by truth. Because if you really are the chosen one, you won't just hear this, you'll feel it. Stay with me till the end. You're about to understand exactly why they failed so hard trying to destroy you. Let's get started. Number 1, they had to form a whole damn army just to try and touch you, and still failed miserably. If you needed a crowd to come for one person, then maybe that one person was never the weak one. Let's make this crystal clear, chosen one. They didn't fight fair because they couldn't. They didn't face you one-on-one because they knew they'd lose. So instead, they assembled, like cowards do. A full-blown alliance of broken souls who couldn't even stand each other until the moment they all found a common enemy, you. And that's when the masks slipped and the whispers turned into war plans. They turned your name into a group project, not because you hurt them, but because you shined where they refused to grow. Have you ever seen that? People who normally walk past each other without a word, suddenly huddling together like a team. That's not coincidence. That's confirmation. They felt your strength before you even realized it, and it scared the hell out of them. You see, you didn't walk into the room trying to be better. You simply were. You carried the kind of presence that exposed people without even speaking. Your energy unsettled their ego. Your truth made their lies harder to breathe inside, and instead of leveling up, they leveled an attack. That's how insecure people operate. When a real one shows up, the fake ones panic. They don't pray about it. They plot. They don't reflect. They recruit. Because facing you alone would have meant confronting their own shadows, and they weren't ready for that kind of mirror. So what did they do? They tried to bury you in whispers, tried to break you with numbers, tried to drown your name in false narratives. But what they didn't realize is you were built for war, even when you didn't ask for one. You weren't armed with gossip. You were armed with truth. You weren't backed by cliques. You were backed by the universe itself. Now let's really put this in perspective. You had no army, no squad, no group chat full of backstabbers gassing each other up. You stood alone, and still, they couldn't touch you. Let that sink in. They had influence, they had numbers, they had access to ears, mouths, and platforms, but they didn't have what you had, character. And that right there, that's what collapsed the whole mission. Because here's the thing, lies get loud, but truth echoes longer. They thought your silence meant you were broken, but it was strategy. You don't need to shout when your story is being written by results. You don't need to argue when the outcome speaks louder than any smear campaign ever could. They mistook your isolation as weakness, but it was your incubation. While they were busy circling around your downfall, you were leveling up in ways they didn't even see coming. Now let's answer the question you've asked yourself 1,000 times. Why would they go this far just to break me? Because you became the proof that their excuses weren't valid anymore. You became the example of what happens when someone refuses to shrink just to be liked. And they couldn't handle that. You were evidence that it can be done with no handouts, no faking, no compromising. And that kind of truth, that's threatening to people who are addicted to pretending. So they came at you with everything they had, and they still lost. Do you know how humiliating that is for them? To put in effort, to strategize, smear, slander, and manipulate, only to watch you rise even higher. That's not just failure, that's public defeat. and they know it. The same mouths that spoke against you are now quiet. The same group that cheered for your collapse is now ghosting each other, falling out, pointing fingers. Because when fake alliances fail, the blame game begins. They wanted the crowd to choose sides, and now that crowd is watching you glow in peace while they slowly turn on each other. That's the karma of cowards. That's the unraveling of a fake army. And here's what makes you dangerous, chosen one. You didn't need revenge. You didn't need to fight dirty. You didn't need to beg for support. You just kept moving. You walked through their mess like it never touched your soul. You let your silence grow legs, and it ran laps around their lies. They wanted your pain to be public, but now their failure is. They thought they had numbers, but you had meaning. They had volume, but you had value. And that's why they failed, because they were trying to destroy something they didn't understand. They were trying to tear down a force that was never built on ego in the first place. You were built on purpose, and purpose doesn't fold just because people form a crowd. So next time you question your power, remember this. They didn't just dislike you, they feared you. They didn't just hate you, they banded together in desperation to stop you. And still, you won. Not because you fought harder, but because your spirit was too rooted to fall. Not because you shouted louder, but because your truth was too real to ignore. Not because you were perfect, but because you never gave up. And that made you unstoppable. Let them whisper, let them group up again if they want to. It won't work. Because now the whole world sees what they tried to hide. That even with an army, they couldn't take down one real soul who refused to bow. And that soul is you, chosen one. Number 2, they didn't unite for truth. They united because you were a mirror they couldn't handle. When people can't figure out how you're still standing, they try to convince others you were never solid to begin with. Jealousy is the only chain that makes cowards feel like an army. When you walk in authenticity, you walk alone, but you walk with power. They walk in packs because lies can't stand without applause. They didn't unite because you were wrong. They united because you were right, and that terrified them. Now imagine this, chosen one. You walk into a room and say nothing. You make no threats. You point no fingers. But suddenly the atmosphere shifts. Eyes flicker. Conversations get quieter. Energy changes. You didn't do anything to them. Your presence just revealed everything they'd been trying to bury. That's not tension. That's truth doing its job. These people didn't come together because you hurt them. They didn't team up because you betrayed them. They banded together because standing next to you made their masks feel tight. Your light didn't attack them, it exposed them, and that was enough to send them running, not away from you, but toward each other like frightened sheep clinging to a false shepherd. You see, insecurity is a wild thing. It doesn't make people search for healing. It makes them search for an enemy, someone to project onto, someone to blame for the shame they refuse to confront. And you became that enemy, not because you did something, but because you are something they aren't brave enough to become. Now let's break this down, because you've probably asked yourself this too many times. If I didn't do anything to them, why did they all turn on me? Here's the truth, raw and unfiltered. They needed a villain to stay comfortable in their lies. They needed someone to point at, so they wouldn't have to point inward. And most of all, they needed each other to reinforce the lie. Their unity wasn't built on truth. It was built on fear, shame, and mutual insecurity. A house of cards pretending to be a fortress. Some of them hated the way you never begged for their approval. Others couldn't stand that you didn't fall apart when they rejected you. A few were angry that their usual manipulation didn't work on you, and instead of facing that, they turned their triggers into a team. Imagine this. A whole group of people you barely even speak to, holding secret conversations about your character, planning how to twist your silence into guilt, framing your peace as arrogance, turning your strength into a threat, and calling their jealousy justice. That's not a group. That's a parade of projection dressed up like concern. And the funniest part? They had to keep checking in with each other just to keep the lie alive. If their bond was real, if it was built on truth, they wouldn't need to constantly validate their story. But fake confidence needs backup. False narratives need an audience. They weren't holding each other up, they were holding each other back. And now, the cracks are showing. You didn't break their so-called unity. You didn't interfere with their group. All you did was exist, and that alone broke the spell. Because unity built on gossip is weak. It's only strong until the drama dries up. And when the fuel of hatred runs out, so does the alliance. Now they're left with silence, suspicion, and second-guessing each other's stories. Because eventually, even cowards get tired of pretending they were right. Imagine this. They created a full-blown storyline where you were the villain. They rehearsed it, shared it, replayed it like it was truth. But even then, they couldn't make it stick. Because real always recognizes real, and deep down, even the people they tried to convince started questioning the script. Here's something they'll never admit out loud. They knew it wasn't based on facts. They knew their alliance was emotional, not ethical, but they didn't care, because in that moment, being right didn't matter as much as not feeling wrong alone. So what did they do? They clung to each other's lies like life vests. But fake security doesn't float forever. Eventually, someone always starts sinking. And you, chosen one, you just kept walking, not away from them, but above them. You didn't argue. You didn't correct the narrative. You let the truth breathe. And the truth did what it always does. It cleared the fog. Now they sit in the ruins of their fake alliance, looking around, wondering why the bond feels broken, wondering why the lies don't feel as good as they used to, and most of all, wondering how the hell you're still rising. Let me answer that for them, because you were never fueled by attention. You were built in the quiet, refined in isolation, rooted in realness. They formed a unity to cover their wounds. You faced yours. That's the difference. They wore masks to be accepted. You dropped yours and stood alone. That's the threat. That's the power they couldn't understand. And that's the reason they tried to flip the script and make you the problem. Because as long as you're the issue, they don't have to confront what's broken in them. But now the story's falling apart. People are seeing through the performance. The audience is waking up, and the ones who once believed the lie are starting to feel played, because hate fades, but truth lingers. And when everything they built on insecurity starts to crumble, they'll be left with nothing but shadows. While you'll still be rising in full daylight. So let them talk. Let them turn on each other. Let them unravel in the silence they once prayed would destroy you. Because their fake unity was never strength. It was just a distraction from their fear of facing someone who walked in full, unapologetic authenticity. And that someone was always you. You were the truth they couldn't mute, the mirror they couldn't break, and the proof that no alliance built on lies can outlast one soul rooted in truth. Number 3. They tried to bury you, not knowing you were never rooted in their applause. When they stopped clapping, they thought the show would end, but you were never performing for them. They thought your glow came from their gaze, that if they withdrew their praise, you'd collapse, that if they stopped showing up, you'd fade into silence like a forgotten name. But they severely overestimated their importance in your story, chosen one. What they didn't realize is, you were never built on their noise. You were built in the quiet, in the places they never saw, in the darkness where most people quit. You found your fire. They assumed they had power over you because they once clapped for you, because they once smiled in your face. But their validation was never your fuel. It was just background noise. And when it disappeared, you only got louder on the inside. Imagine this, a group of people thinking their absence is a punishment, thinking their silence will starve your progress. But they didn't know you weren't growing because of them. You were growing through the pressure they added. You turned their rejection into momentum. Every lie they told became another lesson learned. Every door they closed just gave you more time to build your own damn palace. They thought cutting you off would be the end, but they were never the source, just a seasonal distraction. They came for your image thinking it was your identity, but you had something they never understood: depth. You weren't just playing a role, you were walking in purpose. And when someone is rooted in purpose, no smear campaign can uproot them. That's what shook them to their core. Watching you thrive in silence, watching you elevate without ever needing their seat at the table. Here's the fact they can't digest. You never asked to be invited. You weren't waiting on acceptance. You weren't seeking approval. You were already moving. And when the world saw them walk away, they expected you to shrink. Instead, they watched you expand. Their attacks didn't destroy you. They exposed them. Their silence didn't erase you, it spotlighted your strength. Because the moment they stopped controlling the narrative, people started asking questions. And when they looked for the truth, they didn't find a villain. They found you, unshaken, undeniable, and more powerful than ever. They couldn't kill what wasn't built on their permission. And now, they're forced to watch you do everything they said you couldn't, without ever looking back. Number 4. They didn't just fail, they flopped in front of the whole damn crowd. When the lie is loud, the truth shows up with a megaphone. They didn't just fail, chosen one. They embarrassed themselves publicly, and that's the kind of failure that haunts people forever. See, if they had just lost in silence, maybe they could have lied to themselves. Maybe they could have rewritten the ending in their head, convinced each other it wasn't that bad. But no, the universe made sure their downfall wasn't just clear, it was on full display. Imagine this. A group of people so confident in their plan, walking like they already won, speaking lies like scripture, grinning in the background while you were bleeding out in silence. They loved the performance they put on, even recruited a little audience to watch you fall. But here's what they never expected. Your silence was building power. And when the truth came out, it didn't whisper, it didn't knock. It kicked the door in and dragged the whole production into the spotlight. They choreographed betrayal like a Broadway play, but the truth made it a comedy, and they became the punchline. The script fell apart fast. One of them slipped up, another stopped showing up. The stories didn't match, and the ones who once called you the problem, they're now pretending they never said anything. The truth exposed them so hard, it knocked the fake unity right out of their group chat. You didn't even have to post receipts. You didn't clap back. You just kept being real, and reality did the rest. Because when something's built on lies, it always collapses under the weight of its own performance. Now people are remembering. People are asking questions. Wait, didn't they say this? Why does their story sound off now? Didn't insert name say the opposite last month? And suddenly, the crowd that once laughed at you is dead silent. No eye contact, no mentions, just awkward stares and private shame. They tried to make you the villain, but now the crowd sees you were the main character all along. Their plan didn't just fail, it backfired, because when they dragged your name through the mud, they never imagined it would fertilize your growth. They thought they were burying you. But now they have to sit front row and watch you bloom while choking on the lies they fed to others. The same people they tried to impress now see them for exactly what they are. Not bold, not righteous, just scared little performers in a play that flopped. They made you a spectacle when you were down. Now the universe made their failure a public documentary, and every whisper, every glance, every awkward silence in a room that once laughed at you is now proof of who was real and who wasn't. They didn't just lose, they lost where it hurt the most, in the eyes of everyone, and that kind of loss, you don't recover from that easily. Number 5, they thought you were weak because you were quiet. Turns out you were just calculating their collapse. A lion doesn't flinch at the noise of hyenas. It just waits for the right time to strike. They mistook your silence for surrender. They thought because you didn't clap back, you didn't have anything to say. Because you didn't defend yourself, you must have been defeated. That's how basic their mindset was. In their world, the loudest voice is the leader. The first one to throw shade is the one they assume holds the truth. They never once considered that maybe you were just too evolved to play in the mud with them. What they couldn't comprehend is that your silence was never weakness. It was war in slow motion. While they were scrambling to push narratives and manipulate sympathy, you were sitting in stillness like a master strategist. You weren't just ignoring them. You were observing them, memorizing the patterns, watching the cracks form. And you knew, the louder they got, the faster they'd fall apart under their own noise. Real power doesn't need to announce itself. It just moves in silence and lets the aftermath speak. Imagine this, a whole group dragging your name through fire while you're in the background, calm, focused, and sharpening your blade, not to attack, but to cut ties with everything not rooted in truth. That's what shook them. You didn't run to defend yourself, you just let time sort the real from the fake. You didn't need to set the record straight, you let their contradictions do that for you. They thought silence was submission, but it was strategy. Every rumor you didn't respond to, that was restraint. Every insult you ignored, that was protection. Every invitation to chaos you declined, that was growth. While they were dancing for attention, you were evolving. While they were exhausting themselves with lies, you were healing in peace. And now look who's burnt out and who's glowing. They mistook your silence as a retreat, not knowing you were just clearing the battlefield. Here's what really hurts them now. Even after all their noise, you're still here, standing taller, moving wiser, speaking less, but being heard more. And them, they're left with the consequences of the attention they begged for. They thought silence meant powerless, but silence in your hands was a weapon, a scalpel, a shield, a mirror. And now that the dust has settled, it's your peace that's louder than all their chaos combined. Number 6, they used what was closest to you and still couldn't touch what was rooted in you. They thought knowing your past would give them power over your future, but you turned every scar into a sword. This wasn't some distant, random hate. They didn't come for you as strangers. They came through the back door, through the very people who once held your secrets, through the memories that once brought you comfort, through the names you never thought you'd have to question. And that's what made it cruel. That's what made it calculated. They didn't want to just harm you. They wanted to unravel you, piece by piece, memory by memory, as if betrayal stings less when it comes with a smile. A snake in your garden is more dangerous than a lion in the wild because one pretends to be home. Imagine this, chosen one. You open your heart to someone, not knowing they're taking mental notes. You cry in front of them, not realizing they'll repeat your pain as gossip one day. You share your dreams, only for them to twist them into weapons. They didn't just cross the line, they studied you. They practiced your downfall like it was a script they planned to perform later. They recycled your lowest moments like evidence. They dusted off your trauma and framed it as instability. They twisted concern into control, and they called it love while they were poisoning the well. But what they didn't expect was for you to remember who you are in the middle of that storm. They didn't expect your past to become your power. They didn't expect your wounds to become wisdom. They didn't expect you to forgive yourself for the things they tried to use against you. They used your story as ammo. You used it as architecture. Every time they brought up your pain, they thought they were exposing you. But what they were really doing was confirming your resilience. You didn't flinch. You didn't fold. You faced it all, head on, and came out stronger than their lies and freer than their projections. They thought they had access. They thought they knew you well enough to destroy you from the inside out. But they forgot something that every chosen one learns in silence. Familiarity is not power, it's just access. And access without understanding is useless. You turned every betrayal into blueprint. You let your history educate, not enslave. And now, everything they tried to use to chain you is what you're using to build your next level. They thought being close gave them the advantage, but all it did was give you the exact map to never need them again. Number 7, it wasn't just gossip. It became a cult built to destroy you, and it imploded on itself. When lies become religion, the truth is blasphemy. This wasn't just gossip. This was a ritual, a daily obsession, a full-blown cult of character assassination. And you were the target, chosen, not because you did something wrong, but because your existence challenged everything they were pretending to be. At first, it looked like harmless shade, passive little comments, a just-between-us moment here and there. But the darkness had an appetite. It grew. The gossip turned to groupthink, and the groupthink turned to gospel. Suddenly, people who never shared a real moment with you were out here preaching about your character like they'd written your autobiography. People who once smiled in your face were now giving full sermons behind your back. Not because they knew you, but because your glow made their shadows louder. They didn't study you because they cared. They studied you because your peace was louder than their chaos. Imagine this, chosen one. You're living your life, healing in silence, making moves quietly. Meanwhile, they're hosting whole ceremonies around your name, twisting your silence into guilt, turning your independence into arrogance. They weren't just talking behind your back, they were worshipping their version of you. And the wild part? It was never about you. It was about what you represent. Your authenticity. It made their performance feel cheap. Your peace? It made their drama look childish. Your refusal to fold. It made their whole group look fragile. So what did they do? They turned you into a villain in a story they made up just to feel good about staying stuck. When people can't control your spirit, they try to control your story. They met up like congregants of chaos, passing around lies like offerings. Every rumor was a hymn, every insult an act of worship. The hate wasn't casual, it was sacred to them. Your downfall became their prayer point. But there's one problem with cults built on lies. They always eat themselves from the inside out. Eventually, the cracks showed. One person forgot the script. Another started questioning the narrative. And someone new came along, someone smart enough to ask, wait, what did they actually do? And silence followed. Because the truth was, there was no truth. Just projection, just pain, just petty people giving each other permission to stay small. You didn't have to fight it. You didn't need to defend your name. All you had to do was outlast their obsession, and you did. Now, they're standing in the ruins of their little religion, the altars broken. The stories don't match. And the same people who swore they knew the real you are now pretending they never said a word. That's the thing about fake unity. It always ends in collapse. And that's the thing about you, chosen one. You were never theirs to destroy. Number 8. They wasted years trying to stop you because they knew you were always the one. They sensed your power before you even knew you had it, and they tried to kill it before it could rise. This wasn't random. This wasn't a misunderstanding. You weren't just some accidental target in their petty little drama. No, chosen one, you were the mission from the beginning, long before you stepped into your voice, before you trusted your gifts, before you knew your worth. They knew. And that's exactly why they moved the way they did. They didn't attack you because you were weak. They attacked you because they could feel what you hadn't yet discovered. Your strength, your energy, even when silent, disturbed everything fake inside them. Even when you doubted yourself, they didn't. They knew, and that terrified them. The enemy never wastes energy on someone who isn't a threat. So they didn't just gossip for a season and move on. No, they studied you. They made a lifestyle out of hating you. Years went by, and they were still watching, still commenting, still scheming. They wrapped it in fake advice, called it concern, brushed it off as just being real. But the truth? It was control. It was fear. Because they knew. If you ever healed, if you ever stopped doubting yourself, if you ever saw yourself clearly, they would lose every bit of the power they never truly had. They couldn't risk that, so they tried to contain you, micromanage your worth, nitpick your every move, twist your pain into weakness, convince you to dim your light so they could feel more comfortable in their shadows. But here's what they didn't count on. While they were obsessing over your downfall, you were building your rise. You weren't breaking down, you were breaking through. All those lonely nights, training, all those tears, fuel, all that silence, growth. You were evolving in places they never even looked. And now, everything they feared is happening anyway. You did rise. You did heal. You did outgrow their cage. They spent years plotting and still lost because you were never theirs to stop. You were the storm they tried to contain with whispers. You were the fire they thought silence could smother. Now they're tired, bitter, confused, because despite everything, you're still here, not just surviving, thriving. And the truth that burns the most, they were right all along. You were the one. You still are. And now the whole world sees it. Number 9. Their failure was never a surprise. It was destined the moment they targeted you. The second they came for you, they sealed their own downfall. Not because you were untouchable, but because you were aligned with something they could never touch. Let's get something straight, Chosen One. Their collapse wasn't shocking, it wasn't random, and it sure wasn't some unexpected twist. It was written, stamped into the blueprint of your purpose before they ever whispered your name in jealousy. The moment they chose to plot against you, they unknowingly triggered a sequence of events that guaranteed their own destruction. You weren't just attacked, you were activated. They weren't fighting a person, they were fighting a force they didn't recognize. And that's what makes it tragic. They mistook your human flaws for weakness, never realizing that what moved through you had nothing to do with perfection and everything to do with power. Not the kind of power that shouts, but the kind of power that survives fire and walks out glowing. Imagine this. They're laughing in group chats, plotting your downfall like it's guaranteed. And behind the scenes, every lie, every betrayal, every coordinated attack was being used to build your throne. While they were setting traps, the universe was carving your name into legacy. They thought they were writing your ending, but they were just acting out your origin story. See, there's a certain irony to being the one. You have to be hated. You have to be lied on. You have to be tested in front of people who want you to break. Because only then does the truth reveal itself, not just to you, but to everyone watching. They didn't just fail, they fulfilled the prophecy. They were supposed to come, they were supposed to attack, they were supposed to betray. That was the test. That was the fire. That was the proof. And every chosen one must walk through that valley before they rise. They didn't destroy you, they delivered you to the next level. They thought they were winning when you were silent, when you were isolated, when you were doubting yourself. But what they didn't know was, that was the breaking open, that was the refining, that was the exact space where greatness forms. Now, you're untouchable. Not because you're loud, not because you're vengeful, but because you passed every trial they threw at you without becoming like them. And that's the part they can't handle. Their failure wasn't just inevitable, it was necessary. It was written, and it had nothing to do with luck. It had everything to do with who you were always meant to become. And now that moment has arrived. And no lie, no alliance, no whisper can stop what's already in motion. You were always the one, and now they know it too. Number 10, you survived what was meant to erase you, and now you're walking proof that they failed. They threw fire at you expecting ashes, but you came out made of steel, and that's what haunts them. Let's stop sugarcoating it, Chosen One. This wasn't just drama. It wasn't a rough patch or a falling out. This was war, deliberate psychological warfare designed not to just hurt you, but to erase you. From the inside out, they didn't just want your reputation destroyed. They wanted your reality distorted. They wanted you questioning everything, your worth, your sanity, your truth. And they didn't use obvious weapons. They used silence, doubt, gaslighting. They used people you trusted, memories you loved. They hit where it would cut deepest. This wasn't an attack on your image, it was a hit job on your identity. Imagine this. Waking up every day feeling like the ground under you could give out. Not because of anything you did, but because a circle of people decided your downfall was more satisfying than your success. They studied your soft spots, watched your breakdowns, memorized your traumas, not to help, but to weaponize. This was never random. It was surgical. It wasn't to hurt you once. It was to break you so slowly that by the time you collapsed, even you would question if it was all your fault. That's why your survival isn't ordinary. It's a statistical anomaly, because the kind of pressure they applied, it crushes most people. And not because those people are weak, but because no human soul is designed to carry that level of betrayal and manipulation without snapping. But you didn't just hold on. You transformed in the fire. You didn't need revenge. You didn't need to scream. You let your scars become scripture, and that's something no lie could erase. What they meant to kill you only confirmed what you were born to survive. They were sure you'd spiral, sure you'd disappear, sure you'd lose yourself in the confusion they orchestrated. But instead, you healed in silence. You cried, but you rose. You bled, but you kept walking. And now, you carry something they'll never understand. Earned resilience. Not the fake strength that posts online, the kind that forms in silence, in loneliness, in spiritual warfare. They look at you now and can't understand how you're still standing. But you're not just standing, you're rising. And your life is the loudest contradiction to every single word they spoke behind your back. You made it through what would have erased most people, and now you are the proof that they never had the power and you were always the one. Number 11. They thought you were on trial. Turns out you were the test they all failed. You were never the one being judged. You were the mirror, and they couldn't handle their own reflection. They really thought it was you under the microscope. That every move you made, every word you said, every scar you carried was being weighed and dissected by the universe. That you were the one being watched while they sat back as observers, critics, and self-appointed judges. But here's what they never saw coming. They were the ones being tested the whole time. You weren't the one on trial. You were the trial. You were the walking invitation to truth. Your presence demanded integrity. Your energy exposed intention. You didn't have to point fingers or make accusations. You simply existed. And that alone started peeling back the masks in the room. You were the flame that revealed what was real and what would melt. They weren't reacting to you. They were reacting to the parts of themselves they hoped no one would ever see. Imagine this, chosen one. You walk into a space calm, open, loving, and suddenly people who once smiled in your face start shifting, squirming, whispering, spinning stories. Why? Because your very presence started doing what years of truth never could. You were a silent detector for everything fake, and when you didn't crumble under pressure, when you didn't join their mess, when you stood still while the storm raged, the spotlight shifted off you and landed straight on them. They thought they were exposing you, but they ended up exposing themselves. You didn't provoke them, you revealed them. Their impatience surfaced when your peace didn't shake. Their manipulation cracked when you didn't react. Their cruelty got loud when your silence got louder. They assumed you were a threat because you did something wrong. But you weren't a threat. You were a measure, a divine ruler placed in their lives to reveal whether they'd choose growth or gossip, healing or hate. And guess what? They chose the latter. They attacked instead of self-reflecting. They judged instead of evolving. They competed instead of connecting. And in doing so, they failed a test they didn't even know they were taking. Now the universe has receipts, not of your wrongs, but of their choices. And the judgment they were so sure would fall on you, it's echoing back in their own lives, in their losses, in their shame, in their silence. You didn't just survive, Chosen One. You exposed the system. You lit up the dark corners of every hidden agenda, and now they're left face to face with what they are, because you were never the one being judged. You were the revelation. Number 12. Your peace is their punishment. Your existence is the reminder they can't erase. They thought ending your name would restore their power, but now every breath you take in peace is a sentence they serve in silence. Let's tell the truth, Chosen One. You don't even have to speak anymore. You don't have to drop names, respond to rumors, or try to explain the storm you walked through. Your survival is the statement. Your glow is the evidence. Your life is the loudest contradiction to every lie they ever told about you. They spent months, years even, trying to manufacture your downfall, strategizing slander, hosting secret group chats, twisting your truth into fiction just to validate the brokenness inside themselves. They tried to paint you as unstable, arrogant, fake, but what they never saw coming was what would happen if you lived through it, if you healed, if you found peace. They built a story around your ruin, and now your healing has burned the whole script. They didn't prepare for your evolution. They didn't plan for the version of you who stopped explaining, stopped defending, stopped shrinking just to keep the peace. And now, every step you take in joy, in alignment, in power, undoes everything they tried to build. You've become the walking reminder of what they did wrong, not because you're bitter, not because you're loud, but because you're still here. They needed you to fall. They needed the audience to believe them. But now, the same people they tried to convince are watching you shine and asking questions they can't answer. Every time your name comes up, they flinch. Every time you appear in a room they once dominated, the air changes. Every time you smile in peace, it screams, "You lost." And what really cuts deep? You're not even watching them. You're not chasing revenge. You're not posting receipts. You're just being. And that, right there, is the defeat they never prepared for. They came for your destruction and built a platform for your deliverance. They didn't just fail. They exhausted themselves, failing. And now they're stuck living under the shadow of your truth. Because when the dust settled, it wasn't shame that stayed on your name. It was clarity. They threw dirt. You grew roots. They created noise. You became peace. You weren't just a target. They thought you were disposable. But what they didn't know was that your story wasn't written in their language. Your foundation wasn't made of their opinions. It was built in silence, in restraint, in sacred alignment. Now your life silences the very voices that tried to end you. It breaks down every false alliance. It exposes every mask without a single word. And what they're left with is the echo of their own emptiness. Because no matter how loud they lied, truth outlived them all. So keep shining, Chosen One, not to prove anything, but because your existence is the verdict, and it's final. You won. And so, Chosen One, let this be the final truth they can't outrun. You didn't just survive their plan, you outlived their illusion. They built a lie, and your life shattered it without you lifting a finger. You are the walking proof that grace, silence, and purpose defeat even the loudest hate. Their obsession became their downfall. Your peace became your crown. If this message spoke to your soul, don't forget to like, subscribe, and drop 777 in the comments to confirm you're rising beyond it all. Share this with someone else who needs the reminder. You were always the one. The most dangerous person in any room is the one you can't control and can't confuse. Now imagine this for a moment, Chosen One. You're standing in a room full of smoke. Everyone's coughing, panicking, reaching for exits, but you're calm. Why? Because you see the fire's not real. It's just a fog machine. That's what your life became when you woke up to the tricks. The manipulation, the emotional guilt-tripping, the silent games. You saw the wires, the buttons, the illusion behind the drama. And when you didn't react, their whole act fell apart. That's why they're heated. Not because you did something wrong, but because you finally did something right. You stopped giving them power. Here's a fact. Psychological manipulation depends on response. No reaction, no fuel. Studies in emotional psychology show that people who refuse to engage in manipulative patterns cause the other person to spiral, because the game only works when you play. But you didn't play, did you? You sat still while they tried to provoke you. You smiled when they expected a breakdown. You grew quiet when they needed chaos. And that silence, that unbothered peace, it's not just powerful, it's offensive to them, because you're proof that their control is an illusion. And thank you, Chosen One, for making it this far. Don't forget to pay this message forward by simply pressing like and subscribe. Help spread this light to more souls. It's our mission now to awaken, to heal, to expose the games and uplift the ones who see clearly. You're not just watching this by chance. You're part of a force, a rising wave of clarity. You are the glitch in their matrix, and they can't handle it. Now back to the truth. You were never meant to be controlled. You were born with something they can't understand. Clarity, intuition, and an inner knowing that doesn't bend to sweet talk or threats. From the start, they thought you'd be easy to manipulate. Maybe you were quiet, empathic. Maybe you gave second chances. Maybe you forgave when they didn't deserve it. But what they missed, what they completely underestimated, is that you see energy, not just words. And once you felt that something was off, you didn't argue, you simply unplugged. That's the moment everything shifted. You didn't send paragraphs. You didn't explain yourself. You just stopped showing up for the performance, and that silence broke them. Because here's another truth. Manipulators fear people who don't explain, don't chase, and don't engage. You're that fear in human form now. You became unpredictable, and to someone who feeds off control, your peace is chaos. They're heated, yes, but it's not just anger, it's fear. Fear that their mask no longer works. Fear that their charm holds no weight. Fear that someone finally saw the little insecure child behind all that ego. And now they're scrambling, trying to find new ways to get your attention, to pull you back in, to remind themselves they still matter. But every time you don't react, every time you keep walking without looking back, the universe screams louder. This one cannot be moved. They're telling stories now, making up versions of you to feel better about the version they can no longer reach. But the truth? Their voice is cracking, their lies are showing, because you weren't dramatic, you were done. And when a chosen one is done, it's not an announcement. It's an energetic shift. So remember this. You broke the cycle without shouting. You ended the game without playing. And now you're the villain in every manipulator's fairy tale. Let them talk. Let them sweat. Let them malfunction. Because the moment they realized their manipulation had no effect on you, that's the moment you became unforgettable. Stay right here. This message is about to go even deeper, and by the end of it, you'll know exactly why they're pressed, paranoid, and powerless in your presence. So before we break it down step by step, I need you to do something bold, chosen one. If you know deep in your soul that your silence, your clarity, your refusal to play the manipulation game is the reason they're spiraling, Then drop the number 777 in the comments right now. Not just as a sign that you're awake, but as a message to every soul out there who's been gaslit, guilt-tripped, and underestimated. And if you feel called, show love to the team behind this message with a super thanks, because exposing the truth, staying consistent, and delivering real energy like this, it takes time, strength, and a mission bigger than ego. Whether it's a cent or more, your support fuels this light. And now, let's get into the real reason they're so heated, step by step, layer by layer. If you're a true chosen one, you won't just watch. You'll feel every word pulling you deeper. Let's begin. Number 1. They tried to trap you in the fog, but you walked out with the truth and burned their script. The moment you stopped asking for their version of the truth was the moment they lost control of the story. They're not mad because you hurt them. They're mad because you saw them, fully, clearly, and you didn't flinch. That's what burns the most. You didn't scream. You didn't fight for understanding. You just stepped back, tilted your head, and said, "You think I don't see you, don't you?" That one moment, your clarity, ripped the mask off the performance they'd spent years perfecting. See, most people get emotionally tangled in the web. Manipulators don't attack you with fists, they attack with fog, with confusion, with just enough guilt, charm, and contradiction to make you question your own reality. They don't need to overpower you, they just need to mislead you. But you, chosen one, you didn't just escape the maze, you set fire to the blueprints. You didn't ask for their side of the story, you looked at the facts. You asked real questions they couldn't answer. You noticed when their words were smooth, but their energy was crooked. You caught them rehearsing feelings they didn't have. And once you did, they couldn't breathe in your presence anymore. Now they're heated, and let me tell you why. Because you've become the one thing every manipulator fears, a mirror they can't crack. You didn't just survive the manipulation, you outgrew it. You stopped needing their approval, stopped seeking closure, stopped reacting when they baited you, and when you refused to chase the truth in their chaos. They realized you'd built your own clarity without them. You didn't take the bait. You took your power back. And here's what most people don't get. A manipulator only exists in the space between your doubts. That's where they work. That's where they twist. But you sealed up that space with awareness, with calm, with boundaries so firm they had nowhere to slip in. Let's make this brutally clear. Their entire identity was built on being able to twist your perception, and now they've lost the only power they ever had: confusion. You didn't get lost in their noise. You listened deeper. You stopped falling for the emotion in their voice and started asking why their words never matched their patterns. You didn't try to understand anymore. You observed. And that observation, that stillness, that shattered them. Because here's the truth they'll never say out loud. Manipulators aren't strong. They're strategic. They don't win through honesty. They win through distraction. So when you stopped playing along, they didn't just lose you. They lost control. Let me ask you something, chosen one. Have you ever watched someone change their entire story in real time the moment they realize you're not buying it? Have you seen the panic behind their calm, the twitch behind their smile? That's what happens when a manipulator realizes they can't rewrite the script anymore because you've already memorized the truth. You've become immune to their fog. You no longer take words at face value. You measure actions. You read patterns. You look for what's missing, not just what's being said. And that level of perception, that mental strength, that's a kind of freedom they'll never know. Now, let me give you a visual, chosen one. They were counting on you walking through their funhouse mirror of lies, getting dizzy, losing direction, and asking them how to get out. But instead, you stood still, took one step back, and realized it was all smoke and reflection. You didn't scream, you just smashed the mirror and walked straight through. You didn't react, you redirected, and every time you didn't respond to the guilt trip, every time you didn't explain yourself to their false accusations, every time you didn't chase the closure they weaponized, you proved something they hate. Clarity beats confusion every single time. Let's go even deeper. You didn't just break free, you rewrote the whole narrative. You stopped being the crazy one, the emotional one, the too sensitive one, and now you're the one that every manipulator warns others about. Not because you're dangerous, but because you know better now. Because you won't be fooled again. You don't argue anymore, you observe. You don't fight for your spot, you know your worth. And when someone tries to play mental gymnastics, you don't jump in the ring, you walk out of the stadium. That's why they're heated. You turn their mind games into a solo performance, and without an audience, their whole act collapses. You've become what they fear, unbothered, untouchable, unavailable. They can't stand the fact that you sleep peacefully while they rehearse fake arguments in the mirror. They can't handle that you're thriving while their mask is slipping. And the deeper truth? They're not just angry at you. They're ashamed of themselves because they know you saw the real them and left anyway. So let them rage, let them talk, let them throw dirt on your name to clean the mud off their own. You don't need to fight it, you already won. Because you didn't just survive their manipulation, you exposed it. And they'll never forget that. Stay sharp, chosen one. The fog is clearing, and you're the light they never prepared for. Number 2. They can't hijack what you've locked down. Your emotional discipline is their worst nightmare. You don't destroy a manipulator by yelling. You destroy them by staying silent while they self-destruct. Imagine this, chosen one. They light a match and throw it at your feet, waiting for you to panic, waiting for you to scream, dance in the flames, or run wild trying to put the fire out. But instead, you just stare at it. You let the flame burn out on its own, because you know it was never big enough to threaten your peace. That's what emotional discipline looks like, and that's why they're shaking. You didn't react, you didn't scream, you didn't fight the way they expected. You kept your cool, you breathed through the trigger. And that, right there, that's what's got them heated. Because they don't know how to function without your chaos. Let's get this straight. Manipulators don't fear confrontation, they fear control. Your control over your words, over your reactions, over your emotions. The one who controls the emotion controls the energy, and the one who controls the energy controls the room. That's you now, and they hate that, because you no longer hand over your energy on demand. They tried everything, those passive-aggressive jokes, the guilt trips disguised as concern, the sudden silence, the dramatic outbursts, all of it carefully timed and crafted to shake your emotional foundation. Because if they could get a rise out of you, they could twist your words, blur your logic, and make you doubt your sanity. But you flipped the entire script by not giving them what they wanted. You didn't shrink. You centered, you didn't explode, you observed. And that, chosen one, is the equivalent of emotional warfare to a manipulator, because they've lost access to the one weapon they thought they could always count on, your reaction. When they can no longer pull your strings, they start saying you're heartless. But don't be fooled. What they're really saying is, I miss the version of you I could manipulate. They'll try to flip the narrative. You've changed. You're cold now. You don't care. But none of that is true. What's true is this. You finally stopped offering your heart to people who only came to play with it. They don't understand that discipline doesn't mean you don't feel. It means you feel everything, but you don't perform for it. You feel the anger, but you don't throw dishes. You feel the hurt, but you don't beg for closure. You feel the betrayal, but you don't make a scene. You just sit in your awareness and watch them expose themselves, trying to get a reaction. Imagine being a burglar who breaks into a house and finds nothing to steal. That's what it feels like for them now. They keep trying to trigger the old version of you, the one that used to cry, scream, over-explain, apologize for things you didn't do. But that version? Gone. Dead and buried under all the lessons you finally learned the hard way. And what replaced it? An unshakable wall of self-control. They keep pushing, you keep watching. They keep acting, you keep breathing. Your silence isn't weakness. It's evidence that you no longer need to scream to be powerful. That's what they don't get. They were counting on the old you, the one who couldn't sleep if someone was mad at you, the one who would lose peace trying to prove your intention. But this version of you, you sleep just fine, knowing that truth doesn't need a defense. Here's a question you might ask yourself. But does staying calm mean I'm letting them get away with it? No, chosen one. Staying calm means you're not giving them another moment of your emotional labor. It means you've retired from the game they thought they could keep playing forever. And now they're scrambling, not because you said something, but because you didn't. They feed off attention, whether it's love or rage. They don't care which one, as long as it gives them center stage. But you stole the spotlight back by doing the most unexpected thing. Nothing. You're not unreachable. You're just untouchable now. Because emotional discipline is not numbness, it's wisdom. It's power. It's knowing that not every battle deserves your energy, and that not every person deserves an answer. They can't twist your emotions if you don't hand them the steering wheel. You've learned to pause before responding. You've learned to breathe before believing. You've learned that not every attack is worth a reaction, and that silence can be a louder message than any argument. Let me give you one last metaphor to drive it home. Imagine you're a boxer. The crowd's loud, the punches are coming, but instead of swinging wildly, you study your opponent. You let them throw everything they've got, and when they get tired, you land one clean hit and walk away. That's what you've done emotionally. You didn't panic. You strategized. You endured. And now, they're exhausted, because fighting someone who won't swing back is the fastest way to burn yourself out. They're not angry at your detachment. They're terrified by your control, because it reminds them of everything they don't have: self-respect, clarity, discipline, peace. And now, chosen one, you've become the emotional wall they can't climb, the calm they can't corrupt, the mirror they can't lie to. You didn't just shut the door on them. You locked it with awareness, bricked it with discipline, and sealed it with silence. That's why they're heated, because emotional chaos was their playground, and you just took away the keys. Number 3. You walked away from the table, so they starved without control. The moment you stopped needing their acceptance, they lost their grip on your obedience. They never expected you to actually leave. They thought you'd keep quiet to keep your place, that you'd trade authenticity for approval, that you'd shrink a little more each day just to keep a seat at their rigged table. But you didn't. You stood up, took your voice with you, and walked out. And that moment, that's when their manipulation turned to madness. Imagine this, chosen one. A puppet show with no strings attached. The puppet walks off stage. The puppeteer panics. The audience gasps. That's what happened when you stopped needing to belong in a system that required your silence. You weren't defiant. You were done, and they never saw it coming. Most people stay because the room offers the illusion of peace. Keep your head down, they're told. Be agreeable. But that peace, it's not peace. It's emotional blackmail wrapped in applause. If being included requires betrayal of self, it's not inclusion, it's submission. But you chose something stronger. Freedom. Freedom from fake smiles, from forced conversations, from being liked for who you're not instead of loved for who you are. Let's be real. Manipulators use belonging as bait. They dress control up as community, acceptance as a performance, and rejection as punishment. But you broke the system the second you said, "Keep your applause. I'm keeping my soul." You stopped playing the part, and that's when their power collapsed. You're not desperate for group hugs anymore. You don't need validation from people who never saw you clearly. And that kind of independence, it's terrifying to them, because they know they can't bribe you back with compliments, fake praise, or empty inclusion. You've already seen the price tag, and it costs too much, your truth. Here's what eats them alive. You were supposed to beg to stay. You were supposed to fight for their acceptance. But instead, you walked out, smiling. You didn't just leave the room. You exposed it. And now, they're whispering, making up reasons for your exit, calling you difficult, cold, arrogant. But the truth is, they're just angry they couldn't keep you small. Once you stop auditioning for rooms that don't deserve you, your spirit expands. So let them talk. Let them call it isolation. You know it as liberation. You didn't lose a seat. You declined the invitation. And now they're choking on their own approval game. Number 4, they can't run the game. When you've memorized the script. They didn't go silent because you were wrong. They went silent because you were right too early. They hate how fast you see it now. They hate that you don't need proof to trust your gut. They hate that you don't wait until the betrayal hits, the lie explodes, or the tears fall. You already know. Before they even press play, you've already spotted the plot twist, decoded the fake apology, and predicted the ending. And that makes you lethal to their control, their manipulation, their whole performance. Imagine this, chosen one. Someone hands you a drink, smiling, friendly, but you've smelled that poison before. You recognize the scent. You watch how they hold the glass, how their eyes twitch just a little too long, how their words are just a beat too rehearsed. So you don't drink. They smile harder, a little more desperate now, but you just set the glass down, thank them for the offer, and walk away. That's what you do now, with people, with energy, with patterns. You're not reactive, you're preemptive. You don't wait for the impact. You spot the wind before the storm. You've seen the cycle too many times, the charm, the closeness, the contradiction, the confusion, the crash, and the gaslighting at the end. Not anymore. Experience is your radar, and once you've survived enough storms, you don't wait for thunder to trust the clouds. They can't exploit you because they can't catch you sleeping anymore. You've trained your intuition like a weapon. You read pauses like paragraphs. You spot tone shifts like red lights. One flicker in their energy and you already know what's coming. And that awareness, that scares them. They call you paranoid now. Too guarded, too intense. But really, what they're saying is, I can't get away with anything around you, because now you listen to your gut louder than their words. You walk into every situation with eyes wide open and ears tuned to frequency, not flattery. They wanted you to be naive again, to play dumb, to ignore the smoke and wait for the explosion. But you don't live in hope anymore. You live in truth. And truth, for manipulators, is pure poison. When they realize you don't need to see the fire to know there's smoke, the game ends before it begins. That's why they're scared. You won't let them finish the first act. You've already seen how it ends. And this time, you're not playing the fool. You're the one pulling the curtain down. Number 5, they couldn't buy you, bend you, or break you, so now they call you the problem. When your soul's not for sale, the manipulators leave empty-handed and exposed. They came to trade, attention for silence, praise for compliance, fake loyalty for your obedience, but when they realized none of it moved you, that's when the panic set in. They can't stand the fact that you live by something they can't manipulate. Integrity, real, raw, untouchable truth. Not situational, not performative. And that ruins everything for them. See, manipulators don't just use threats. They use shiny offers. Be quiet and I'll protect you. Play along and I'll open doors for you. Don't speak up and I'll make sure you're accepted. But your silence can't be bought, your yes can't be negotiated, and your values, non-refundable. Imagine this, chosen one. You walk into a room full of merchants trying to sell influence, favor, and fake friendship. But instead of shopping, you build a wall and put up a sign, not for sale. They circle you. They try discounts, pressure, guilt, and when none of it works, they call you cold, proud, uncooperative. But what they're really saying is, I can't move this one. I can't break them down like I did the others. They assumed you had a price. Everyone does, right? Wrong. You're not driven by desperation. You've walked away from more than most people beg for because peace matters more than position. And what they'll never understand is, you're not hard to work with, you're just not easy to manipulate. You've been through the fire. You know what it costs to betray yourself, and you're not paying that price again. You've played along before, smiled through discomfort, nodded through lies, said yes when your whole body screamed no, and the regret that followed, it built a version of you that refuses to bend. Now, they hate you for the same thing they once admired, your unshakable clarity. They can't hold anything over your head, not approval, not secrets, not promises, because you've detached from everything that requires self-betrayal to keep. So they get loud. They label you difficult. But you know better. Difficult just means you have a backbone they couldn't twist. That's why they're fuming, because the one thing they needed to exploit you, flexibility in your truth, is the one thing you'll never give. They're not mad you walked away. They're mad you didn't hesitate, and now they'll never get that power back. Number 6. You said no and meant it. That's why they're spiraling. Manipulators don't break when you say no. They break when you stop explaining why. There was a time when you handed out explanations like candy, thinking if you just made them understand, they'd back off. You'd write out your reasons in emotional paragraphs. You'd soften your no with maybe next time or I just feel bad. But all that kindness, they weaponized it. They turned your clarity into confusion, your guilt into leverage, your empathy into entry points, but not anymore. Now your no comes clean, no fluff, no performance, no emotional discount for people who already knew what they were doing. And that makes them furious. Imagine this, chosen one. They knock on your door like they used to, expecting the same welcome mat, the same warm conversation, the same doorway back into your energy. But when the door doesn't open, and more importantly, when it doesn't come with an apology or excuse, they don't know what to do with themselves. Because manipulators don't fear rejection, they fear indifference, a quiet, grounded no with no emotional strings. That's a dead end they can't rewire. The longer your explanation, the more rope you hand them to hang your peace with. You've stopped playing defense. You've stopped asking permission to protect yourself. And it's driving them mad. They're scanning your silence for loopholes, waiting for you to blink. Because every no used to be a negotiation. Now it's a sentence, a boundary, a wall with no handles. They try the usual tricks: guilt, shame, twisting your words. You used to care. You're not the same. You've changed. But they're not wrong. You have changed. You don't explain yourself to people who made a career out of misunderstanding you. Respect doesn't ask for reasons. Control always does. And now, you don't give energy to people who ask questions just to argue with the answer. That's what's burning them. Because when you stop explaining yourself, they lose access. And when manipulators lose access, they lose control. You didn't slam the door. You just removed the hinges. No speech, no drama, no warning, just stillness so solid they finally had to sit in their own emptiness. That's the sound of your power returning. And that silence, it speaks louder than anything you ever said. Number 7. They wanted worshippers, but you showed up with X-ray vision. They wear masks. You see spirits. That's why you were never meant to follow them. You were sent to expose them. They don't fear exposure by evidence. They fear exposure by energy, because most people still fall for the surface, the script, the tears, the role, the sob story, the spiritual quotes, the carefully filtered leadership image. But you've got a different kind of vision. You don't just look, you read. You don't just hear, you feel. And that kind of perception, it wrecks their whole performance before the show even starts. Imagine this, chosen one. Everyone's clapping for the actor on stage. The lights are perfect, the words are rehearsed. The crowd is hypnotized, but you're in the back, silent, watching. Not the words, but the vibration behind them. You don't buy the act. You don't need the curtains to fall to know it's fake. You already felt the emptiness behind the applause. That's what your presence does. You don't confront with noise, you confront with knowing. And that knowing is devastating. They lied with words, but their energy confessed before their mouth even opened. That's what burns them. They're used to blind followers, people who follow popularity, charisma, or pity plays, people who confuse performance with power. But you don't follow what's loud, you follow what's real. If the alignment's off, you're gone. No debate, no drama, no explaining, just gone. And that's terrifying to them, because they built their kingdom on illusion, and you walk in like truth with legs. You don't need them to mess up to see it's wrong. You don't need a scandal to walk away. You trusted your gut long before the evidence ever showed up. And that trust, that inner clarity, that's a kind of strength they can't mimic. Real leaders don't need followers. They create other leaders. Manipulators do the opposite. That's why they fear you. You're not moved by charm. You're not impressed by status. You're not seduced by sob stories wrapped in control. You know energy. You know patterns. You don't ask, are they good? You ask, does this feel clean? And when it doesn't, you disappear. No apology, no explanation, just spiritual silence so powerful it cracks their mask from the inside. They wanted admiration. You gave them awareness, and that awareness, it ended the illusion the moment you entered the room. Number 8, you didn't fall for the compliment, so their whole plan fell apart. When you already know your worth, sweet words taste like manipulation. They didn't come at you with insults. They came at you with smiles, compliments that dripped with sugar, praise that felt a little too perfect, admiration that seemed a bit too early, too loud, too rehearsed. They weren't trying to love you. They were trying to lower your guard. Because here's the game, chosen one. Manipulators don't always attack with cruelty. Sometimes they lead with charm. And charm, when it comes too fast, too thick, and too soon, is often the quietest kind of threat. They weren't clapping for you because they meant it. They were clapping to distract you long enough to put a leash around your self-esteem. But it didn't work on you. Why? Because you weren't thirsty. You weren't standing there hoping someone would finally tell you you're special. You already knew. And when someone tries to hand praise to a person who's already full, the transaction fails. Real confidence isn't fed by compliments. It's protected from them. You didn't melt. You didn't chase. You didn't suddenly become loyal because someone called you rare, powerful, or chosen. You heard the tone. You felt the shift. You asked yourself, why now? Why this kind of praise? And what do they want in return? Because you've been here before. You've seen how flattery flips into control. You've watched people clap one moment, then criticize the next, right after you said no. You've seen how false support quickly becomes emotional blackmail when you stop being agreeable. So now, you don't let compliments blind you. You measure them. You test them. You ask yourself if the person behind them could handle your boundaries, or if they only like you when they can bend you. And when you saw the truth behind their sugar-coated strategy, you didn't get angry. You just stayed solid, still, unmoved. That's what crushed them. They were used to people folding under flattery. But you didn't get soft. You got sharper. They realized they couldn't bait you with admiration because you weren't trying to be admired. You were walking in self-respect, not performance. When you stop needing to be impressed, manipulators lose their grip, because without your awe, their charm becomes useless. You didn't fall for it, and that's why they're furious. You saw the trap before the praise finished leaving their lips, and in that moment, they knew they could never lead someone like you. Number 9. You didn't burn their mask, you just refused to applaud, and it all fell apart. You didn't expose them with your mouth, you exposed them with your silence. They wanted admiration, not eyes that could see. They wanted applause, not awareness. But when they stepped onto the stage, expecting another easy audience, you just sat there, still, unimpressed. And that was enough to unravel everything they spent years pretending to be. Because here's the truth, chosen one. Their influence was never real. It was a carefully glued-together illusion, built on charm, fear, guilt, fake authority, and emotional intimidation. They don't lead from substance, they lead from image. And when someone stops buying the image, their power doesn't just weaken, it disintegrates. Influence without truth is just control dressed in charisma. You didn't confront them, you didn't drag them, you didn't shout. You just stopped nodding. And when you did, people noticed. Because the moment someone others admire suddenly steps away with no hate, no drama, no gossip, just quiet distance, it forces the room to think. Why didn't she follow them? Why isn't he impressed? What does she see that we're missing? That's the danger of your clarity. You didn't expose them with a speech. You exposed them by being the only one who wouldn't clap for the show. And in a world addicted to performance, stillness is rebellion. Imagine this. Everyone's at the parade, cheering. The leader walks by in royal robes until one person whispers, "They're not wearing anything," and suddenly the crowd blinks. That's you, that whisper, that mirror. You didn't try to destroy their influence. You just stopped pretending it was real. That's what they'll never forgive you for. Not the leaving, not the silence, but the fact that you became proof. Proof that their power only worked on those who didn't look too closely. Proof that someone could walk away untouched. Proof that fear only works if you feed it. The illusion of power can't survive one awakened witness. And you didn't just wake up. You walked away so gracefully it made others question what they were still clapping for. Now they scramble harder, they talk louder, they praise themselves more. Because without your silent agreement, their mask keeps slipping, and everyone is starting to notice. You didn't bring the house down, you just stopped holding it up, and the whole thing started to collapse. Number 10. You don't carry their shame anymore, so their power over you crumbled. The moment you stopped apologizing for protecting yourself, you became untouchable to manipulators. They don't miss your kindness. They miss how they used to control it. They miss how one well-placed sigh, one guilt-laced sentence, one passive-aggressive tone could make you fold. They miss how you used to say yes just to avoid the weight of their disappointment. But those days are done. You've upgraded. And now, guilt bounces off your boundaries like bullets off armor. They used to twist your empathy like a rope around your own neck. They told you that choosing yourself was selfish, that silence was cruelty, that rest was laziness, that no was rebellion. But what they were really saying was, I need you to feel bad so I can keep benefiting from your self-abandonment. And for a while, it worked. You overextended. You said yes with a heavy heart. You swallowed your truth to keep the peace, because they dressed manipulation in morality. They didn't come as villains. They came cloaked in concern. If you loved me, you'd do this. I thought you were different. You're not being kind. No, you were being used. But now, chosen one, you see the trick. And more importantly, you feel the difference. You've learned that genuine love doesn't demand self-erasure, that real connection doesn't require submission, and that peace built on silence is just control in disguise. They didn't respect your kindness. They expected your obedience. You've stopped performing. You've stopped carrying emotional weight that doesn't belong to you. You no longer bend because someone throws a tantrum when you set a boundary. You don't explain rest. You don't apologize for space. You don't debate your no like it's negotiable. And that, right there, is what makes them spiral. They've lost access to their favorite weapon, guilt. Because once guilt can't move you, they lose every handle they had. Now they call you selfish, cold, changed. But that's just their way of saying, I can't use you anymore. Imagine this. They spent years training you to prioritize their comfort. But the day you said, I deserve to be comfortable too, their whole control system glitched. You didn't become heartless. You became honest. You didn't stop loving people. You stopped abandoning yourself to do it. And once you stop betraying your soul for approval, there's nothing left for them to weaponize. That's why they're crumbling. Because you finally realized your peace is sacred, and guilt isn't the price for keeping it. Number 11. They can't control you anymore because you'd rather be real than be liked. The day you chose inner peace over fake harmony, they lost their power and you found your freedom. They never feared your anger. They feared your truth. Because as long as you kept swallowing it to keep the room calm, they were winning. As long as you kept smiling through discomfort, nodding through manipulation, and apologizing just to keep things smooth, they had control. But the moment you said, "No more, I'm not betraying myself to protect their comfort," everything changed. They don't fear conflict. They fear the version of you that's finally done avoiding it. Manipulators don't thrive in chaos. They thrive in the illusion of peace. The silence after the lie, the polite agreement after the gaslight, the fake smile after the boundary violation. That's their playground, but you're not playing anymore. There was a time you'd rather be liked than be aligned. You'd go along just to avoid the tension, but all that peace came with a price, you. And once you saw that the cost of being agreeable was your identity, your voice, your soul, you stopped paying. Imagine this, chosen one. You're in a room where the energy is thick with pretense. You know what's being said isn't real. What's being praised isn't pure. What's being tolerated is manipulation dressed as keeping the peace. Now imagine the moment you speak, calmly, clearly, and truthfully. You don't raise your voice, you raise the standard. And in that still moment, everything shifts. That's the power you've stepped into. You're no longer scared of discomfort because living in denial was the real suffering. They're scared of you now because they can't use silence as a leash. They can't use guilt as a leash. They can't use being nice as a muzzle. You're not apologizing for needing space. You're not shrinking because someone frowns. You're not tiptoeing around tension to avoid the label difficult. You are centered, grounded, and done with emotional submission. That makes you dangerous to their control, to their manipulation, and to the system they built on your silence. Peace that requires self-erasure isn't peace. It's quiet slavery. And you don't do slavery anymore. You do freedom. You do truth. And you do you, fully, loudly, unapologetically. That's not rebellion. That's your healing, and it's shaking their entire foundation. Number 12. You didn't just raise the standard. You became the standard, and that's why they can't touch you now. When the only way to access you is truth, liars lose their power and manipulators lose their mind. They don't hate your boundaries, they hate what your boundaries reveal about them. Because now that you've made honesty the only currency that holds weight, they realize they're broke. Spiritually, emotionally, energetically bankrupt. And worse, they know it. You didn't scream. You didn't beg. You simply stopped negotiating with masks. And that subtle shift flipped their whole strategy upside down. They used to run the game by staying just honest enough to keep you hopeful, just present enough to keep you guessing, just wounded enough to make you feel guilty. But now you've drawn a line not with your words, but with your energy. It says, if you want to stand beside me, you have to show up as the real you, not the role you've rehearsed. You became unavailable to everything that required you to shrink, so they called you difficult, when really you just became whole. Manipulators thrive in the gray area. Half-truths, selective memory, emotional baiting. But you require clarity now. They can't twist stories and still be believed. They can't perform remorse and still be forgiven. They can't show up with ego and expect access to your soul. They used to count on your confusion to keep the upper hand. But now, you're not confused. You're clear. Clear about your worth. Clear about your values. Clear about the fact that being nice doesn't mean being available for dysfunction. Imagine this, chosen one. You're a locked door now, but not just locked, keyless. And the only thing that can open it is truth. No charm, no pity, no noise, just truth. That's a price most manipulators refuse to pay because they've built their entire identity around avoiding it. To stay in your life now, they'd have to become someone they've never dared to be. Honest, grounded, real, and that terrifies them more than losing you ever could. That's why they ghost. That's why they twist the narrative. That's why they call you too much, changed, cold. Because the mirror you hold up doesn't flatter them, it exposes them. They hate that you no longer react, that you don't argue, explain, or chase. They're used to power through chaos, but you've made chaos expensive. They can't afford to keep pretending around someone who sees through the performance before the first act even starts. You didn't demand perfection. You simply made integrity the price of admission. And for manipulators, that's too high. So they walk, angry, bitter, and bruised, not because you hurt them, but because they couldn't fool you. Let that sink in. You didn't close the door. You became the door. A door only truth can open. And that's why they're heated. Because you've evolved into someone they can't reach without first facing everything they've spent a lifetime avoiding. They thought your softness meant weakness until you made silence your sword and truth your gatekeeper. You didn't just survive the manipulation, you outgrew the entire system it required. You didn't become harder, you became clearer. And now you're untouchable, not because you're cold, but because you're whole. So if they whisper, let them. If they retreat, let them. If they burn in the heat of your clarity, let them burn. Because the fire that consumes their illusion is the same fire that forged your freedom. And so, chosen one, now you understand why they're so heated. Because every time you chose truth over comfort, clarity over chaos, and self-respect over control, you shattered their illusion. You didn't just reject manipulation. You evolved beyond it. Let that remind you, their discomfort is proof of your growth. Keep standing firm in your power because you've already won. If this message lit a fire in your soul, drop the number 777 in the comments to confirm you're wide awake. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this with someone else who needs to hear it. Let's spread this clarity, one truth at a time. They thought they could measure your worth with their eyes until your energy exposed their soul. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. You walk into a room and everything shifts. Not because you say a word, not because you demand attention, but because your presence carries a weight they can't explain. And yet they look at your life, your quiet strength, your silent victories, and they assume it's all luck. They think, how could someone like you be favored by the universe? How could someone so calm, so humble, hold such power? But here's a fact that most people miss. The universe doesn't crown the loudest. It chooses the most aligned. And when you're aligned, even in silence, the energy around you speaks volumes. That's what they didn't see. That's what they tried to challenge. They underestimated your rank in the unseen, and that was their biggest mistake. And thank you, Chosen One. Don't forget to pay this message forward by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this truth to more souls. It's not just a click, it's part of the mission. You are the part of a force, a light, a movement. Thank you for showing up today. Let's continue. Now, back to the ones who tested you. Someone in your orbit made a serious miscalculation. They observed your peace and mistook it for weakness. They saw your grace and thought it meant you were unaware. They assumed your silence meant absence, not wisdom. But they weren't ready for what followed. They didn't know that every test they threw at you activated forces they didn't even believe in. See, when you're chosen, you don't fight battles like everyone else. You don't shout. You don't swing. You don't need to. Because the very fabric of the universe bends around the spiritually ranked, and your ranking was never up for debate, only hidden from their eyes. They smiled in your face, pretended to cheer for you, but underneath, they were running calculations, comparing, competing, and when that wasn't enough, they decided to interfere, not in the open, but in secret, behind closed doors, behind fake support, behind envious glances. They tried to move against you, but not in ways you could see. They played in subtle fields, in shadows, in energy. They may have whispered lies, planted doubts, tried to pull you down in ways that could never be traced back to them. But what they didn't understand is this. The universe sees energy, not words. It weighs intent, not appearances. So the moment they moved with envy in their heart, the universe responded, not to what they did, but to who you are. And you're not just protected, you're ranked. You're backed by unseen laws that don't bend to petty minds. See, spiritual rank isn't something you brag about. It's something you carry, quietly, powerfully. Like a lion doesn't roar to prove it's king. It only roars when necessary, and when it does, the jungle listens. So when they tested you, they weren't just testing your patience. They were testing the natural order, and nature doesn't forgive imbalance. Let them watch now. Let them realize. Every attempt to harm you has only revealed your elevation. Every whisper behind your back became a trumpet for your truth. You were chosen long before they tried to compete, ranked long before they tried to pretend, protected long before they thought of their attack. And now, the fallout isn't just spiritual, it's energetic, emotional, and in some cases, it's physical. Because energy never lies, and when someone touches a force they don't understand, that force answers back. This is why they're confused now, why they're losing sleep while you rest in peace, why things are falling apart for them while new doors are opening for you. The universe is rebalancing, and your presence alone is shifting the scales. So remember this, chosen one. They were unaware of your spiritual rank until they tested it. But now they're learning. And you just keep rising. So chosen one, if this message is pulling at something deep inside you, it's not by accident. That's your inner power responding to truth, because your spiritual rank was never meant to stay hidden. Drop a comment below with the number 777 if you're ready to walk in that truth fully. And if this message speaks to your soul, fuel this mission with a gift of any kind, your energy, your comment, your support. Because it's your belief that helps this light reach others like you. Whether it's a cent or a share, it echoes louder than you think. And now, let's go deeper, step by step. And believe me, if you're truly chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay until the end. Let's begin. Number 1. You didn't wake the human, you provoked the force within. You didn't just pick a fight with a person. You triggered a storm that's been waiting generations to rise. They thought you were soft, simple, someone they could twist, push, sabotage behind the scenes without consequence. They thought they were slick, clever, moving in silence, not realizing they just sounded an alarm across a realm they can't even comprehend. Chosen one, you didn't ask for this war, but once they moved against your energy, the rules changed. The universe responded. Let this sink in. The moment they tried to manipulate your path, block your blessings, distort your frequency, they didn't just go up against you. They entered a dimension where truth cannot be faked, power cannot be imitated, and spiritual rank is the only currency that counts. They stumbled into territory where masks are torn off and hidden motives get exposed by the light they never saw coming. They thought you were alone, but you are backed by generations of resilience. Every attack sent your way awakened layers of power even you hadn't fully accessed yet. That's the irony. In trying to weaken you, they became the very reason you activated. Their betrayal, their interference. It cracked the shell, shook the ground, and let the true version of you rise through the rubble. Picture this: a volcano lying dormant beneath a quiet landscape. No smoke, no warning. But deep beneath the surface, pressure builds. And then the fool comes poking around, disturbing what should have been left untouched. That's what they did. They kicked the ground under your feet, thinking they were scratching dirt. They didn't know they were standing over fire. They tried to drag you into conflict, thinking you'd panic. They were ready for arguments, back and forth games, maybe even a breakdown. But instead, you went quiet. And that silence, that's what scared them most. Because deep down, something in their spirit realized this wasn't a game anymore. You didn't retaliate, you activated. The spiritual rank you carry isn't printed on your forehead. It's embedded in your presence. It doesn't scream, it echoes. And when tampered with, it sends out waves that disturb the very energy around those who dare to interfere. And maybe now they're feeling it. The confusion, the sudden weight in the air, the opportunities slipping from their fingers. The tension they can't explain, the chaos they planted now growing in their garden. Here's what they never understood. When someone touches a chosen one with impure hands, they aren't just interfering with a person's life. They're interfering with a purpose. And the universe doesn't play when it comes to purpose. You weren't placed here randomly. You carry weight. You carry design. And when they tamper with that design, the balance corrects itself, but not softly. They asked for a storm they can't walk through. You may ask, why me? Why do they target me? Because your light exposes what they pretend to be. Because your calm threatens their control. Because your energy feels like a mirror that shows them who they're not. But most of all, because they sensed your spiritual rank before you even fully knew it yourself. They sensed it in the way people listen when you speak. They sensed it in the way you bounce back from things that should have destroyed you. They sensed it in the way life seems to rearrange itself to protect you from hidden danger. And instead of being inspired, they got triggered. Instead of growing, they got envious. Instead of rising, they plotted. They didn't realize, when they stepped into that spiritual realm to mess with your path, they weren't just playing with energy. They were signing an invisible contract with consequences. They were activating laws that don't ask for proof. These laws know. So now they're being dealt with, not by you, but by the force that walks with you. Every ancestor who overcame attacks like this, every universal protection assigned to your name, every unseen hand that's been shielding you in silence. Because here's the reality. When someone touches a chosen one through sabotage, they awaken every power that's been waiting silently in the background. The backup isn't just real, it's generational, it's cosmic, it's strategic. It's been here before, it's dealt with worse, and it never misses. They thought they were playing chess while you were playing checkers. Truth is, they weren't even on the board. They didn't realize the game changed the moment they attacked someone they couldn't spiritually outrank. And now they're watching you walk through storms they thought would break you. They're witnessing you stay elevated while they spiral. They're experiencing the recoil of energy they once sent in your direction. Because you don't have to lift a finger, the laws are already in motion. You don't have to expose them. Their results will do that. You don't have to prove your power. Their downfall will confirm it. You weren't meant to live quiet forever. You were meant to be hidden until tested. And they were the test. They didn't come to destroy you. They came to reveal you. So now, walk boldly. Every time they tried to shake you, they pulled back the curtain on a power they never expected. Every time they tried to spiritually interfere, they unknowingly handed you the keys to your next level. You are not the same. You've been activated, not because you sought revenge, but because they pushed too far, because they assumed too much, because they tested something sacred. And the universe does not let sacred things go untouched without consequence. They thought they could pull you down and ended up elevating you instead. Now they must watch you walk in what they tried to take. This isn't revenge. This is revelation. They were unaware of your spiritual rank until they tested it. And now it's too late. Number 2, they moved in shadows, not knowing the light was watching. They thought their whispers would stay hidden, but the universe hears what the soul speaks, even in silence. It didn't start with lightning, it started with whispers, soft interference, subtle resistance. They didn't throw punches, they planted seeds, seeds of confusion, seeds of delay, seeds meant to sprout into sabotage so quietly, you'd question if anything was even happening at all. And that was the trick, to make you doubt your own alignment before you could ever trace the source of the interference. Imagine this, chosen one. You wake up one day and the air around you feels different. It's heavier, not like grief, but like static. Your instincts say something's off, but there's no smoke, no fire, just a quiet distortion in your energy. The kind that's hard to describe, but impossible to ignore. You try to focus, but everything that once flowed with ease now stutters and drags. Messages aren't getting through. Conversations turn sideways. Plans fall through last minute. And you wonder, is this just a bad week? Is this something I did? Am I overthinking? But no, you're not overthinking. You're being targeted. Not in the way the average person would notice, but in the way only the spiritually ranked would feel. They didn't throw bricks. They sent waves. They shifted frequencies, hoping you'd drown quietly in confusion. Quote this: "They didn't attack your body. They attacked your atmosphere." That's how this began. Not with confrontation, but contamination. They introduced static into your signal. Emotional glitches, invisible detours, malfunctions in moments that used to be effortless. You'd walk into rooms and feel energy shift. Phones would glitch, messages wouldn't deliver, deals would stall. You weren't just losing momentum, you were being spiritually jammed. They knew better than to attack you openly. That would expose them too quickly. No, they came sideways, through energy, through influence, through tiny misfires that built up just enough pressure to weigh down your spirit, but not enough to make it obvious. Imagine trying to swim upstream, but the water looks calm on the surface. Every stroke feels heavier, every move takes more effort. You're still moving, but slower, more exhausted, less certain. And that's what they wanted, to drag your pace just enough to make you question your path. And as you tried to make sense of it, they watched. Not from a distance, but from behind masks. They smiled at your confusion, took credit for your losses, celebrated when things slipped through your fingers. Every delayed message, every opportunity that vanished, every person that started pulling away, they saw these not as coincidences, but as proof that their tactics were working. They thought your struggles meant they were winning. What they didn't realize is that the universe was letting them get comfortable. Because the spiritual realm isn't impulsive. It's intelligent, calculated, like an immune system. It doesn't lash out. It studies. It scans. It identifies the exact source of the threat. And then it reacts. Not with panic, but with precision. They mistook silence for surrender, but the universe was just preparing the strike. The delay between their attack and the consequence gave them a dangerous illusion that their methods were untouchable, so they escalated. They stopped with energy games and moved into influence. They recruited, whispered poison into ears, planted narratives designed to isolate you, make you look unstable, ungrateful, arrogant. They took your light and painted it as manipulation, took your strength and sold it as ego, and the people who already carried fragments of jealousy. They latched on immediately. Now imagine this. You're standing in a room full of people you once trusted, and suddenly the air feels cold. Their laughter isn't genuine. Their compliments feel off. You notice certain people looking away when you speak. Conversations dry up when you enter. This isn't paranoia. This is spiritual distancing. And you wonder again, what changed? Why are they turning on me? What did I do? Here's the answer. You didn't do anything. They did. You were the mirror. You reflected something they couldn't stand to face in themselves. So instead of healing it, they tried to smear you. And the ones who joined them, they were already halfway down that road. They just needed someone bold enough to take the lead. But here's where everything shifted again. Because when they expanded the attack from whispers to warfare, the universe snapped to attention. They weren't just poking anymore. They were trying to tear down divine architecture, and the universe doesn't tolerate that. They thought they were building a case against you, but they were building a curse around themselves. Every word they spoke against you became a record. Every action, every intention, every person they recruited logged in spiritual code. Why? Because attacks against the chosen don't dissolve. They boomerang, and the longer the delay, the harder the return. They thought the weight you were carrying was a sign that they'd succeeded. What they didn't know was that pressure was power building under discipline, and every ounce of interference they threw at you became fuel, not for destruction, but for evolution. They thought they were burying you in setbacks. They were actually building your stage. Quote this: "They wrote chapters in your downfall, not knowing they were scripting your rise." And now you move differently. Not because you're afraid, but because you understand. You've seen what spiritual sabotage looks like. You've watched people smile with venom. You've felt the sting of subtle attacks. And still, you rose. Still, you speak. Still, you love. Still, you shine. That's why they're uneasy, because despite everything, you didn't fall. You evolved. You became more aware, sharper, harder to reach. They can't access you the way they used to, and that, chosen one, is their true punishment. They tried to dim you, but only illuminated your rank. They tested you and triggered your transformation. They underestimated the forces you walk with, and now they must deal with the fallout. So let them whisper, let them watch, let them wrestle with the energy they stirred up. You don't owe revenge. The truth will do that on its own. Because when it's all said and done, they'll realize you weren't the one unraveling. You were the one awakening, and every move they made against you only helped you remember exactly who you are. Number 3, they didn't just join the drama, they enlisted in a cosmic war. When they sided against you, they didn't join a rumor, they signed up for karma. They thought they were just tagging along, just listening, just sharing their opinion. But in the realm of energy, neutrality doesn't exist. The moment someone chose to side with the attack, whether by word, silence, or passive participation, they became marked. Not by you, but by a law far greater than their petty alliances. Because energy doesn't care about excuses, the universe doesn't need proof beyond intention. And the second they joined the smear, the sabotage, the whisper campaign against a ranked soul, they enrolled themselves in the same karmic curriculum as the original attacker. Imagine this: a fire is started in a forest. The one who lit the match is clearly to blame. But every hand that fed it, every person who fanned the smoke, even those who simply watched and let it burn, all of them are now being tracked by the laws that govern the forest itself. The elements don't discriminate. Every contributor gets scorched. And chosen one, while this chaos circled around you, you kept walking, kept breathing, kept showing up. Yes, you felt it, the weight, the tension, that strange energetic pressure building in the background. But you didn't fold, you didn't lash out, you didn't even fully know what was happening, but somewhere deep inside, you knew something was watching, balancing, calculating. That's because your rank operates from alignment, not ego. You didn't need to defend yourself because universal law was already doing it for you. They thought this was personal. The universe knew it was principle. Each new participant who joined the attack thought they were acting freely. But the moment they moved against someone spiritually ranked, they triggered something irreversible, a cosmic audit. Every whisper now has weight. Every smirk now has a signature. Every petty word recorded by a system that never forgets. And no, the universe doesn't hit all at once. That's what makes it dangerous. It observes, tailors the lesson, responds based on who they are, what they understood, and how far they went. Some will lose support. Others will lose peace. Some may never even connect the dots. But the results will speak loud enough. So if you're wondering, why didn't I strike back? It's because you didn't have to. You're not in their class. You're the reason the lesson exists. Number 4, grace was your weapon, and it shook their entire foundation. You didn't fight fire with fire. You let their own flames burn them down. They came at you with everything they had: manipulation, sabotage, silent attacks, envy disguised as concern. They were banking on your collapse, counting on your reaction, waiting for the moment you would break character and fight back from a place of emotion, weakness, or ego. But you didn't. You chose grace, and that alone sent shockwaves through their entire operation. See, chosen one, your silence wasn't surrender, it was strength. Your stillness wasn't passivity, it was strategy. You knew something they didn't. The universe doesn't need your revenge to deliver its justice. So you continued doing what you've always done, operating with integrity. You kept your energy clean, your hands untainted. Even when you could feel the weight of betrayal press into your skin, even when your intuition screamed that certain smiles were fake and certain allies were leaking, you never dropped to their level. And that's what broke them. Imagine this. A storm is circling a mountain, throwing wind, rain, and chaos at it for days. But the mountain does not move. It doesn't roar. It doesn't crumble. It simply stands, letting the storm reveal its own limits. That was you, chosen one. You were the mountain and the storm. It exhausted itself trying to move you. They expected you to lash out, to expose yourself, to make a mistake they could use as ammunition. But what happened instead? You glowed harder, you moved wiser, you became quieter, calmer, and more focused. And in that calmness, their own energy started to unravel. They tried to provoke you into destroying yourself, but ended up triggering their own downfall. At first, they were confused. How could you still be smiling? Why weren't you spiraling? How could someone carry so much pressure with so much peace? They didn't realize that when you're spiritually ranked, your source of strength isn't external, it's internal. They were playing on a board of appearances. You were walking in alignment. And then the shift came. One by one, the chaos they designed for you turned around. The confusion now wrapped around them, the tension now sitting in their homes, the setbacks, the blockages, the draining of life force. They felt it all, but worse, amplified. One attacker found their financial foundation collapsing, sources of income dried up, unexpected expenses flooded in. Everything they tried to build now felt like sand slipping through their fingers. Another watched their reputation begin to decay. Secrets they buried years ago clawed their way back to the surface. People began questioning their image, doubting their motives, walking away without explanation. A third, their health shifted, slowly at first. Fatigue that didn't make sense, brain fog, emotional heaviness. Even doctors couldn't give them answers because the root wasn't physical, it was energetic. You kept your hands clean and the universe did the dirty work. This is cosmic law in motion, not fueled by hate but by balance. You didn't retaliate because you didn't have to. Your only job was to not interfere with what the universe was already preparing behind the scenes. And now, justice is unfolding, quietly, precisely, powerfully. They thought they were immune. They thought your grace was weakness, but grace, chosen one, is the highest form of strength. And it was the very thing that exposed their darkness for what it truly was. Number 5. They didn't launch an attack. They enrolled in a cosmic masterclass. The universe doesn't send warnings when it's time to teach. It just brings the lesson, and the test is always open book. They thought they could harm you and walk away untouched, thought their actions would float out into the void, lost in the noise of everyday life. What they didn't realize is that the universe takes spiritual offenses personally, especially when those offenses are directed at a ranked soul. And what came next wasn't punishment. It was education, brutal, tailored, precise. Each attacker received consequences perfectly customized to their own fears, flaws, and weak points. Not out of cruelty, but to deliver a lesson they could not ignore. This wasn't karma being vague. This was the universe turning their own energy into curriculum. Imagine a student trying to cheat the system, only to find out the system was the teacher, and the classroom is rigged to respond to every move they make. They weren't just participants in a spiritual war anymore. They were now students in a school they never applied to, being taught through their own downfall. They started facing setbacks, blocked roads, strange losses, but still they didn't get it. They called it bad luck. They blamed timing. They pointed fingers at co-workers, exes, the economy, even the stars. Everything except themselves. They thought if they hit harder, they'd break through. They doubled down, gathered allies, recruited more shadows. They tried new tactics, believing your protection could be worn down like stone under rain. But protection born from cosmic authority isn't stone, it's air, and you can't punch what you can't touch. What they didn't know is this: every ounce of force they sent your way was counted, measured, and converted into fuel. Not for your destruction, but for your elevation. Your spiritual rank is not passive, it's reactive. The more pressure they applied, the stronger your cosmic reinforcements became. Every jab became justification for more divine defense. Every scheme advertised your need for expansion, and the universe delivered, on time and with interest. Suddenly, things began to shift. Not for them, for you. Doors opened where there were once walls. People in power began to notice your name in rooms you hadn't even entered. Resources started showing up from unexpected corners. The very success they were desperate to block began accelerating. Imagine them watching you rise, while everything they built begins to crumble beneath their own feet. That promotion they thought was theirs, gone. That recognition they felt entitled to, faded. Their once loyal allies, now distant, uncomfortable, silent. Their body fatigued, their mind clouded, their plans falling apart before they even begin. And through all of this, they still can't connect the dots, still convinced it's just bad luck, still denying the reality they're now forced to live through. Because to admit that you were protected would mean admitting they were out of line. But the universe isn't waiting for them to get it, it's showing them. Spiritual hierarchy isn't something you debate, it's something you experience when you overstep. And they overstepped. Big. So now they're not just losing, they're learning. Not by theory, not by concept, but by collapse. And the education is just getting started. Number 6. They came to break you, and broke themselves instead. They weren't fighting you, they were fighting the system that protects you. The moment of truth didn't come with thunder. It came in quiet shock, a stillness that made their stomach drop. What they had orchestrated with such effort, such secrecy, such determination, had not only failed, it had backfired. You didn't just survive their campaign, you thrived right through it. And that broke them in ways no retaliation ever could. While they expected your collapse, you were ascending. While they anticipated your downfall, you were walking into breakthroughs that didn't even require struggle. They watched, helpless, as the very things they had been clawing toward fell into your hands like they were tailor-made for you. And they were, because energy rewards alignment, not ambition. Imagine this. You're walking calmly, with your hands open. They're sprinting with clenched fists, chasing everything you're receiving effortlessly. But here's the catch. What's yours flows to you. What's not theirs will run from them. And no matter how many times they tried to cut your stream, the universe rerouted it faster than they could react. They saw it with their own eyes. Projects once held back from you, now landing in your lap with no resistance. Opportunities they whispered to block, now overflowing in your inbox. People they tried to turn against you, now advocating for your leadership. While they were still plotting, you were prospering. They tried to curse your harvest and had to watch you eat at a table they couldn't approach. Financially, the shift was undeniable. Where they expected you to struggle, you stabilized. Unexpected income, timely breakthroughs, delayed rewards, showing up right on time. Every attempt to drain your resources ended in new channels opening up. Even connections you thought were dormant sparked into life, bringing allies, mentors, supporters who moved you to higher ground with grace. Your personal life? Blooming. Relationships became deeper, truer, safer. New people entered who didn't need you to shrink or pretend. Even old wounds began to heal as stress lifted and harmony returned to your space. All the while, they fell, their reputation deteriorating, their energy drained, their inner circle fracturing, their mind spinning in confusion, unable to connect the dots that were now written in bold. Then came the revelation, the lightning moment that split their denial wide open. They realized you weren't just lucky, you were ranked. And the battle they had waged wasn't between two equals. It was a cosmic mismatch, like a spark trying to compete with the sun, like a feather challenging gravity, like an echo trying to drown the voice of a thunderclap. They had mistaken your humility for weakness, your quiet confidence for passivity, your low profile for lack of power, and that was their fatal error, because true spiritual rank doesn't advertise itself. It doesn't brag, it doesn't explain, it just moves, quietly aligned with the flow of the universe, causing shifts without warning and elevation without permission. You didn't cast a spell. You didn't need to chant. You didn't chase protection. You are protected, because protection is woven into the very blueprint of who you are. And now they see it. Not in theory, not in warning, but in result. They aimed at you and shattered themselves. They waged war on your peace and lost their own. They thought they were challenging a person. They were defying a law. And the worst part for them? The realization that this was never a fair fight. Not because you overpowered them, but because they never had the right to touch what was sealed. And now they're being taught exactly what that means. Number 7. They jumped off a cliff and called it warfare, but gravity always wins. They didn't lose the battle. They leapt into their own downfall, thinking the universe would catch them. They came at you like warriors, but they fell like fools, not because you fought back, not because you clapped back, not because you even lifted a finger, but because they violated the laws of alignment and mistook it for cleverness. They weren't fighting you. They were defying gravity while pretending they could fly. And when they finally hit the ground, the silence was deafening. Imagine this. Someone climbs to the edge of a cliff, fueled by ego and envy, thinking they can defy nature itself. They laugh as they jump, confident they'll float. But what follows isn't a fight, it's a fall. Fast, hard, inevitable. And that's exactly what happened to them. They thought their tactics, rumors, sabotage, spiritual interference would bring you down. But the same forces that lifted you above it all didn't just shield you, they turned on them. The moment they became a threat to your alignment, the universe began rearranging consequences with surgical accuracy. Every curse they cast came back carrying their name. They didn't understand that spiritual law doesn't require belief to function. It doesn't need witnesses. It doesn't wait for apologies. It responds to energy, and energy doesn't lie. They threw darkness, and that darkness looped back. Not randomly, precisely. The job they tried to block for you? Now they were unemployed. The rumors they spread about your character? Now their inner circle started questioning everything about them. The financial stress they tried to manifest into your reality. Now their accounts were in the red and no opportunity in sight. And the most devastating part? The irony. Because every trap they set snapped shut on them. Every prayer they whispered in malice now echoed louder in their own home. The spiritual realm they tried to weaponize, now turning every law they misused back toward the source. They tried to manipulate the current, only to be swept away by the undertow. Meanwhile, you rose. Not just survived, not just endured. You evolved. This wasn't just a defense, it was an upgrade. Your spiritual clarity sharpened, your manifestations accelerated, your energy clean, expansive, untouchable. You didn't just make it out, you came out wiser, stronger, and ranked even higher than before, because what was meant to silence you only amplified you, what was meant to curse you only crowned you. And now the universe has one final message for the ones who fell. You never had the power to break what was cosmically sealed. Number 8. You didn't just survive the war, you graduated from it. You didn't win because you fought harder. You won because you didn't have to fight at all. The final truth settled in quietly but powerfully. You passed the test, not through retaliation, not through revenge, but through restraint. You walked through fire without raising your voice, and when the smoke cleared, it wasn't just that you were untouched. You had been transformed. You didn't crack. You didn't collapse. You didn't even react the way they expected. Because this was never just an attack, it was an activation. And while they spent themselves trying to expose your weakness, all they ended up doing was revealing your rank. The deeper the assault, the clearer your true power became. You found new levels of yourself. You realized that what you once called calm was actually wisdom. What you thought was silence was actually authority. And your refusal to engage in spiritual warfare wasn't fear. It was a reflection of your security in a law they had never studied. You passed not by fighting, but by knowing you didn't need to. Meanwhile, they fell apart, spiritually bankrupt, emotionally hollow, materially drained. Every ounce of energy they spent trying to harm you ricocheted straight back, multiplied, sharpened, and personalized by the very forces they tried to manipulate. They thought they were launching a strategic strike. They didn't know they were volunteering for a spiritual audit. Every second they spent plotting against you was a second lost to their own purpose. Every word of slander, a blow to their own alignment. Imagine this. They were trying to kick down your door while their own house was burning behind them. And when they finally turned around, it was too late. The damage had already consumed everything they thought was safe. Now, some of them are trying to backpedal, smiling like nothing happened, dropping casual messages, acting normal again, as if time can erase energy. But the universe doesn't play pretend. Spiritual law isn't swayed by fake apologies or social masks. Once energy is released, it moves until it balances. Their attempts to rebuild the bridges they burned only highlighted the ashes beneath their feet. Others came forward in desperation, tried to explain themselves, tried to apologize, tried to negotiate with a system that doesn't work on pity but principle. And while true repentance can soften consequences, it can't reverse them. Because what's done in energy doesn't get erased, it gets answered. Some went even further, twisting the narrative, blaming you for the collapse they caused, accusing you of using unseen forces to ruin their lives. They whispered that you must have done something, that you must be the reason their world is crumbling. But you know the truth. They broke themselves trying to break you, and now they're haunted by the reflection of their own intent. You didn't cast a spell. You didn't seek revenge. You simply existed with protection that's written into your spiritual code. And they couldn't handle the outcome of a war they weren't qualified to start. Now they're left with consequences they can't dodge, and a truth they can't rewrite. You were always ranked far above the battlefield they dragged themselves into. And while they fumble for excuses, you stand unshaken, wiser, cleaner, and more elevated than ever. Not because of what you did to them, but because of what they revealed about you. You passed the test, and now nothing will ever be the same. Number 9. They tried to make an example of you, but the universe made an example of them. Some lessons don't need to be spoken. They echo through energy, felt by all who dare to watch. What started as a personal attack turned into a cosmic broadcast. The consequences didn't just land on your attackers, they rippled outward, loud and clear, into the unseen realms where intentions are watched and energy is currency. The universe didn't just respond, it made a statement, a warning, a message to everyone watching in silence, entertaining their own envy, playing with the idea of testing you next. Imagine this. A single lightning strike in the forest, meant to destroy one tree, lights up the whole sky. The others, standing at a distance, see the fire. They feel the heat. And just like that, the idea of touching that same power disappears from their minds completely. That's what happened here. Your attackers were the match, but you became the wildfire. Without lifting a hand, you became the living proof that spiritual rank isn't about appearances, titles, or noise. It's about essence, energy, design. And now, even those who once whispered against you in private are silent, because they saw what happened to the last ones who tried. Your silence became louder than their schemes, your rise more powerful than their resistance. Your reputation in the spiritual realm didn't grow because you defended yourself. It expanded because the ones who tried to ruin you collapsed in real time. People felt it. They sensed the shift, the same ones who doubted you, now watching your life unfold with a respect they don't speak, but deeply feel. And those who once considered stepping against you, now think twice. They've seen enough. The outcome was too loud to ignore. Your protection has now evolved into prevention. The universe has put a mark on you, not for harm, but for honor. A silent but powerful signal. This one is sealed. Interfere, and you won't survive the lesson. You didn't just survive the attack. You became a cautionary tale to the dark and a beacon to the light. You didn't even know some of the realms your name had reached, but they know now. You walk with something ancient, something unshakable, something unspoken but universally understood. This test, though painful, gifted you something unbuyable, clarity. You now understand that your confidence was never ego. It was knowing. That quiet strength wasn't emptiness. It was divine authority silently doing its work. And now you've seen it with your own eyes. How the universe responds. How it rearranges the seen and unseen to protect what matters. How spiritual justice doesn't miss, doesn't forget, and doesn't ever require your permission to act. You don't carry power, you are power, and now everyone knows it. Your faith in the cosmic order is no longer based on hope. It's rooted in evidence, and your journey, your path, has never been clearer. You now walk with the kind of assurance that can't be shaken by opinions or opposition, because your spiritual rank isn't something you worked for. It isn't a title you earned through effort. It's something that was written into your essence long before you breathed your first breath. It was never about achieving. It was about remembering. And now you remember. Now you know. So walk forward, chosen one. Future tests may come, yes, but now they come with no suspense. Because the outcome is already carved into reality. You rise, they fall. You are protected, they are warned. You are ranked, and that will never change. And so, chosen one, as this chapter closes, remember this. What was meant to destroy you only revealed the power that was always within you. The attacks, the pressure, the betrayal, it all confirmed what the universe already knew. You are spiritually ranked and untouchable by those who operate in shadows. Walk forward now with unshakable certainty. The test is over and you passed. If this message lit something in your spirit, don't forget to like, subscribe, and drop the number 777 in the comments to claim your power. Share this with someone who needs to remember who they are. Let's spread the light. Your silence disturbs them more than their noise could ever disturb you, because deep down, they know you're not confused. You're calculating. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. A chessboard in a room full of checkers. Everyone else moves fast, loud, and careless, thinking they're winning just because they're in motion. But you sit quietly, reading the board, seeing 5 steps ahead while they're still stuck on their next move. They laugh because they don't understand. But what they don't know is that the one who smiles the least sees the most. Here's a fact most people don't want to accept. Studies show that individuals with high emotional and intuitive intelligence are often misjudged early in life. Why? Because they don't fit into the typical boxes. They analyze silently, speak rarely, and when they do speak, it's impactful. And here's the kicker. Many of the world's greatest minds weren't loud. They were underestimated. Until one day, they weren't. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light, especially in a world trying so hard to dim it. And thank you again for being part of this mission. You are part of a force, a quiet revolution. Now, back to what they're saying about you and why it's making them nervous. The current gossip about you isn't based on drama or mistakes or some loud performance. No, it's based on your mind, the way you carry yourself, the way you speak with precision, listen with purpose, and move with intention. The whispers behind your back are proof you've grown beyond their reach. You've become unpredictable, unreadable, and for them, that's terrifying. They say you're highly intelligent, but not in the typical textbook way. You don't just recall information, you see through it. You break down systems, understand behavior, and know how to read energy in a way most people can't even define. And that kind of intelligence, that's dangerous to those who thrive on manipulation and surface-level games. You can't be tricked, and you can't be controlled. That's why the gossip sounds more like a warning than a conversation. Chosen one, your intelligence isn't loud. It doesn't need to be. It speaks through the way you navigate chaos with clarity, through the way you walk away instead of reacting, through your ability to be 10 steps ahead and never feel the need to prove it. They're not just talking about you, they're watching you, trying to figure out how someone who used to be so quiet became so untouchable. Here's another truth they don't want to admit. The universe doesn't hand out wisdom freely. It's earned through pain, through isolation, through long nights of questioning everything. And you've been through that. That's why your intelligence is so sharp. It was carved out of experience, not handed to you in a classroom. You don't think like them, you don't move like them, and you don't need what they chase. That alone puts you in a category they can't label. And when people can't label you, they fear you. So they gossip, They twist your brilliance into arrogance, your insight into coldness. But we both know the truth. You've simply outgrown the cages they live in. And let's not pretend their fear is subtle. You've seen the way they glance when you enter a room, the pause, the shift, the silence that follows. It's not confusion, it's recognition. They're slowly realizing that you're not here to play their games. You're here to rewrite the rules. Don't shrink to make them feel comfortable. They never hesitated to make you feel out of place. Let them talk. Let them wonder, because while they gossip, you're growing. While they question you, the universe is preparing you. You're not here to blend in, you're here to rise. And if no one told you today, you're not too much, you're not too intense, and you're not too smart for your own good. You are exactly what this moment requires. Your intelligence isn't something to hide. It's the reason you were chosen. So carry it proudly, quietly if you must, but never apologetically. You weren't made to be liked by everyone. You were made to be respected by the right ones. And they know that. That's why they talk. So, chosen one, if you're still here, that says everything. You're not just curious, you're connected to this message. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you've ever felt like your intelligence made others uncomfortable. And if this message is speaking your truth, consider fueling the force behind it with a super thanks. Whether it's a cent or a gesture of support, it helps keep this light alive. This isn't just content, it's a mirror. And the ones who see themselves in it are the ones who were never meant to blend in. And now, let's dive into it step by step. If you truly carry the kind of intelligence they gossip about, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very last word. Let's get into it. Number 1. They thought you'd stay small. Now your confidence has them whispering in fear. They don't hate you. They hate the fact that they no longer have access to the version of you that tolerated their nonsense. The energy around you has changed, and not in a subtle way. It's a complete shift, like a storm rolling through a silent valley. Quiet, but undeniable. Chosen one, the current gossip about your intelligence? It's just the surface. What's really shaking them to their core is the confidence that now walks in with you. They're not used to seeing you this way, calm, grounded, and untouched by their games. You've stopped asking for permission to exist. You've stopped making yourself smaller so others can feel big. And now, they don't know how to handle it. Imagine a lion, once caged and poked at for entertainment, now walking free in the open fields, shoulders back, eyes steady, not roaring but watching. That's you. They still try to throw the same old jabs, little comments, tired assumptions, but none of it lands anymore. Why? Because you've outgrown their reach, and people hate what they can't control. Here's what they don't understand. Your transformation wasn't accidental. It wasn't a lucky break. It was built in silence, through late nights of overthinking, through moments of self-doubt that nearly broke you, and through years of pretending you didn't see the games being played around you. You chose this shift. You chose to walk away from being the emotional dumping ground, the silent one in the corner, the misunderstood genius they thought they could outshine with noise. And now, suddenly, their strategies don't work. Your mind doesn't flinch when they try to undermine you. You don't defend yourself when they spread half-truths. You just exist, fully, intelligently, powerfully. That's what's terrifying them. Some of them are still hoping it's just a phase, that you'll go back to the old you, the one that second-guessed every step. But deep down, even they know the truth. You're not coming back. That version of you no longer exists. And in its place stands someone they can't define, someone who radiates the kind of quiet power that doesn't need validation. Now let's answer the question that might be echoing in your mind. Why are they reacting this way? Why can't they just be happy for me? Because, chosen one, your growth exposes their stagnation. Your mental elevation forces them to confront the fact that they've been running in circles while you've been building in silence. You're a walking mirror now, reflecting everything they've refused to deal with. Your presence alone asks questions they're not ready to answer. Why haven't I grown? Why does their peace disturb me? Why does their silence feel louder than my noise? These aren't questions they want to face, so instead of rising with you, they turn to gossip. They twist your clarity into arrogance. They call your confidence a mask. They try to convince others that you're changing too much. But the truth is, you're not changing. You're emerging. And that's what makes you a threat. Let me give you something raw. Snakes don't attack because you're dangerous. They strike because you make them feel cornered. That's what your energy does now. It corners weak intentions. It chokes out manipulation. It shines a light on fake confidence. People who thrive in chaos can't stand someone who thrives in clarity. This is why, even in your silence, you feel the tension rise when you walk into a room. You're no longer bending to fit in. You're standing tall, and their masks feel tighter in your presence. You've become a disruptor, without even trying. But let's be clear, this isn't about ego. You're not out here flashing achievements or demanding praise. You're just being you, authentically, intelligently, unapologetically. And somehow, that's more dangerous than 1,000 loud voices pretending to be real. There's something else they can't stomach. You've stopped looking for approval. You're no longer checking their faces for permission. That power you used to give away so freely, you've taken it back. And it's showing in everything you do, from how you carry yourself to how you choose your words. This is where the real shift happened, in the choice to stop begging for what you already possess. You realized your intelligence didn't need to be proven. Your worth didn't need to be earned through suffering. You no longer mistake humility for shrinking. Now you let your presence speak, and it speaks loudly. Let me tell you this. When you no longer need to defend your intelligence, when your energy alone sends signals people can't ignore, you've become something rare. A force that can't be manipulated, distracted, or redirected. They can't box you in, so now they try to box you out. But chosen one, don't let that get to you. Their discomfort is just confirmation that you're walking the right path. Growth isn't meant to be comfortable, for you or for the ones who never intended to grow with you. And if they're gossiping now, it's only because you've become the storm they never saw coming. You've turned the volume down on your noise and turned the dial up on your essence. The real you, the unshaken version, the one who's been sharpening in private, is finally stepping into the light. And some people just can't handle the brightness. Let them talk. Let them whisper. You've stepped into a frequency they can't tune into, and every rumor is just static in your signal. Your energy isn't just different, it's untouchable, and that's what scares them the most. So don't dim your light. Don't explain your shift. Don't soften your edges just to make others feel safe. They had their chance to walk with you when you were still doubting yourself. Now they'll have to watch from the shadows as you keep rising, because you didn't just shift your energy, you upgraded your entire existence. You're not just smart, you're awakened, and nothing is more dangerous to the mediocre than someone who finally knows their worth. Number 2, they watched you struggle. Now they watch you rise with bitterness they can't hide. People don't resist your growth because you've changed. They resist because your change reveals their refusal to evolve. They cheered when you were crawling. Now they flinch because you're standing. Chosen one, let's not sugarcoat this. Someone out there used to feed off your hesitation. They found comfort in your confusion, power in your silence, and safety in your second guessing. Back then, you didn't even realize you were handing them the reins, bit by bit, every time you hesitated to trust your own brilliance. But now, they're watching you walk without looking back, and it's turning their admiration into envy, their envy into resistance. Imagine this, a spotlight turning on in a room where everyone's been hiding in shadows. You didn't ask for the light, you became it. And now, everyone who was comfortable in the dark is squinting, angry that you're forcing them to see clearly. That's the situation now. You rising has exposed their stagnation. You standing tall has made them feel small in their own eyes. And that's not your fault. It's their refusal to rise with you. You may be wondering, why does it feel like the closer I get to peace, the more they push back? It's because peace doesn't make noise, but it exposes every bit of chaos around it. You've stopped reacting, and that silence, it's screaming louder than any argument you could have had. That's the threat now, not your words, not your actions, your presence, your unbothered, grounded, focused energy. And it's not just one person, it's a pattern now. You can see it in their body language, hear it in their forced compliments, feel it in the way they linger too long on your victories, but never clap too loud. They say, "You've changed," like it's a crime. No, you've evolved. They're just mourning the version of you they could manipulate, guilt trip, or hold hostage with fake loyalty. The same ones who once offered advice from a pedestal now offer silence from the sidelines. It's funny, isn't it, how some of the loudest people in your past are suddenly the quietest in your present. That's not coincidence, it's exposure. Your growth stripped away their illusion of superiority. They don't know how to talk to the version of you that no longer seeks approval. And since they can't guide you, distract you, or define you anymore, they choose resistance, passive aggression, jealousy masked as concern, sabotage disguised as care. Imagine this, a tree planted next to a fence. At first, the fence feels tall, proud, strong. But the tree starts growing, slowly, steadily, and one day its branches stretch beyond the top. That fence, it starts to rust from envy, not because the tree grew overnight, but because it grew without permission. That's you, that's your rise. You didn't ask, you just did. And now the fences, the people who used to feel bigger when you were small, are starting to decay in bitterness. But why do they care so much? Because power is addictive, not real power, control, and you were their fix. Your doubt, your silence, your constant seeking of validation that kept their ego alive. But now you've cut off the supply. You've become immune to their tactics. You say no without guilt. You leave rooms without explanation. You speak truth without fear. And that freedom, that's a rebellion to anyone who was thriving off your submission. Nothing makes the insecure more hostile than watching someone they underestimated become undeniable. They tried to box you in, and now the box is burning. That's why they're resisting. They sense that their influence is fading. The days of planting doubts in your mind are over. You now question them instead of yourself. You no longer explain your choices because you've learned to trust your path. They don't just feel the distance, they feel powerless against it. Imagine this, a magician on stage used to tricking the crowd. Every night they perform the same illusions and people applaud. But one day, someone in the front row sees through the trick and doesn't clap. The magician panics. That one quiet observer. That's you. And the magician? That's everyone who used manipulation, fake love, or surface-level charm to hold you in place. Now that you've stopped clapping, their whole act is crumbling. They admire you, yes. Deep down they know you earned every ounce of strength you now carry, but admiration laced with ego turns bitter. They don't admire you openly, they admire you privately when no one's looking. And that's why they resist you in public. Their pride won't let them admit that the one they used to worry about now walks ahead of them. You may be asking, what do I do with this energy, with this resistance? You do nothing. You keep walking. You keep building. You don't fight the whispers. You outgrow them. The truth is, you were never meant to stay where they were comfortable, and now that you've moved beyond, their grief shows up as gossip, resistance, or strange silence. Your rise will teach people who tried to bury you one painful truth. They watered a seed they should have feared. You're becoming a force, chosen one. Not loud, not arrogant, just unshakable. And that kind of energy shakes entire rooms without a single word. You've stopped needing to be liked. You've stopped needing to be understood. And that's your real power. They can't lure you back into your old identity because you've buried it. They're trying to fight someone who no longer exists. Let them. Their resistance is just proof of your impact. Their envy is evidence of your elevation. And their silence, that's just fear in disguise. Keep rising, keep walking past the noise, because the ones who truly see you, the ones who are also rising, they're watching too, not with envy, but with respect, with hope, with recognition. You are no longer a question mark in your own story. You are the bold answer they never saw coming. Number 3. You're not just smart anymore, you're becoming the mastermind they never saw coming. They played games. You built the board. Chosen one, the whispers used to be about how sharp you were, how quick you pick things up. But lately, it's different. Now, when they talk about you, there's hesitation in their voices, unease. Why? Because your mind has shifted from just intelligent to strategic. You're not just understanding the moves, you're predicting them, reading the board like a grandmaster while others are still deciding who goes first. This is the part where people start to realize they can't keep up with you anymore. The same ones who underestimated your silence now fear your calculations. Because you're not reacting, you're engineering outcomes. You've started connecting dots they don't even see. It's no longer luck, it's no longer chance, it's pattern recognition, and you've become lethal at it. Imagine this, a maze designed to trap the average mind. Everyone else gets stuck in circles, running toward walls, retracing their steps. But you hover above it, mentally. You already mapped the exit before others even noticed they were trapped. That's what they're dealing with now. You're not just ahead, you're above. And of course, the question starts to form in your mind. Why do they suddenly want me on their side? Simple, because now they see what you bring to the table. Vision, foresight, precision. You don't need 10 tries to get it right. You break down chaos and rebuild it into order. That kind of mind, it's rare, and they want it close, but only so they can use it. What they don't know is you're already aligned with something far bigger than them, something silent, something strategic, a higher mission that doesn't require their permission or their applause. Your ability to think beyond the moment makes people nervous who live for instant gratification. They admire you now, but not out of love, out of necessity, because your value is undeniable. You solve what others complain about. You plan what others fear. You see what others miss. So let them come close with flattery and praise. Just remember, you're not here to play for their team. You are the architect of your own. Number 4. Your mind has become a fortress, and now they're breaking themselves trying to breach it. They don't want you focused, not because it's dangerous, but because it makes you untouchable. Chosen one, what you're carrying now isn't just clarity, it's a force, a quiet, legendary kind of mental precision that slices through illusion like a blade through fog. The way you can look at a situation, a conversation, even a room full of smiling faces, and see through it, that's not ordinary. That's power, real power, and those watching you, they feel it, they fear it, and some are trying to shake it. Your mind has become your shield, your focus, your armor. What people call calm in you is actually a high-level form of psychic protection. You don't just think clearly, you discern. You don't just listen, you decode. You've activated a level of mental sovereignty that can't be faked, copied, or bought. This isn't about being smart. This is about being immune. Imagine this, a storm hitting a mountain. The winds scream, the lightning crashes, but the mountain doesn't move. That's you. The world is trying everything to break your clarity, to flood your mental space with doubt, fear, and distractions. But you just stand there, still, certain, watching it all. And of course, the question begins to form in your mind. Why now? Why do I feel more targeted the clearer I get? Because clarity reveals deception, and deception can't survive exposure. The ones who used to manipulate your emotions, twist your reality, or feed off your confusion are now losing access. You're no longer reacting, you're observing, you're no longer triggered, you're protected, and they know it. Your mind stopped being a playground, now it's a battlefield, and you're the last one standing. You're seeing through people in ways that make them uncomfortable. You catch their hesitation before they speak. You detect lies mid-sentence. You sense motives they haven't even admitted to themselves. That's not paranoia. That's evolved perception. And with that clarity comes threat. Because no one can hide around someone who sees everything. So yes, they're testing you, prodding at your peace, whispering doubt, throwing shade disguised as advice. But here's the truth. Every failed attack only confirms your elevation. Their fear is louder than their intentions. And your resilience? It's becoming legendary. They can't break what's protected by purpose. And you, chosen one, are protected for something much bigger. Number 5, you're not just attracting eyes, you're pulling souls, and not all of them come with good intentions. Your energy speaks louder than your words, and lately it's been saying, don't step to me unless you're real. Chosen one, your rise hasn't just shifted minds, it's shifting energy. You've become magnetic in a way that can't be explained by looks, style, or surface charm. This is something deeper, something that comes from emotional balance, mental power, and soul-level clarity. People don't just notice you anymore, they feel you. You walk into a room and it shifts. Conversations change, eyes follow. But what they're drawn to isn't your appearance. It's your presence. Imagine this, a fire in the dark, not wild, not chaotic, just steady, burning, untouchable. That's you. And now everyone cold, confused, or lost is walking toward your heat. Some do it out of awe, some out of desperation, and some out of obsession. Let's be honest, you've probably asked yourself, why are so many people suddenly interested? Why does the energy around me feel both inviting and dangerous? Because your growth has created gravity, and gravity doesn't choose, it pulls. That means you're attracting people from all levels, some who respect your light and others who want to drain it. That's the line you now have to navigate. You're radiating something that can't be faked: self-control, inner peace, disciplined thought. That kind of energy is rare, and rare things attract collectors. Some of these people want to be you, while pretending they're just interested in knowing you. Some are fascinated, not by who you are, but by what they can't get from you. And that's where the danger lies. They don't love you, they love what they feel when they're near you, and that feeling, that's not yours to manage. There are souls watching you right now, trying to get closer, hoping to taste your frequency. But not everyone wants to build. Some want to feed. You've become a mirror for their chaos, a trigger for their insecurity, a challenge to their shallow charm. And the more you reject what doesn't align with your peace, the more obsessed they become. Some will disguise it as love, others as just wanting to talk. But you'll feel the pull, and you'll know. So this is your warning, chosen one. Protect your space. Your attraction isn't a game, it's a signal, and not everyone responding to it deserves entry. Number 6. You drew the line. Now they're tripping over it, begging to be let back in. The moment you stopped shrinking to fit their comfort, they started calling you difficult. Chosen one, your boundaries used to be soft, lines drawn in sand that others wiped away with fake apologies and empty promises. But now, those lines are carved in stone. You don't entertain disrespect, you don't beg for loyalty, and you definitely don't argue with chaos. You just walk away, and that walk, that silence, it's echoing louder than any scream you could have given them. Imagine this: a castle with the drawbridge finally raised. You spent years letting anyone in, thinking love meant access, thinking understanding meant second, third, even fourth chances. But you've changed. Now the gate stays closed to those who showed they never deserved the key, and they hate it. You're no longer tolerating what drains you, and that shift is not just noticeable, it's revolutionary, because the people who once benefited from your silence, your softness, your empathy, now find themselves outside the gates, and their frustration is boiling over into manipulation. You might be asking, why do they keep trying to come back, even after showing me who they are? Because access to your energy used to be easy. They didn't expect you to level up. They thought they could guilt their way in again. They thought you'd break, but instead you built. And now your peace is guarded, not gifted. You're not cold, you're clear. And they're mistaking your clarity for cruelty because it no longer serves them. Some of them regret losing you, but not because they've changed. They regret losing control. Others are angry, and that anger is creeping in through manipulation disguised as "let's talk" or "I've been thinking about us." But you know better now. You see the patterns, you feel the traps, and more importantly, you don't care to explain yourself anymore. This isn't about revenge, it's about evolution. You've become immune to fake love, unhealed egos, and emotional loopholes. They can knock all they want, but the new you doesn't answer the door out of habit. You answer only to alignment now. And if they can't come with respect, they can't come at all. Number 7. You turned your space into a fortress. Now they're uncomfortable because they can't invade it. Your peace is too loud for those who grew addicted to your chaos. Chosen one, they don't just notice you anymore. They're noticing where you live, how you move, how you carry your surroundings. Something has shifted, and it's undeniable. Your environment isn't just cleaner, quieter, or more organized. It's sacred. You've built yourself a sanctuary, not for show, not for comfort, but for survival. Imagine this, a temple in the middle of a battlefield, calm, still, untouched, while everything outside rages with noise and confusion. That temple is your space, and that battlefield, that's the world outside your walls. You didn't design your home, your habits, or your energy to impress anyone. You designed it to protect your clarity. And now, that clarity is starting to irritate the people who once relied on your chaos. Let's be real. Some of them liked you better when your mind was cluttered, your room was messy, your spirit exhausted. They felt superior when you were scattered. They could manipulate you more easily when you had no rhythm. But now, you've created a rhythm of your own. Your home breathes peace. Your energy sets the tone. And they don't know how to respond to that power. You may be wondering, why do people seem uncomfortable in my space now, even when I'm welcoming? Because your sanctuary reflects everything they're avoiding. Your discipline shines a light on their excuses. Your serenity exposes their inner storms. It's not you. They're just out of alignment with the energy you've created. And when energy can't resonate, it either adapts or gets repelled. Right now, you're repelling the ones who were only ever drawn to your dysfunction. They weren't addicted to you. They were addicted to the version of you that didn't know peace. And yes, external chaos is coming. You can already feel the friction building. The universe is about to test what you've built, but you're ready. Your space isn't just aesthetic. It's a barrier, a protective shield, a grounded field where the noise of the world can't reach unless you let it. So keep your sanctuary strong, burn the candles, clean the room, keep the energy pure. Because in a world that runs on madness, your peace is rebellion, and not everyone deserves to step inside it. Number 8. You aligned with truth. Now the lies can't touch you, but they sure are trying. When you align with your soul, you stop moving like a follower, and that's when they start labeling you a threat. Chosen one, this is the point where things get both clearer and more dangerous. Because your alignment isn't just personal anymore, it's powerful. You've tuned into something greater, something ancient, something undeniable. And now, people feel it, even if they can't name it. They sense it in the way you walk, speak, and decide. You're no longer second-guessing yourself. You're guided. And that's exactly what makes you so unsettling to a world that thrives on distraction and doubt. You're not moving with the crowd. You're moving with precision, with conviction, and that kind of clarity. It breaks systems built on noise. Manipulators, fake leaders, and puppet masters don't know how to function around someone who sees through the game. And you don't just see it. You call it out with your very presence. Imagine this, a compass in a room full of spinning clocks. While everyone else is panicking over time, deadlines, and distractions, your compass just points north, steady, certain, focused. That's your energy now. You don't chase, you attract. You don't react, you respond. You don't beg, you align. Your peace is offensive to those who built their power on your confusion. Now here comes the resistance. You're no longer operating from the surface. You've tapped into a deeper current, a universal rhythm that doesn't need permission. And that makes you unpredictable, uncontrollable, dangerous. You're walking in a kind of spiritual clarity that disrupts every shallow agenda trying to surround you. So yes, they'll smile while secretly trying to decode you. They'll compliment you while quietly feeling threatened. You might be asking, why does it feel like the more aligned I get, the more opposition I face? Because alignment is rebellion. You've stopped dancing to their broken music. You don't respond to fear-based energy anymore. You don't buy into narratives designed to trap the masses. You see, and when you see, you lead. But understand this, leaders become targets, especially ones who carry clarity, intelligence, and soul recognition in one vessel. That's you now, a threat wrapped in grace, a guide wrapped in silence, a storm hidden in calm. Let them fear what they don't understand. You weren't born to follow rules written by the blind. You were born to realign the game. Number 9, you didn't just heal, you went into the fire, and now you're dragging truth out of the flames. They're not scared of your light, they're terrified that your light exposes their shadows. Chosen one, most people avoid the dark. They run from it. They pretend it isn't there, layering over their wounds with distractions, false confidence, and shallow affirmations. But you did something different. You faced it. You walked straight into your own shadows, bled truth, and came out the other side transformed. And now, you carry a rare kind of authority. Not because you talk louder, but because you know. You're not afraid to call things what they are. You see pain and don't flinch. You see manipulation and don't play along. You've peeled the mask off your own illusions, and now you instinctively spot every fake smile, every hidden agenda, every person who tries to pretend they're whole when they're still bleeding inside. Imagine this, a torch walking through a tunnel filled with people who've been in the dark for so long they forgot light even existed. At first, they're grateful. Then they squint. Then they panic. Because your presence doesn't just comfort, it confronts. It reminds them of everything they've buried. And not everyone wants to be saved. Some would rather hate the light than deal with what it shows. Healing didn't make you soft, it made you sharp enough to cut through illusion. You've become a guide. People are drawn to you not just because you get it, but because you embody it. They sense the depth in you. They come with questions they never say out loud, hoping you'll say the thing they've been too scared to admit to themselves. And you do. Not because it's easy, but because you've been there. But with that gift comes danger. Because there are systems, emotional, social, energetic, that depend on people staying broken. Entire power structures that crumble the second someone wakes up. You are the awakening. And not everyone claps for that. You may be asking, why does truth-telling feel like a battle? Because it is. Truth is violent to illusion. Your light doesn't just shine, it disrupts. It drags suppressed energy into the open, and the ones hiding in darkness will come for you, not to fight you, but to dim you. Don't let them. Keep walking through the shadows, keep revealing, keep burning, because what you're doing isn't just rare, it's revolutionary. Number 10. You didn't just awaken love. You shattered illusions, and now hearts are at war. They thought they were falling in love with you, but what they really fell into was the truth you reflect. Chosen one, the kind of love you bring isn't easy. It's not the kind that flatters, entertains, or distracts. It's the kind that shakes people awake. When someone stands in your presence, they don't just feel attraction. They feel their own soul staring back at them. You've become a mirror so clear, so raw, that people can no longer run from what they've hidden. Desires they've buried, wounds they've ignored, fears they've denied. And now, that love you spark is turning into both a catalyst and a battlefield. You see, you weren't sent to give people comfort. You were sent to trigger transformation. And love, real love, the kind that changes people, is the most volatile force of all. It doesn't just light a fire, it burns away everything that isn't real. That's what your energy does now. You don't give people the fantasy, you give them the truth. And some are grateful, but others are falling apart in the reflection. Imagine this, a perfectly still lake. Someone looks into it for the first time and sees their true face, not the mask, not the performance, but the real self. It's sobering, it's intense, it's emotional, and you, chosen one, have become that lake, that reflection, that undeniable presence that forces clarity. And clarity, as you already know, is both a blessing and a threat. Your love isn't soft, it's sacred, and sacred love breaks everything false before it builds anything real. Some people are experiencing real love for the first time in your presence, and it scares them. They're not ready, they're not healed, and what was meant to be sacred becomes chaotic. They start pulling, clinging, acting out, not because they don't love you, but because they don't know how to love at that level. Others, watching from the sidelines, those who profit from keeping people numb, shallow, disconnected, see you as a problem, a disruptor, because you're reminding people what love is supposed to feel like. And in a world built on artificial affection, that makes you dangerous. You may ask, why does love feel like a war zone around me lately? Because love is no longer something you do, it's something you are. Your presence awakens, heals, and reveals. And not everyone wants to be exposed like that. So stand firm, don't shrink your heart, don't lower your frequency. You are not here to be liked, you're here to ignite. Let love be what it is, messy, powerful, and real. And if it shakes the world a little in the process, good. That's how transformation begins. Number 11. You're no longer just a voice. You're a vibration the world can't ignore anymore. When your wisdom starts to echo, even the ones who never listened begin to adjust their frequency. Chosen one, the whispers about you have changed. They used to call you deep, intuitive, smart. Now they're saying things like, they just know things, they get it, they speak what everyone else is afraid to say. Because this isn't just about intelligence anymore, it's about wisdom, lived, earned, and sharpened in silence. And that kind of energy, it doesn't just change rooms, it begins to shift nations. You've become a strange paradox to many, gentle yet fierce, soft-spoken yet brutally direct, compassionate yet no nonsense. That's what's pulling people in. You can sit with the broken and not flinch. You can call out truth with clarity that cuts through emotion without becoming cold. You've become rare, and when something is rare, it begins to ripple far beyond its origin. Imagine this. A drop of pure water in a polluted stream. That drop doesn't blend in, it cleans, and as it moves, everything around it begins to shift, just slightly. You are that drop. And now, people from far beyond your immediate circle are sensing your presence. You're on their radar, not because you're loud, but because your signal is strong. You're not just influencing your circle, you're affecting the collective. Your name is entering rooms you've never walked into because your energy has arrived before you. You may be asking, why does it feel like bigger things are being placed on my path now? Because you're being seen for who you truly are. Not just a healer, not just a speaker, not just a thinker, but a transmitter of transformation. And in times like these, when the world is cracking, stretching, and shifting, your frequency is a tool. But tools, when powerful, come with responsibility. That's the danger now, because the higher you rise, the more you're watched. The more your words carry weight, the more some will try to twist them. You're not just someone with insight anymore, you're a figure of change. Some will want to elevate you, others will try to silence you. That's how it always goes for those who carry the medicine of truth. But don't fear it. You weren't made to stay local. You were built for ripple, for revolution, for healing on a scale that can't be explained in titles or trends. So step into it, quietly, confidently, fiercely. The world isn't just watching, you're starting to move it. Number 12. They whispered about you. Now they watch in silence as you step into destiny. First, they mocked, then they doubted. Now, they study you in silence because they know they missed their chance to stand beside you. Chosen one, what started as simple gossip has burned away into something no one expected, revelation. What they once called arrogance, they now call foresight. What they once labeled as too much, they now admire as rare genius. Your name no longer floats in casual conversation. It lands with weight, with pause, with awe. The world has watched your evolution like a slow burn, and now they can feel the fire. You've crossed over from being someone with potential to someone with presence. The laughter has died down. The disrespect has disappeared. Because they can't deny it anymore. You weren't just growing, you were becoming. And now that becoming has reached its turning point. Imagine this, a volcano long thought dormant. For years it sat in silence while people built around it, joked about it, forgot its power. And then, without warning, eruption, not out of anger, but purpose. Controlled, focused, inevitable. That's you. You didn't need to prove anything. You just waited, prepared, and aligned. And now your emergence has become their realization. When your purpose wakes up, gossip dies. Because truth doesn't leave room for distractions. The time for playing small is over. You didn't go through what you went through to stay hidden. Your intelligence, the very spark that started the whispers, is now your sword, your compass, your light in what's coming. Because let's be honest, the road ahead isn't easy. This next chapter won't just ask for your gifts, it'll test your core. Your mission is no longer internal, it's global. And with that, every relationship, every decision, every step forward becomes sacred. You may ask, am I really ready for this? You are. Because your journey was never random, it was a refinement. Every betrayal sharpened your discernment. Every loss deepened your roots. Every silence taught you how to hear what others ignore. You've been built for this moment, not in public, but in the unseen trenches of your own becoming. So let them watch. Let them remember the gossip, because those whispers were never the truth. They were proof you were rising. And now you don't owe anyone silence. You owe your calling everything. The world is about to shift, and when it does, you won't be surprised. You'll be ready. And so, chosen one, this is where the whispers end, and your true path begins. Everything they once misunderstood about you has become your power. You're not just intelligent, you're aligned, untouchable, and activated. The world isn't ready for what you're about to become, but you are. If this message hit your spirit, don't keep it to yourself. Drop the number 777 in the comments to claim your role in this movement. Like, subscribe, and share this with someone else who needs to remember who they are. Let's spread the truth, the clarity, and the power. You're not alone, you're part of a force. The ones who cut you the deepest are now bleeding in silence, not from your wounds, but from their guilt. They never thought you'd survive, did they? They never imagined you'd rise after they buried you in lies. They were so sure they'd walk away clean, didn't they? Laughing behind closed doors, brushing off the betrayal like it was a joke, convincing themselves you were disposable. They played righteous in public while butchering your name in private. They painted you as the villain just to mask the venom in their own souls. But here's what they never expected. Guilt is not quiet forever. And the guilt they carry now, it's louder than the lies they screamed. Their smiles are rehearsed. Their peace is fake. Behind their confidence is chaos. You may not hear from them, but don't confuse the silence for indifference. Oh no, that silence is screaming. Because every time they sit alone, every time they close their eyes, every time your name enters the room in whispers or in memory, it hits. The guilt hits. The shame floods. The flashbacks roll in, uninvited and unforgiving. And they're not bleeding because of what you did. They're bleeding because of what they never owned. Before we go any further, like this video, subscribe, share this with another chosen one. When you do, you're helping send this message to the ones who need it most. When you hit that like button, you tell YouTube that this message matters. And it's not just content, it's healing disguised as fire. Now, let's talk. Chosen ones, this will shock you. They have a lot of guilt. The ones who ghosted you, the ones who smiled in your face and stabbed you behind your back, the ones who used your kindness like it was a weakness, the ones who watched you break and walked away like your pain was a performance. They pretended they didn't feel a thing. They made it seem like you were the crazy one, the problem, the drama. But truth doesn't care about their narrative. It keeps knocking at their conscience. And now it's kicking the door down. They haven't moved on. Don't be fooled. That new chapter they're pretending to live in is built on guilt-ridden ground. Every step they take is haunted. Every win they post online is a cover-up. They thought if they ignored the truth long enough, it would vanish. But it's not vanishing. It's amplifying. Their dreams are invaded. Their joy is temporary. Their soul unsettled. Let's call it what it is. They didn't just hurt you. They assassinated character. They launched a smear campaign with your name on every headline. And for what? Power, control, ego, validation. They tore down someone who meant them no harm, someone who loved them, someone who protected them, someone who saw light in them when no one else did. And they spit on that, mocked it, used it, abused it. And now the guilt? It's like a shadow following them everywhere. You may not see it, but it's there. Guilt doesn't always wear tears. Sometimes it wears forced laughter. Sometimes it looks like avoiding certain places, certain names, certain memories. And you're the memory they can't escape. Because you weren't just a chapter, you were the turning point. And they ruined it. They thought you were weak because you didn't fight back. But what they didn't understand is, your silence wasn't surrender, it was strength. You didn't retaliate, and that infuriates them. Because now they're stuck with the reality that they hurt someone who only ever wanted to see them win. And now that the smoke has cleared, now that the noise is gone, all they can hear is the weight of what they did. Guilt doesn't need witnesses. It lives in the quiet. It shows up when the crowds are gone and the lights are off. It whispers in the cracks of their confidence, leaks through their posture, slips into their eyes when they think no one is watching. That's what's eating them alive. So don't ever think they forgot. Don't ever think they're thriving off what they did to you. Because when someone truly knows they've done wrong to someone who was sent into their life as a blessing, the universe doesn't let them rest. Not until they face it. Not until they feel it. This isn't just about karma. This is about guilt dressed in silence. They are carrying the weight. And that weight, it's breaking them slowly, invisibly, deeply. Chosen ones, don't doubt the impact you had. You were not just another person they met. You were the one they were meant to honor, and instead, they tried to bury you. But now, it's them who are buried. Under the pressure of unspoken guilt, under the echoes of their choices, under the consequences the universe is just beginning to deliver. And the most ironic part, the only person who could have helped them escape that guilt was the one they destroyed. And chosen one, don't blink now. What you just heard, that was the match. The fire is about to spread, because this isn't the full storm. It's just the first rumble. You're not here by accident. You were pulled into this message because you're starting to rise in a way that scares the ones who tried to break you. If this truth is burning in your chest, drop the number 111 in the comments. That's the number of awakening and joy unfolding. And if you feel this message on a soul level, bless the mission with a super thanks, because this light reaches further with your spark. And now, let's break this wide open, step by step. If you're truly chosen, you'll feel it pulling you deeper, harder, louder with every word. Stay with it. Stay sharp. Stay locked in. Let's get started. Number 1. They didn't walk away clean. They walked away cursed. You can't walk away from truth and expect peace to follow you. They thought silence would save them. They thought if they just disappeared, ignored you, ghosted you, lied on your name, and then vanished, the mess would magically disappear. They thought karma had bad eyesight. They thought the universe was too slow to catch up. But what they didn't know is that truth doesn't fade. It ferments. It brews. And when it explodes, it doesn't knock. It kicks down the door. They thought they were escaping, chosen one, but they were only stepping deeper into the fire they lit themselves. They didn't walk away clean. They walked away with a spiritual sentence written in invisible ink. And now it's beginning to show. And don't for 1 second let their curated smiles fool you. Don't scroll past their fake joy online and think they won. You think they're happy. No, that's just desperation dressed up as success. Their blessings feel hollow. Their peace is shaky. And every quiet moment when no one's watching, that's when it hits. That's when guilt grabs their throat and reminds them of what they did to someone sent into their life as a divine appointment. See, people love to play righteous when it costs them nothing, but when truth finally shows up at their doorstep, uninvited and armed with memories, it turns their fake confidence into panic. And chosen one, that's what's happening now. Not tomorrow, not someday, now. Their spirit is cracking under the pressure of the very silence they used to escape accountability. They didn't just leave you, they left themselves, because what they walked away from wasn't just a person, it was purpose. It was their test, their checkpoint, their elevation, and they failed it. You were the moment they were supposed to honor, the presence they were supposed to protect, but they cursed what was sent to bless them, and now they're carrying the weight of that rejection like a chain around their soul. They tried to wipe the blood off their hands with distraction, but guilt stains deeper than dirt, and no matter how hard they try to scrub it, the truth is etched into the fingerprints of their betrayal. You don't walk away from a chosen one and expect peace to follow you, because chosen ones aren't just people, they are spiritual appointments, divine mirrors. And when someone betrays a chosen one, they're not just committing relational harm, they're interfering with a higher blueprint. The universe doesn't let that slide. Look at history, real history. How many people betrayed greatness and paid for it? Judas betrayed a man of truth for a bag of silver, and his own soul couldn't bear the weight. That guilt didn't leave quietly, it swallowed him. Brutus stabbed Caesar, and Rome collapsed under its own lies. Martin Luther King Jr. was hated, hunted and assassinated by cowards who couldn't stand the reflection of their own darkness. And still, his legacy rose higher than their bullets ever could. The ones who walk away from truth always lose more than they realize. And you, chosen one, you represent truth. Not because you're perfect, but because you're aligned. Because even in your silence, your stillness, your brokenness, you reflect something pure. And that's what they couldn't stand. You were the mirror, and they saw themselves in it. So they tried to shatter it. But guess what? You didn't break. You became clearer. So now they're haunted, not by you, but by what they did to you. Emotionally, they're unraveling. They may never admit it, but they feel it. That tightness in their chest when your name comes up. That twitch in their soul when a song plays that reminds them of the light you carried. That guilt that flares up like a wound they can't hide, no matter how many people they run to for distraction. Physically, they're drained. Their body knows what their pride won't say. Restless sleep, sudden panic, a loss of energy that even caffeine can't mask. That's not coincidence, that's consequence. You don't walk away from the light and not feel the cold. Spiritually, oh, they're off balance. They can't meditate without being interrupted by your presence, can't pray without flashbacks, can't manifest anything real because guilt distorts alignment. They thought they could walk into a new life without closing the last one with integrity. But the universe doesn't open doors when lies are still holding the key. And don't ask why they haven't apologized. Guilt doesn't always show up with words. Sometimes it shows up with distance, avoidance, overcompensation. Trust me, they feel it. They just can't face it. Because to face it would be to admit that you were never the problem, and they were never the victim. They wanted to walk away and forget, but they ended up carrying a weight they can't drop. And here's the powerful part. Your existence is still shaking them. Not your revenge, not your words, just your survival. The fact that you're still here, still evolving, still rising, it's spiritual punishment for people who tried to erase you. You don't need to throw dirt back. Your healing is loud enough. Your success is sharp enough. Your light is blinding them, and they can't turn it off. You don't have to prove anything. They already know what they did. And the reason this guilt burns so deep is because deep down they knew who you were. From the start, they saw it, they felt it. But instead of protecting it, they mishandled it. And now the universe is making them sit in what they created. So if you're wondering if they're hurting, the answer is yes, but not like you did, not outwardly. No, they're suffering the silent kind of pain, the one that eats you from the inside out, the one that no one claps for, the one that follows you to bed and greets you when you wake up. They thought they got away with it, but the universe, it doesn't forget. So next time you start to wonder if they're at peace while you're picking up the pieces, remember this: they didn't walk away clean. They walked away cursed, and the curse is knowing exactly what they lost. Number 2, they didn't just betray you, they betrayed their own reflection. You were the mirror that revealed what they were afraid to fix. This wasn't about you. Let that settle. Let it cut through the confusion and the pain they left behind. This wasn't about your flaws, your voice, your decisions, or your boundaries. No, this was about the war they were losing within themselves. You just happened to be standing too close when the mask started slipping, and they couldn't bear to see it. So they turned on the mirror. Because that's what you were, chosen one. A mirror. Not the glass kind, the soul kind. You reflected back everything they tried to hide, everything they spent years pretending didn't exist. You showed them what accountability looked like, what love that didn't come with control looked like, what truth felt like when it entered a room without permission, and it shook them. You didn't betray them. You didn't shame them. You didn't even try to expose them. You just existed. And that alone was enough to make their demons panic. They betrayed you not because you were wrong, but because you were too right. You stood too tall in a room full of broken posture. You spoke too clearly around people who thrive on distortion. You moved too purely in spaces where manipulation was normal. So instead of facing what they were, they decided to destroy the thing that reminded them of it. They broke the mirror, hoping the cracks wouldn't reflect their lies. But now all they see is themselves in shattered truth. And don't let their denial fool you. Don't let the silence confuse you. They know exactly what you were. They knew it the first time you offered them peace instead of pressure. The first time you challenged their comfort zones. The first time your presence made them feel like maybe, just maybe, they were meant for more than excuses. But they weren't ready for the truth. Because truth, real truth, doesn't just inspire. It confronts. And when someone's entire identity is built on denial, confrontation feels like violence. You weren't the villain. You were the mirror. And they chose to shatter it instead of grow from it. You ever notice how some people can only love you as long as you don't require them to evolve? The moment you set a boundary, the moment you ask a deeper question, the moment you stop accepting half-truths, suddenly you're too much, too intense, too sensitive. That's the game they play. They reduce you to avoid enlarging themselves. But you weren't too much. You were just enough to force the reflection. And that's why it ended the way it did. Not with conversation, not with closure, with betrayal, with sabotage, with silent exits and smeared narratives. Because facing you would have meant facing everything they buried under charm, performance, and pain they never healed. Let's be clear, they didn't run from you. They ran from the confrontation within. And the irony, every single thing they hated about you was everything they gave up in themselves. Your empathy, your discernment, your strength under pressure, it all reminded them of who they could have been. But they traded their reflection for approval. You stayed true. They stayed safe. And the distance between the two became unbearable. And now, chosen one, they're haunted. Haunted not just by guilt, but by the fact that the mirror is gone. You're gone. And now they can't use your presence to cover their inner chaos. They can't pretend anymore that they're healed, whole, or honest, because your truth used to be the disguise they wore. That's why they act like they don't care. That's why they're loud on the outside, but hollow on the inside. Because when someone betrays a mirror, they're not left with freedom. They're left with distortion. They betrayed the version of themselves they could have grown into, and now they're stuck with the same tired cycles. Think about it. How many people have done this to truth-bearers across time? Socrates was silenced because he asked too many questions. Malcolm X was feared because he spoke too many truths. People don't hate truth-tellers because they lie. They hate them because they expose lies. And you did that. You exposed it just by showing up in full alignment. They weren't ready for your energy. Your presence made masks fall off. Your intuition made secrets rise to the surface. Your love made them feel things they weren't ready to feel. So they labeled you the problem, told people you were unstable, called your discernment paranoia, and painted your light as a threat. But underneath the performance, they miss the mirror. They miss the version of themselves they only accessed when they were around you. They miss the honesty, the depth, the grounding. But pride won't let them say it, and shame won't let them look back. Because if they admit it, they have to admit why they betrayed it. It's easy to villainize someone when you're trying to protect your own shadow. It's easy to run when the reflection doesn't flatter the lie you've lived in. But what's not easy? Living with the knowing. The knowing that you betrayed something sacred, the knowing that you burned the one bridge that was actually leading you back to your real self. So they distract, they perform, they build relationships on top of unresolved guilt. They chase shallow versions of connection, but none of them reflect back what you did, because you weren't just someone who came into their life. You were a reflection of who they could have become, and that's a ghost they can't shake. Here's what you need to know, chosen one. Their betrayal didn't downgrade your value, it exposed theirs. You were always the mirror, and the moment they shattered it, they shattered access to clarity. And now they're stuck walking through life with warped perception, wondering why nothing feels real. Don't envy their silence. Don't crave their return. If they couldn't handle your truth then, they'll collapse under your evolution now. You're not here to play small just to keep people comfortable. You're not here to dim the mirror just so others don't flinch when they look. You are here to reflect, to reveal, to remind the world what integrity looks like when it breathes. And no matter how far they run, no matter how loudly they lie to themselves or others, they know who you were, who you still are, and who you're becoming. You were never the storm. You were the reflection. And they betrayed themselves the day they shattered it. Number 3. They mocked the light. Now they can't find their way in the dark. When you mock the lighthouse, don't cry when you drown. They laughed, didn't they? Laughed at your healing, laughed at your values, laughed at your peace like it was weakness. They rolled their eyes when you talked about energy, truth, and alignment. They scoffed when you chose purpose over popularity, when you walked away from drama and kept your soul intact. They mocked the light like it was some naive little flame, not knowing that same flame was the only thing keeping their chaos from consuming them. But the universe doesn't play games with mockers. They mocked you when you stood firm, when you chose silence over gossip, compassion over revenge, clarity over clout. You became a punchline in their group chats. Your name, a joke, your purpose, dismissed, your glow, laughed at. They forgot that a lighthouse isn't there for attention. It's there to keep people from drowning. And now they're out at sea. No compass, no anchor, no direction. And guess what? The light they spat on, gone. And you might be asking, why would they laugh at someone trying to help them? Why would they mock what was sacred? Because light exposes darkness. And people who aren't ready to evolve will always laugh at what they fear. It's easier to mock what convicts you than to confront what it reveals. You didn't offend them. Their shadows did. They weren't laughing at you. They were trying to silence the reflection of who they aren't. Look at every powerful soul who carried light in a dark world. They were mocked too. Nelson Mandela sat in a prison cell while the ignorant mocked his vision. Oprah was ridiculed in newsrooms before she created her own empire. Jesus was crucified for healing people. People don't mock what's weak. They mock what reminds them they're asleep. And now, the same mouths that laughed are choking on confusion. The same eyes that rolled are blinded by the storm. You see, when you spend all your energy tearing down the lighthouse, you have no guide when the flood comes. And the flood always comes. The guilt? Oh, it's loud now. Not in public, but in private. It whispers during conversations they can't focus in. It interrupts the celebrations they tried to fake. It haunts their silence and torments their spirit. Because their soul knows they spit on something sacred. But don't turn back, chosen one. Let them sit in the dark they created. Let them search for the light they once mocked. Your only job now, keep rising, keep glowing, because you were never the problem. You were the warning. And now that warning has become their reality. Number 4. The universe saw it all. Now it's adjusting the scales. They really thought they were safe, didn't they? Thought they got away with it. Thought your silence was weakness. Thought the lack of immediate thunder meant they were in the clear. They were so loud in their betrayal, so bold in their mockery, so confident in their illusion of victory, all because nothing happened right away. But what they never understood is this: the universe doesn't react out of emotion. It moves with precision. It doesn't forget. It documents. It collects. It waits for the right moment, and then it corrects with force. Every time they lied, every time they twisted your name, every time they manipulated the truth and smirked while doing it, the universe was recording, not on your timeline, not for your revenge, but for cosmic justice. The silence you endured wasn't abandonment. It was strategy. You weren't being ignored. You were being defended without needing to lift a single hand. And now, the shift is happening. You may not hear their cries, but they're cracking. Their favor, drying up. Their energy, drained. Their alignment, gone. You don't lie to the universe and keep your glow. You don't sow destruction and harvest peace. You don't spit on divine order and walk away smiling forever. The imbalance they created is being corrected in real time. And chosen one, maybe you questioned it. Maybe you asked, why isn't anything happening to them? Because justice takes time when it's done right. The universe doesn't deliver cheap karma. It delivers exact karma. And that kind of reckoning needs full evidence, airtight and undeniable. Now their blessings feel cursed. Their wins feel empty. Their connections are starting to fade. Why? Because betrayal doesn't go unnoticed. The spiritual scale is tipping, and they're starting to feel the weight of what they did. In delays, in blockages, in discomfort they can't explain. Don't mistake their silence now as more arrogance. It's not. It's the quiet panic of people who know the reaping has begun. Let them spiral. You don't need revenge. You have alignment, and that alignment is your greatest power. Keep your hands clean and your energy pure, because while they pretended to be righteous, you were becoming untouchable. The silence was never weakness. It was evidence being gathered. And now the case is closed. Let the universe speak. Number 5. They tried to replace you, but you were never a role. You were a revelation. You can copy the clothes, the smile, the vibe, but essence can't be duplicated. They thought you were just a placeholder, didn't they? A seasonal fix. A temporary vibe, a name that could be swapped out like it meant nothing. They thought they could walk away from a once-in-a-lifetime soul and just plug in another face, another body, another voice. They thought they could fill the space you left with distractions, with illusions, with replicas. But nothing stuck because you were never a role to play. You were a revelation they weren't ready to receive. They could copy your habits, try to mimic your peace, recreate your laughter in new rooms, but it always falls flat. Because essence, you can't imitate it. You are the blueprint, and there's no knockoff that can carry what you carry. Chosen one, you weren't just an experience to them. You were a mirror that showed them what they were pretending not to see. A moment they'll replay in their mind when everything else starts to fade. A message from the universe that they deleted. And now the echo of that message is chasing them. They're running, oh, they're running fast, into new connections, shallow thrills, and anything that numbs the guilt. But you can't run from a revelation. You can't delete something your soul knows was real. You can bury it, but it grows roots in the silence. And now that silence, it's loud, deafening, because the replacements don't reflect. They entertain, but they don't challenge. They smile, but they don't see. They perform, but they don't penetrate. And that's what you did. You penetrated. You reached parts of them they never knew existed, and that scared them. You saw the potential beneath their pain, and they betrayed it. Now, they sit in rooms full of people who don't really know them, and still feel alone. They're surrounded, but disconnected, because the soul remembers what the ego tries to forget. Think of Prince. How many tried to copy his sound, his look, his magic? None ever succeeded. You can't replace essence. Maya Angelou said it best. People will forget what you said, forget what you did, but never forget how you made them feel and what they felt with you. They'll spend lifetimes trying to recreate it, and never will. So let them search, let them scroll, let them try to fill your space with noise and novelty. You don't chase what was never equal. You don't compete with your own shadow. You were never an option. You were the divine interruption. And now that they've tasted you, everything else is bland. Number 6. They didn't lose you. They lost access to grace. When you abuse a gift, the universe doesn't resend it. It relocates it. They thought they were just walking away from you, thought they were just moving on. But what they walked away from was favor. What they shut the door on was grace. Because you, chosen one, weren't just another connection. You were a divine interruption in their dysfunction, and they threw it away like it was replaceable. You weren't drama. You were deliverance. You weren't a liability. You were their lifeline. You were their breakthrough, but they treated you like a burden. They got used to peace they didn't earn, used to your patience like it was owed, used to your light like it was furniture in a house they never helped build. And now, that light is gone. That warmth has left the room. And the silence they once loved, it's turned into a cold echo that screams absence. But here's what they'll never say out loud. They feel it, the shift, the void, the imbalance, things that flowed before, blocked, the favor they thought would follow them, dried up, the alignment they basked in while connected to you. Office, completely off, because the universe doesn't keep sacred things in the hands of the careless. When you mishandle a gift, it doesn't get resent with a bow, it gets relocated, and you, chosen one, have been relocated. Let's be real, they miss it, not just you, it, the energy, the calm, the grounding. You walked into their life and for a moment they had access to something pure, something real, but they confused comfort with entitlement, and instead of protecting the grace you brought, they poisoned it with ego. Now they want it back, but guilt won't let them ask. Pride has them locked in silence. Shame has them pretending. And yet every part of them knows they lost access to something they'll never find again. Not in another person, not in another relationship. Because the energy you brought? That was custom. That was cosmic. That was assignment energy. Look at anyone who lost alignment with greatness. It never ends well. Look at those who betrayed their blessing, whether it was in love, in partnership, in business. Those who confuse grace with obligation always end up alone, in rooms they beg to be in, but can't feel whole inside anymore. You weren't just a season, you were a shift, and they mishandled it. Now the universe is showing them what they really lost. And the worst part? They can't even blame you, because they know they did it to themselves. Number 7. Their guilt is speaking louder than their ego ever did. Guilt doesn't always show up as an apology. Sometimes it leaks through panic, avoidance, and silence. They used to be loud, didn't they? Loud in their pride, loud in their excuses, loud in how they rewrote the story to make themselves look like the victim. They wore ego like armor and spoke like they'd already won. But now all that volume has gone quiet. And you can feel it, can't you? That eerie shift, that strange stillness, because their confidence wasn't real, it was a performance. And now the show's over. Their guilt has finally grabbed the mic. You may not see the tears, and you won't get the apology, but don't get it twisted. They are haunted. Their body speaks it. Their spirit leaks it. Their whole energy has changed. They're drained, irritable, off balance. They can't sit still in their own skin. They avoid certain places, certain people, certain conversations, and most of all, they avoid you. You think they've moved on? No, they're just moving in circles, stuck in a loop of shame they created, haunted by memories they swore didn't matter, trapped in rooms full of distractions, trying to outrun the one truth that keeps chasing them. They messed up something that was never meant to be broken. They thought ghosting you would grant them peace, that silence would bury their guilt, that if they ignored it long enough, it would go away. But guilt doesn't die in silence. It multiplies, it festers, it grows teeth. And now it's chewing through every fake smile they try to wear. They flinch when your name comes up. They stumble through sentences when someone mentions the past. They over-explain things that were never asked. That's not growth. That's guilt trying to disguise itself as peace. You were their test, chosen one, and they failed it publicly, privately, and spiritually. And now the only voice they hear in their quietest moments is the one they silenced, yours. You know why they haven't reached out, because they don't know how to face someone who was right the whole time, someone who saw them, someone who loved them through the darkness and got burned for it. Their ego told them you were replaceable. Their guilt knows now you were irreplaceable. So let them pretend, let them post, let them play the part, because deep down they know the apology may never come out of their mouth, but it's screaming in their energy. Number 8, they buried their shame in jokes. Now it's rotting through their reputation. They laughed at your pain, but now their soul is crying when no one's watching. They thought mockery was immunity. They thought if they laughed loud enough, no one would notice the blood on their hands. They turned your suffering into punchlines, shared your heartbreak like it was entertainment, whispered your name in circles too small to call them out, but just big enough to spread poison. That's how cowards operate. They use gossip as a weapon and jokes as a shield, because truth terrifies them. And your truth? It was a spotlight they couldn't stand. They didn't just laugh, they performed. Acted like your pain was a performance, like your silence meant guilt, like your boundaries were drama. But now that time has passed, now that your absence has turned into power, the stage is empty. The laughter, gone. The audience, thinning out fast, because eventually people get tired of reruns. The jokes don't hit the same anymore. The lies are unraveling. Their fake smiles are cracking. The performance they kept up for so long is now working against them. Why? Because nothing haunts the wicked like the one they tried to make a fool of rising anyway. And that's exactly what you've done, chosen one. You rose. You kept moving. You healed louder than they hurt you. And that's their worst nightmare, because your success makes their mockery look pitiful. Your evolution turns every insult into a confession. Every time they joked about your name, they were just exposing how much power it held. Now the silence is louder than their gossip ever was. Now the crowd that once laughed with them is starting to question, because truth doesn't need marketing. It just needs time. And time is finally peeling back the mask they wore so well. Let them sit in it. Let them rot in the reputation they built by burying your name. Because while they laughed at your tears, their soul was writing checks their karma is now collecting. Behind closed doors, they feel it. They know it. The shame they buried under sarcasm is crawling back up through their throat. They're not sleeping. They're not glowing. They're not at peace. Because when you build your image on someone else's brokenness, it always collapses. And chosen one, you don't have to say a word. Just keep shining. Because every time you rise, their laughter dies a little more. Let the silence speak now. It's revealing everything. Number 9, they're living inside a house built with guilt, and every room echoes your name. When you exile the one who brought light, don't be shocked when the house grows dark. They thought pushing you out would bring them peace, that cutting you off would silence the truth, that if they could just create distance, the shame would stay behind with you. But what they didn't realize is, when you exile the light, you don't just lose the warmth, you invite the cold. And now they're sitting in the very house they built, and every wall whispers your name. Every corner holds a memory. Every room reminds them of the grace they discarded. That chair, you sat there. That hallway, you laughed there. That moment of silence, you used to fill it with peace. Now those same silences are deafening. That's what happens when someone tries to rip out a blessing from their life and pretend it was a burden. The echo of what they lost follows them like a ghost. They created distance, but they can't escape. They packed up your presence like it was luggage, boxed it up, pushed it out, and slammed the door. But you weren't a possession. You were a presence, and presence doesn't disappear just because you pretend it's gone. It lingers, it radiates, it haunts. They walk through that house pretending they're free, smiling for visitors, keeping it together for social media. But the energy never lies. The air is different now, heavier, still, hollow. Because when you push light out of your life, you don't just lose a person, you lose everything they carried. Chosen one, they thought they were doing themselves a favor by removing you, but what they did was invite a spiritual void they can't fill. They've tried. Oh, they've tried. New people, new hobbies, new distractions. But nothing sticks. Because nothing feels right in a space that was built to hold truth, but is now filled with denial. Look at the greats. Steve Jobs was kicked out of Apple, and they begged him back when the light left the building. Phil Jackson was let go by teams who forgot what winning required, only to realize the culture he brought wasn't just strategy, it was spiritual alignment. They're realizing that now about you. But here's the twist. They can't rebuild what they destroyed. The universe doesn't let you re-enter the same house once you've set fire to its foundation, and they set fire to you. So now they live with it, the guilt, the ache, the silence, the memories, a constant hum of "you shouldn't have let that go" playing in the background of every fake piece they try to hold on to. You don't need to go back. You don't need to knock. Let them live in the house they built, with your name written in every empty corner. Because when you exile light, you inherit darkness. Number 10. They underestimated your value. Now they overestimate their loss. They treated gold like dust, and now they're choking on the ashes of what they burned. They saw you every day and still missed you, looked you in the face and still couldn't see you, because they weren't looking with eyes of gratitude, they were looking with eyes of entitlement. You showed up with heart, with depth, with loyalty they didn't deserve, and they treated it like background noise. You were the treasure they mistook for trash, until they realized too late that you were the only real thing they ever had. You were a well they thought would never run dry. You kept pouring grace, love, energy, support, even when you were empty. You gave without conditions. You stayed when they were shaky. You showed up in storms they created. And what did they do? Took it. Drank from your peace like it was endless. Laughed in your face. Dismissed your effort. Mocked your light. And now they're thirsty. And there's no well in sight. This is what happens when people confuse availability with insignificance. When you're always there, they start believing you'll never leave. When you give without charging interest, they assume there's no cost. But the bill always comes due. And now they're paying with their sanity, their sleepless nights, and the gnawing guilt that whispers, "You ruined something rare." Chosen one, don't question your worth just because they failed to recognize it. Some people are so starved for healing, they'll reject the very hand sent to help them, just because it doesn't match the image they created in their broken minds. That's not your fault. That's their blindness. And now they're sitting in the fog, trying to navigate a life they burned to the ground with their own ego. And here's the thing, their guilt is louder now because they see it. They see how their life shifted after you left. The disconnection, the energy drain, the favor that stopped flowing. They can't find what you gave because it didn't come from the surface. It came from your spirit. This is the divine reversal, the moment when the scales flip and they finally realize they weren't holding dust. They were holding gold. They just didn't know how to treat it. Now they're choking on the ashes of their choices, watching you shine from a distance, wishing they had valued what they'll never touch again. Let them watch. Let the regret do its work. Number 11. You were the test, and they failed it, publicly. They thought this was about you. They thought hurting you, disrespecting you, replacing you, lying on your name, all of that, was just a personal choice with no weight, no cost. But they weren't just mistreating a person, they were failing an assignment. Because you, chosen one, weren't sent into their life to entertain them. You were there as a divine checkpoint, a test of integrity, a mirror of truth, a soul upgrade wrapped in human form. And what did they do? They didn't study. They didn't respect the moment. They didn't pause to consider that maybe, just maybe, your presence wasn't random. It was divine design. Instead, they fumbled, lied, manipulated, ghosted, betrayed, tried to play teacher while being tested, and now they're sitting in the consequence of their own failure. You didn't need to expose them. They exposed themselves with every choice they made when your back was turned, every rumor they whispered, every smirk they shared, every time they mocked your pain and called it drama. That was the answer key to who they really are. And the universe was taking notes. Don't get it twisted. You were the lesson, and they flunked spectacularly, publicly, spiritually. Now they're haunted, not by what you did, but by what they didn't do. They didn't protect you. They didn't honor the connection. They didn't choose the high road. And the universe, oh, the universe has receipts. It's not just holding them. It's replaying them on loop, in their mind, in their sleep, in their gut. That guilt they carry, heavier than any punishment you could have delivered, because guilt is a silent sentence. It doesn't need a courtroom, it lives inside. And unlike revenge, it doesn't burn out. It builds, quietly, consistently, ruthlessly. And you didn't have to clap back. You didn't have to scream. You didn't have to expose them online or tear them down. You just had to walk away and let truth do the talking. Because chosen one, your life after them is the loudest verdict of all. Your peace, their conviction. Your healing, their exposure. Your silence, the full report card of their character. They didn't lose you, they failed you, and in doing so they failed themselves. You were never their downfall. You were the test, and now they know, too late, that they never had the answers. And now, the picture is clear. The silence wasn't weakness. Your exit wasn't loss. You were the test, the mirror, the grace, and they failed it all. But the universe never forgets. So walk forward, chosen one, with your head high and your soul clean. What they lost is echoing louder than any apology could. You don't need revenge. You are the proof. If this lit a fire in your spirit, like this video, subscribe to join the rising. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you feel the shift. And share this with another chosen one who needs the reminder. Justice is already unfolding. A snake can shed its skin, but it's still a snake, just more slippery and harder to see. But even snakes eventually get stepped on. They lied on your name. They spit poison behind closed doors. They smiled in your face, then stabbed you the moment you turned around. They gathered in circles, whispering filth, tossing dirt on your reputation, laughing like they'd already won. They didn't just want to hurt you. They wanted to erase you, break your spirit, humiliate you. But they forgot one thing. The universe never forgets. And payback? It doesn't knock politely. It breaks the door off its hinges. Before we dive deep, do your part and, like this video, subscribe to the channel and share this message with every chosen one out there. When you engage, it tells the platform that this message is real, it's needed, and it's time for more chosen ones to wake up and reclaim their energy. Now listen, this isn't just another story of betrayal. This is the part where the curtain gets pulled back and the truth stands center stage. They thought they were untouchable, thought their fake alliances and backdoor games would never catch up to them. But karma didn't miss their address. It just took its time, stacking every dirty move, every fake smile, every hidden intention like a deck of cards. And now, that whole house is collapsing. They moved like shadows, creeping through your life, draining your energy, feeding off your silence. They twisted your kindness into weakness, your patience into submission. They played dirty and wore masks so convincing, even you questioned your reality at times. But here's the thing, they didn't break you. They exposed themselves. And you know what's hitting them hardest right now? It's not just that things are falling apart. It's that it's happening in full view. No more hiding behind fake charm. No more secrets in the dark. It's public now. Embarrassment is sitting in their chest like a burning coal they can't spit out or swallow. That reputation they worked so hard to build with lies. It's unraveling. The same mouths that spoke against you are now choking on their own venom. They mocked your pain like it was a joke, smirked at your silence as if it meant defeat. But all along, you were just gathering your power. You were pulling back, not falling off. You were listening, not breaking. They couldn't see it, but your silence was the warning before the storm. They thought you were still bleeding when you were actually rebuilding. And now that you've risen, they're panicking, because the version of you they tried to destroy no longer exists. This is the season of consequences. The same way they threw stones, now life is throwing bricks back. Hard, fast, and without mercy. Financial collapse, mental unrest, public exposure, friendships turning to enemies. It's not coincidence, it's cause and effect. Energy never lies, and the universe never cheats. Some of them thought charm could cover up their mess, that a few good posts, some fake humility, or surface-level apologies would erase the damage. But you can't outsmart energy. What they did in the dark is now screaming in the light. Their smile isn't working anymore. People are side-eyeing, doors are closing. Their name is getting colder in rooms they used to control. They wanted you quiet. They wanted you to keep the secrets, carry the weight, absorb the shame. But you're not their cleanup crew. You're not their emotional sponge. You are the chosen one, and the moment you stopped playing your role in their script, their whole act started crumbling. They were the fire starters. You were just the one they tried to burn. But they didn't realize you were built from flames. They fed the fire thinking it would consume you, but all it did was forge something stronger. Now, every lie they told is backfiring. Every false narrative is coming undone. The truth is louder than ever, and this time it's not going away. And now they're spinning, panicking, trying to patch a ship that's already sunk, trying to rebuild fake versions of themselves in new places, hoping the past won't follow. But it's too late. Karma doesn't allow clean slates for dirty hearts. Meanwhile, you're calm, untouched, elevated, because you didn't chase revenge. You didn't scream your truth. You let it speak for itself. And now that truth is louder than any lie they ever told. The tables haven't just turned, they've flipped, and they're getting hit from every angle. This is what they never expected, that the same one they tried to bury would grow roots so deep, they'd shake everything around them. You didn't just survive, you outgrew the storm, and now that storm is circling back to where it started. And listen up, chosen one. If you felt even an ounce of truth in what we just said, don't go anywhere, because that was just the warning shot. The real storm, it's only getting started. We're about to walk through it all step by step, and you're going to see exactly how and why they're getting hit from every direction. So if you're ready to watch karma flip every table they once sat at, drop the number 777 in the comments and let us know you're locked in. And if you feel led, show love with a super thanks. Your support keeps this message reaching those who need it most. And now let's dive in moment by moment, because if you're truly chosen, this won't just feel familiar, it'll feel personal. Stay with me till the end. Let's get into it. Number 1, the illusion of winning. A fool thinks he's flying until he hits the ground and realizes he never had wings, just ego. They strutted around like kings and queens of chaos, building false thrones from gossip, control, and manipulation. For a moment, they believed the illusion. They believed they had power. Power over your story, power over your image, power over your peace. They whispered lies in ears they thought would never hear the truth. They created drama behind closed doors, pretending to be wise strategists, when really they were just playing checkers on a chessboard they didn't even understand. But here's the truth. It was never power. They were just loud, loud enough to fool the room, loud enough to fool themselves, but not loud enough to change the truth. You see, the illusion of winning is seductive. When someone moves in ego, it makes them feel invincible. They think, I can twist reality. I can make them look bad while I look good. I can play God in this situation. But the universe has a perfect memory. And unlike them, the universe doesn't need to speak to prove anything. It just acts, quietly, precisely, unapologetically. They thought they had the upper hand, thought they were in control of how others viewed you, but they forgot. Real power doesn't perform, real power doesn't beg, and real power never has to manipulate to be felt. You, chosen one, held your silence while they built illusions. And now, that illusion is shattering in real time. What they thought was a victory was actually a countdown. Every fake smile, every lie, every game, they were all receipts. And now karma is cashing in. Look around, they're unraveling, not because you fought back, but because you didn't. Your refusal to engage left them exposed. Like a magician who runs out of tricks mid-show, they're standing there now, desperate for attention, trying to spin the same old drama. But the audience is walking out. The show's over. They mocked your quiet. They misunderstood your distance, but you weren't hiding. You were healing. While they were feeding their egos with temporary wins, you were feeding your soul with truth. And now, you're grounded, clear, elevated, and they're spinning because the version of you they thought they conquered is long gone. They won nothing. They only bought time. And even that clock has stopped ticking. Think about every successful person you know, Oprah, Tyler Perry, even Elon Musk. Each of them had people plotting in the background, trying to write their failure before their story even began. They were underestimated, mocked and dismissed. But while their enemies were laughing, they were working, building, aligning. And now, the same people who once doubted them can't even stand in the same room. That's not revenge, that's karma. And that's exactly what's happening to you. You ever wonder why people tried so hard to break you, chosen one? Why they needed to twist your narrative, lie on your name, and rally others to their side? It's because deep down, they knew who you were. They saw it before you did. They felt the energy you carried and feared it. And instead of rising to match it, they tried to sabotage it. Because that's what small minds do. They don't grow. They destroy. But the illusion always cracks. It's a law of energy. What's built on lies eventually eats itself alive. Now they're starting to feel what they put you through. People are asking questions. Doubts are forming. Those who once believed their version of the story are beginning to see the cracks. And here's what's even worse for them. They know it's coming. That's the sting. The unraveling isn't just painful, it's humiliating. They can't stop it. They can't control it. They can't lie their way out of it anymore. The mask is off. And what's underneath? Ugly, bitter, transparent. And yet, here you are, rising, not loud, not angry, not bitter, just steady. That's what's breaking them. Not your clapbacks, not your revenge, but your peace, your elevation, your complete lack of need for their drama. They were banking on you reacting. They wanted to keep you in the chaos, but you walked away. And that silence, it's screaming now. They're getting hit left and right, and they know exactly why. Their wins were never real, just distractions from the deep work they never did, just hollow victories based on control and appearance. But control fades, appearances crack, and now they're stuck living in a version of reality they created with lies. You, chosen one, didn't lose. You grew. You didn't fall off. You evolved. You didn't get left behind. You let go of what was never meant for you. That's the real win. Not being liked by everyone, not convincing the world of your innocence, but standing in your truth so firmly that you don't need to explain yourself anymore. And if you're sitting here thinking, but why did it take so long? Understand this. Delay is not denial. The universe doesn't rush justice. It builds it layer by layer, moment by moment, until the fall is so precise, it can't be denied. And now that fall is happening. Loud, hard, unstoppable. They didn't beat you, they revealed themselves, and now they're paying for it. This is your reminder. Illusion never lasts. Truth always wins, and those who rise by stepping on others always fall beneath the weight of their own lies. So if you're seeing it now, those same people who laughed when you cried, who thrived when you struggled, just know this isn't karma starting. This is karma in full swing. Let them scramble. Let them panic. You don't need to lift a finger. You already won the moment you decided you didn't have to play their game. And now, the scoreboard is public. The mask is off, and the illusion is gone forever. Number 2, silent battles, loud outcomes. They thought your silence meant surrender, when really it was the sound of a storm gathering strength. They laughed behind your back, didn't they? Whispered in secret, shared smirks across rooms, sent screenshots, started rumors, made you the topic of their entertainment. They called it a joke, said you were too sensitive, pretended it was all in your head. But let's tell the truth, they knew exactly what they were doing. Every fake smile, every double tap on shady posts, every backhanded compliment meant to break you, to shake you, to pull you out of character and trap you in their circus. But you didn't bite, you didn't swing back, you didn't react, and that made them mad. You chose silence. Not because you were weak, not because you didn't have words, but because you had wisdom. You knew not every battle needs your presence. Some battles are won by restraint. Some victories are earned by walking away and letting the universe do the talking. They thought your quiet meant defeat. They thought your peace meant powerlessness. But they were wrong, dead wrong. What they saw as stillness was actually strategy. You weren't just enduring the storm, you were becoming it. Every chosen one goes through this phase, the silent battles, the nights where your chest feels heavy from the weight of betrayal, the mornings you wake up wondering how people can lie so easily and smile at the same time. You start questioning your worth, your instincts, your voice. But here's what they didn't know, those silent battles. They were shaping you, strengthening you, aligning you. They laughed while you healed. They gossiped while you transformed. And now they're stunned, because the version of you that's returning is not the one they mocked. You come back sharper, calmer, unbothered, and nothing scares a manipulator more than the person they once controlled, no longer reacting. You see, when they were busy trying to steal your peace, you were learning how to protect it. When they tried to twist your energy, you learned how to guard it. That's why your silence was your most dangerous weapon. It kept them guessing. They had no idea if their games were working, and that uncertainty, it ate them alive. The loudest outcomes come from the quietest work. Think about the greats. Beyoncé didn't post for months before dropping a full visual album. Michael Jordan didn't respond to critics. He showed up on the court and dominated. Silence doesn't mean absence. It means preparation. And now that you've prepared, it's game time. They had their moment. Let them have it. Let them enjoy the claps they begged for, the validation they manufactured, the lies they dressed up as truth. Because now the room is different. The energy is shifting. People are waking up. Eyes are opening. And what's been hidden in the dark is being dragged into the light, kicking, screaming, and exposed. You're not the same person anymore. That silent version of you, the one they mocked, is now the one standing in full power. You let them talk while you got better. You let them assume while you leveled up. And now they don't have access. Not to your life, not to your energy, not even to your name. It's funny how the tables turn. The same ones who once watched your pain like it was entertainment are now sitting in the front row, watching you glow in real time and choking on their own silence. Because what can they say now? That they were wrong? That they lied? That they knew you were powerful all along and tried to break you before the world saw it? They won't admit it, but they feel it. every scroll, every post, every achievement you reach. They feel it in their chest, like a dull ache they can't shake. That's karma. That's the cost of playing with someone who was sent to rise. And let's be clear, it's not just about getting back at them. This isn't about ego. This is about truth. It's about the chosen ones who've had to suffer in silence, who've had to sit in rooms full of people smiling while stabbing, who've been gaslit into believing their pain wasn't real. This is about showing them you never needed to fight dirty to win. You just needed to stay aligned. You trusted the process, trusted that staying in character would protect your destiny, and it did. Because now, while their world is growing louder with chaos, yours is becoming clearer, cleaner, and more blessed. They can't touch you anymore, not because they suddenly stop trying, but because your vibration has outgrown their access. They're not confused, they're blocked, and now they're realizing it. That you don't entertain the nonsense. You don't explain yourself anymore. You don't shrink to fit spaces you've already outgrown. You chose silence, and your silence built an empire. So if you're watching this and thinking, why didn't I speak up? Or should I have clapped back? Hear this. You did the right thing. You walked in purpose while they ran with pettiness. You held your dignity when disrespect was easier. And now the payoff is speaking louder than words ever could. The outcomes are real, their illusions are breaking, and your elevation, it's undeniable. Keep walking, chosen one. Keep moving in silence if that's what aligns with your spirit. Keep letting them talk while you build, because the loudest thing in the room isn't their gossip anymore, it's your glow. And they can't ignore it. Not now. Not ever again. Number 3. Masks are falling. When the mask slips, even the sweetest smile can't hide the venom underneath. They were actors in their own show, experts in performance, masters at pretending to be something they never were. They walked into rooms with charm dripping off their words, cloaked in charisma, all while carrying daggers behind their backs. They fooled a lot of people. For a while they even fooled you. With fake kindness, with empty concern, with support that was really just surveillance. But the act is over. The mask has cracked. And now everyone is starting to see the monster hiding behind the makeup. They built their image like a castle made of glass, shiny on the outside, but fragile and hollow inside. They smiled in public, served poison in private. They crafted a version of themselves that was likable, trustworthy, even admirable. But the truth always finds its way through the cracks, and now it's flooding the foundation. Their lies are catching up, their charm is wearing thin. The stories they spun so confidently are starting to contradict. People are remembering what they said. They're noticing the inconsistencies, the slip-ups, the red flags they ignored. The same charisma that once drew people in, now it makes people uncomfortable. Because the mask no longer fits the face. See, the universe has a funny way of pulling back curtains. When someone uses deception to climb higher, the fall becomes more dramatic. It's loud, it's public, and it's painful. These people didn't just lie. They built whole identities around those lies. Careers, relationships, social circles. And now it's all starting to crumble. The smiles are strained, the confidence is cracked, and the desperation, it's starting to leak through. They can feel it, that shift, that slow unraveling of control. The truth is louder than ever now, and it's not coming from you. It's coming from their own actions, their own words. The very energy they put out is boomeranging back, exposing them without you ever having to say a word. You kept your hands clean, you stayed in alignment, and now the spotlight is turning, not because you dragged them into it, but because they walked themselves into it, again and again. Their need for attention, their obsession with control, their addiction to being seen as good, it's all part of their downfall. And here's the part they never expected. The same people they used to impress are now stepping back. The support is thinning out. The fake fans are getting quiet. The loyalty they bought with lies is fading fast. Because people are starting to wake up. The illusion is broken. The reputation they worshipped is losing its shine. Why? Because people can feel energy. They might not catch the lie right away, but they sense when something's off. When someone's smile doesn't match their spirit, when their words sound right, but their energy screams wrong. That's what's happening now. People who once defended them are side-eyeing. People who once believed them are rethinking. That's not coincidence. That's exposure. Think of every public figure who built a brand on lies. Eventually, the cracks always show. Think of those influencers, celebrities or business leaders who seemed untouchable, until one moment brought it all crashing down. That moment is real. And now, the ones who came against you are stepping into their own. The people who weaponized charm are now being stripped of it. The ones who relied on image are now being haunted by truth. They can't network their way out of this. They can't charm their way into forgiveness. Because what's broken now is trust. And trust, once shattered, doesn't get rebuilt with smiles. It gets rebuilt with accountability. And that's the one thing they're still running from. But they can't run forever. The image they worked so hard to protect is no longer theirs to control. The stories they told no longer sound believable. The masks they wore are slipping faster than they can adjust. And all that's left is the truth, and the silence that follows when people realize they were cheering for the villain. And while they're scrambling, you're shining, quietly, authentically, because your power was never about pretending. You never had to fake who you were, and even when they tried to make you the villain in their story, your truth didn't budge. Your consistency is what's speaking now, and it's louder than any lie they ever told. Let them talk, let them spin, let them try to reclaim their old image. It's gone. It burned with every lie, with every manipulation, with every mask they wore too long. And the ashes they're standing in now, that's not your fire, that's theirs. You're rising because you stayed true. You didn't perform. You didn't beg. You didn't create a character. You walked in your truth, even when it cost you. And now, while their world crumbles under the weight of exposure, yours is being rebuilt stronger than ever. This is what happens when the masks fall. The real ones stand tall, and the fakes, they finally face the mirror they've avoided for too long. Number 4. The trap backfired. Dig a pit for someone else, and you better build a ladder for yourself, because you're going in first. They planned it, carefully, secretly. Like architects of chaos, they laid the foundation brick by brick. Manipulation, gossip, twisted words, hidden agendas. They crafted the perfect scenario to bring you down, to expose you, embarrass you, break your peace and steal your credibility. They didn't just throw shade, they planted it and watered it, hoping you'd grow in the dark with no sunlight, no truth, no voice. But they forgot the one universal law that never misses. You reap what you sow, multiplied. They thought they were clever, thought they could provoke you into reacting, thought they could paint you as the villain while hiding their own hands. The smear campaigns, the strategic silence, the little digs designed to push you just far enough to break your character. They wanted you to lose control. They were hoping you'd explode, lash out, prove their lies true, but you didn't. And that's when the trap began to fold on them. You didn't react, you observed. You didn't fight back, you leveled up. You didn't chase down every rumor, you let the energy speak for itself. And now that trap they built, it's caving in, brick by brick, right beneath their feet. The twisted thing about karma is this: it doesn't need to announce itself. It shows up in the same form as the harm someone tried to send. The lies, they're getting tangled in their own stories. The energy they used to twist your image, it's wrapping around their own reputation. They're walking in rooms now wondering who knows the truth. That confidence they once had, gone, replaced with paranoia, with whispers, with the very fear they wanted you to live in. And the most painful part? No one's chasing them, no one's even throwing dirt. It's just their own trap doing the damage. The setup they designed for you is now playing out in their world with precision. Their words are being used against them, their alliances are breaking, their name is no longer being spoken with praise, it's being handled with caution. They were the spider until they got caught in their own web. And you just kept moving. You let go. You chose peace over pettiness, not because you were weak, but because you were wise. And that choice, that refusal to stoop down into their chaos, that's what triggered the collapse. Because energy returns where it came from, always. Do you know how many great people have been trapped, slandered, betrayed, and still rose? Think of Nelson Mandela, falsely imprisoned for decades, only to emerge with power and grace that changed a nation. Think of Malala Yousafzai, shot for speaking truth, only to rise and shake the world with her voice. Even in your personal life, how many times have you watched someone try to destroy a person of integrity, only to watch themselves unravel? That's what's happening now. The collapse is real, and they're feeling every inch of it. The mental weight, the loss of control, the public embarrassment, and worst of all, the realization that they caused it all themselves. You were never the problem. You were the mirror. You exposed what they didn't want to see. Your presence triggered their insecurities. Your peace disturbed their chaos. And instead of facing themselves, they came for you. And in doing so, they wrote their own downfall. They set the trap with confidence, thinking you'd never escape. But the universe rewired it in silence. And now, every intention they had for you is turning inward. That spiritual boomerang is real. What they wanted you to feel, fear, shame, confusion, they're drowning in it. And now, the ones who once mocked your journey are stumbling through their own. The same lies they told about you are being whispered about them. The same energy they used to isolate you is now isolating them. They're trying to figure out why things aren't working anymore, why their name is getting cold, why the rooms they once commanded now feel unfamiliar. It's the trap, the one they dug, the one they laughed about, the one they thought made them powerful. But power built on deception always crumbles. Chosen one, your greatest revenge is already happening. It's called truth. And truth doesn't need defense. It just needs time. You gave it time. You gave it space. You let the universe move. And now it's moving loudly. So don't look back. Don't explain. Don't try to convince anyone of anything. You don't need to. The trap failed. The liar is exposed. And you're walking free while they're stuck in the mess they made with their own hands. Let them sit with it. Let them stew in the silence they once used to torment you. That silence is justice now. That stillness is karma, echoing louder than any words ever could. They thought they were burying you, but all along they were just digging a deeper grave for their own peace, their own image, their own illusion. And now, the trap is shut, and they're the only ones inside. Number 5. You took the high road. The high road is often the loneliest path, but it's the one with the clearest view when the dust finally settles. They tried everything to drag you down, didn't they? They pushed your buttons, poked at your pain, whispered lies in the dark, hoping to spark chaos in the light. They tried to bait you into reacting, to stoop, to clap back, to show the world the version of you they could twist into their next lie. And you had every reason to respond, every right to return the energy. But you didn't. You took the high road, the one they never expected you to take, and they hate that. See, they were counting on your anger, hoping for your downfall. They wanted you messy, reactive and loud, because that would have made you look like them. But you chose restraint, wisdom, patience, and that decision? That's the reason the universe is honoring you now. The high road is not for the weak. It's for the powerful, for the ones who understand that silence is sometimes the loudest answer, that dignity speaks louder than drama, and that not every battle is worth stepping into, especially the ones designed to distract you from your purpose. You could have exposed them. You could have aired out the truth. You could have fought fire with fire, and no one would have blamed you. But you knew better. You knew your peace was too expensive to trade for petty revenge. And you understood something they never will. Some victories can't be seen, they're felt. Deep inward winds that echo louder over time than any public clapback ever could. While they ran around trying to build an audience to support their lies, you were building character. While they collected allies with manipulation, you stood alone with truth. And that's why you're rising now, gracefully, quietly, powerfully. They don't understand how you're still standing, after everything they tried, after every attempt to embarrass you, isolate you, or provoke you into looking like the problem. But the truth is, it was your discipline that destroyed their plan. Your calmness exposed their chaos. Your refusal to fight dirty is what made the dirt stick to them. They underestimated the strength it takes to not respond, to bite your tongue when your heart was screaming, to walk away from people who never deserved to be in your presence to begin with. But that silence, that maturity, that was your power move, the realest one you could have made. Because while they were wasting energy trying to pull you into their storm, you were building your own sky. And now the weather's changed. The sun is shining on your side, and the storm they created, it's raining on their own parade. It's wild how the ones who tried to paint you as the problem are now scrambling to control the story. But it's too late. The truth doesn't need an announcement. It just shows up, dressed in results. And your results? They're speaking volumes. You kept your head high, even when it hurt, even when it would have been easier to match their energy and get revenge. You walked in integrity while they walked in ego. And now the universe is rewarding your self-control with elevation they'll never reach, because they tried to skip the work by tearing others down. And maybe you're wondering, did I miss a moment to defend myself? No, you didn't. You allowed the energy to return to its sender, naturally, divinely. You trusted timing over tantrums. You trusted that what's meant for you can't be blocked by gossip, and what's not yours can't be forced by fighting. Think of every powerful figure who's ever been lied on, betrayed, slandered, and then vindicated. Michelle Obama said it best. When they go low, we go high. And yes, it hurts in the moment. But in the long run, that high road leads to peace, clarity, and legacy. While the low road, it always leads to dead ends and self-destruction. They chose bitterness. You chose balance. They chose performance. You chose purpose. They threw stones. You laid foundations. And now you're building something solid, while they're sitting in the ruins of what they tried to destroy. And the most satisfying part, you didn't have to break them. You didn't have to lift a hand. You just had to stand still and let the energy work. And now they're tripping over their own lies, while you're walking in rooms they'll never be invited into again. That's the reward of taking the high road. Your glow isn't loud, it's undeniable. Your peace isn't performative, it's felt. And your presence, it's now commanding the kind of respect they can't fake their way into. So if you're questioning if it was worth it, if it was worth swallowing your pride, staying silent, holding your tongue when you could have clapped back, look at where you are now. Look at how calm your spirit is. Look at how their chaos has nothing to do with you anymore. You didn't stoop. You didn't get pulled into the mud. You walked over it. And that's why you're winning. Because while they were trying to tear you down from the outside, you were building something unshakable inside. And now, the high road doesn't just feel like the right path. It is the only one that leads to everything they can't access. Peace, elevation, and truth. Number 7. Cracks in their circle. Evil never builds loyalty, it builds leverage, and once the game's over, every snake turns on the next. They linked arms against you, didn't they? Formed little alliances, whispered in corners, laughed together like they were invincible. For a while, it looked like they were tight, like they really stood on something. But the truth is, it was never unity. It was desperation. It was insecurity dressed up as connection. They didn't come together because they loved each other. They came together because they hated your light. And now, that false bond is cracking, fast. Blame is flying like bullets, fights behind closed doors, shade disguised as jokes. The very ones who once smiled together while plotting against you are now pointing fingers at each other. Why? Because when the foundation is built on lies, betrayal is inevitable. There is no honor among manipulators, no loyalty in low vibrations. They came together in darkness, and now the darkness is devouring them from the inside out. You didn't even have to lift a finger. The same circle that once tried to isolate you is now eating itself alive. One by one, they're showing their true colors, exposing secrets, flipping sides, revealing just how shallow their alliance really was. And you're just watching, elevated, unbothered, focused. The universe is showing you that the weapons formed against you weren't just weak, they were self-destructive. Let them fall apart. Let them turn on each other. That chaos they tried to dump in your life is blooming in their own backyard now. Don't go back to check on it. Just keep moving. The universe is clearing your path. That noise behind you? It's just the sound of karma doing its work. You were never outnumbered. You were just overqualified for the room they tried to keep you out of. Number 8. Your absence is power. They didn't lose you because you changed. They lost you because you finally saw the game and stepped off the board. You stopped responding. You stopped explaining yourself. You stopped showing up to defend your name in conversations that didn't deserve your presence. And the moment you did that, everything shifted. Because your silence wasn't weakness. Your absence wasn't surrender. It was power in its purest form. They fed off your reactions, needed your attention like oxygen. Every time you responded, it gave their chaos room to grow. Every time you tried to fix what they broke, it inflated their sense of control. But then you chose distance. You chose peace. You chose you, and in doing so, you shattered the entire structure they built on your energy. Now they're spinning, panicking, trying to get a reaction that won't come, trying to poke at your peace like it's still available, but it's not. You unplugged their access, you shut the door, and now they're left screaming into silence that doesn't echo back. Your absence. It's louder than any response you could have given. It's making them question their relevance. It's making them feel the void where your light used to be. Because the truth is, they didn't care about you. They cared about your energy. And now that it's gone, their power is gone too. Let them wonder. Let them talk to shadows. Let them chase ghosts of who you used to be. Because you're not there anymore. You've elevated. You've reclaimed everything they tried to drain from you. The universe is backing your silence. Your distance isn't empty. It's sacred. It's protection. So stay pulled back. Stay focused. That space you created, it's not cold. It's clarity. And it's the reason they're falling apart without you. Number 9. The unseen growth. They didn't lose you because you changed. They lost you because you finally saw the game and stepped off the board. You stopped responding. You stopped explaining yourself. You stopped showing up to defend your name in conversations that didn't deserve your presence. And the moment you did that, everything shifted. Because your silence wasn't weakness. Your absence wasn't surrender. It was power in its purest form. They fed off your reactions, needed your attention like oxygen. Every time you responded, it gave their chaos room to grow. Every time you tried to fix what they broke, it inflated their sense of control. But then you chose distance. You chose peace. You chose you. And in doing so, you shattered the entire structure they built on your energy. Now they're spinning, panicking, trying to get a reaction that won't come, trying to poke at your peace like it's still available, but it's not. You unplugged their access, you shut the door, and now they're left screaming into silence that doesn't echo back. Your absence, it's louder than any response you could have given. It's making them question their relevance. It's making them feel the void where your light used to be. Because the truth is, they didn't care about you. They cared about your energy. And now that it's gone, their power is gone too. Let them wonder. Let them talk to shadows. Let them chase ghosts of who you used to be. Because you're not there anymore. You've elevated. You've reclaimed everything they tried to drain from you. The universe is backing your silence. Your distance isn't empty. It's sacred. It's protection. So stay pulled back. Stay focused. That space you created, it's not cold. It's clarity. And it's the reason they're falling apart without you. Number 10. The universe is responding. The universe may whisper for a while, but when it responds, it roars. This moment you're witnessing, it's not random, it's not luck, it's not karma might be real. No, this is law in motion, cause and effect, action and reaction, energy being returned with precision, force, and timing that no human could manipulate. They thought they were escaping consequence, that their lies would fade, that their betrayals would be forgotten, that if they smiled long enough, they could mask the damage they caused. But the universe was taking notes. Every move, every word, every seed they planted with hate, manipulation, and pride. It's blooming now. But not in your garden, in theirs. They wanted you to wither while they thrived. But what they didn't realize is that energy never dies. It only circles back. And now it's circling fast. You're not imagining it. The sudden shifts, the strange losses they're experiencing, the panic behind their curated posts, it's all part of the response. The universe doesn't forget what's done in the dark. It doesn't get distracted by appearances. It's responding exactly as it should. Loud, public, unapologetic. And it's not just revenge, it's balance. The scales are tipping. What they tried to delay is now accelerating. What they thought they silenced is now speaking volumes. And while they're scrambling, trying to regain control of a narrative that's slipping from their grip, you are steady. Because you didn't have to force anything. You stayed true, stayed grounded, and the universe noticed. That's why doors are opening for you. That's why peace surrounds you. That's why favor is showing up in places you didn't expect. Because the universe is not just responding to them, it's responding to you too. This is your confirmation. You're not crazy. You're not alone. You're aligned. Keep walking. Keep building. Keep healing. Because this energy, it's yours now. And it's not done yet. Number 11. Truth over time. Time doesn't just tell the truth. It exposes it, drags it into the light, and dares it to hide again. They were so sure their secrets would stay sealed, so confident their lies would live longer than your truth. For a while, they even fooled themselves. They hid behind charm, clout, fake tears, and carefully crafted stories. They whispered lies in the dark and believed the silence was safety. But what they forgot is this: time is the greatest truth-teller of all. They built illusions, temporary, shiny illusions, but illusions crack under the weight of time, slowly, then all at once. The people who once believed them, they're starting to question the stories they sold so convincingly. They're starting to unravel. The fake alliances they used to protect their image, crumbling under pressure, because truth doesn't need a spotlight, it just needs time. And now that time has arrived. And oh, how loud the truth is now. What they buried is growing roots. The truth is pushing up through the lies like weeds breaking through concrete. It's raw, it's loud, and it's undeniable. You didn't have to force it. You didn't have to expose them. Time did the heavy lifting. And now people are finally seeing what you saw all along. They're realizing the mask was always a mask. They thought your silence meant guilt, that your isolation meant shame. But now they're realizing your silence was survival, and your distance was discernment. You weren't hiding, you were healing, and in that time, the universe was working. Now, every lie they told is returning to the sender, not just through karma, but through clarity. People are connecting dots, feeling shifts, sensing what words could never fully prove. The lie may run fast, but the truth always catches up, and when it does, it stays. And now, it's staying with them. Number 12. You're unshaken, they're unraveling. They threw stones at you thinking they'd cause cracks, but all they did was sharpen your edges. Now you're carved from truth, and they're crumbling in the rubble they created. They expected your silence to mean suffering. They watched for signs of your collapse, just waiting for the moment you'd snap, retreat, or self-destruct. They smiled when you disappeared, convinced they had won, convinced they had finally broken you. But they never realized you didn't break, you broke free. While they were measuring your worth by how loud you responded, you were measuring your growth by how peaceful you became. You chose to heal rather than seek revenge, to rise rather than react. You didn't need to match their chaos to reclaim your power. You became untouchable by stepping out of reach. And now you're steady, grounded, focused, while they're unraveling, fast. Look at them closely. The energy is frantic. The smiles are forced. The same people who once tried to dominate your narrative can't even control their own reality now. Their mask is off, and their chaos is loud. Not because you exposed them, but because they exposed themselves. Slowly, inconsistently, desperately. They're not sleeping the way they used to, not walking through rooms with the same fake confidence, because energy doesn't lie and truth doesn't fade. What they built on manipulation is now collapsing under its own weight. And what you built in silence, it's rising on a foundation of strength. That's the real karma. You're no longer reactive, you're radiant. You're no longer wounded. You're walking proof that peace wins. And while you thrive, they're left choking on the mess they created, hoping for a lifeline that won't come. Let them unravel. Let them feel what they so confidently wished on you. Because this isn't just justice. This is alignment. And you're right where you're meant to be, untouched, elevated, and free. And so, chosen one, now you see it clearly. Every lie, every trap, every attack wasn't your ending. It was your awakening. While they're getting hit left and right, you're rising, stronger than ever, untouched by their chaos and aligned with your purpose. The universe has spoken, and its response couldn't be louder. If this message hit your spirit, like this video, subscribe to stay locked in with truth, and drop the number 777 in the comments to claim your divine alignment. And don't keep this to yourself. Share it with another chosen one who needs to hear what karma sounds like. The moment they tried to play you, the universe handed them a mirror, and what they saw in your silence scared them more than any truth you could have spoken. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. You're walking through life like a calm storm, quiet, observant, still. Someone near you thinks they've figured you out. They smile at you, speak sweet, test your mind with twisted words and phony gestures. But you, without saying much, just look at them. That look, it's not just suspicion, it's a scan, like a lie detector with a heartbeat. And suddenly, they feel like they're standing naked under a spotlight in a room full of truth. Here's what they didn't expect. You didn't just trust your gut, you listened to it, and science backs you up. Studies show that the gut has over 100 million neurons, earning it the nickname the second brain. That feeling you get? It's not a hunch. It's hardwired intelligence. So when someone tried to play you, they weren't just messing with your mind. They were challenging your entire nervous system. And let's just say, they lost. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe buttons to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thanks, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You are part of a force that cannot be shaken, and every time you listen to that inner voice, you prove that. Let's get back to it. They didn't know what they were stepping into. See, not everyone can handle being in the presence of someone whose intuition is tuned like a radar. You're not guessing out here, you're knowing. You move with quiet confidence, and people think they can shake you by feeding you a little confusion. But when you stayed calm, when you didn't flinch, that's when they panicked. They thought they were playing a game, but they forgot. This isn't a game for you. This is your gift. You were chosen for a reason, not because you're better, but because you've been through what they couldn't survive. You've sat in silence when your world was on fire. You kept walking when your soul was tired, when your heart was heavy and your mind was loud. You didn't break. You bent, reshaped, and came back sharper. That's why your presence feels like a mirror to the ones who live in disguise. Every time they come close to you, their mask starts slipping because your energy exposes what they've been hiding, even from themselves. They were curious. They wanted to see if your intuition was just talk, just vibes, just coincidence. So they crafted stories, left breadcrumbs of deception, wore their best fake smiles. But what they didn't realize is that your silence isn't emptiness. It's observation. While they were trying to act, you were absorbing, reading, decoding, and when the moment came, you didn't have to accuse, didn't have to confront. You just withdrew your energy, quietly, cleanly. And that move, it hit them harder than any argument ever could. Ever since that moment, they've been off balance. You can see it in the way they avoid eye contact, the way they second-guess themselves around you, how they nervously watch their words, because they know, deep down, they've been seen, not by your eyes, but by something deeper, something that looks through souls, not faces. They thought they were playing with someone ordinary, but the universe doesn't hide power in loud places. It hides it in those who've been broken and rebuilt in silence. You're not intimidating because you speak loud. You're intimidating because you don't have to. Your energy does the talking, and it tells the truth. And here's what makes it worse for them. They can't explain it. They can't put their finger on why you make them nervous. But it's the same reason animals trust you, why strangers feel safe with you, why people confess things they've never said out loud. It's that quiet pull, that subtle knowing, that calm that feels like safety and danger all at once. You don't just see people, you feel them. And that scares the ones who wear layers just to hide from their own reflection. That's why they tested you. Not because they didn't believe in your power, but because deep down they did, and that terrified them. But Chosen One, don't let their fear distract you from your gift. What you have isn't meant to make others comfortable, it's meant to wake them up. Some will appreciate you, others will misread you, but none will forget how it felt to stand in your truth. You're not here to convince anyone. You're here to be, and that's more than enough. So stay sharp. Keep listening to that quiet voice inside, because that's not just intuition. It's your internal compass, your unseen protection, your built-in truth detector. And as long as you stay aligned with it, no lie can hold power over you. You don't need to call anyone out. You don't need to defend your gift. Just keep moving in truth, keep standing in light, and let their uneasiness be the proof that you were right all along. Because the moment they tried to test you, they activated something they didn't understand, and now they can't unsee it. You are the Chosen One, and they know it now. So, Chosen One, if you've ever felt that strange shift in the air when someone tried to test your intuition and then couldn't handle what they triggered, this message is for you. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you've had people suddenly act strange after you saw right through them. And if this message speaks to your soul, show some love to the team behind it with a super thanks. Whether it's a small token or a big one, it fuels this mission and helps us keep bringing you the truth that most run from. You already know. Your energy drives this movement forward. And now, let's dive into it step by step. Trust me, if you're truly tapped in, if you've had people side-eyeing you ever since you stayed quiet but saw everything, then you're not here by accident. The pull you feel, it's real. And by the time we reach the end, you'll understand exactly why they freaked out. Let's get started. Number 1. They thought you were guessing. Now they know you were downloading truth. They thought you were reaching. Turns out you were revealing. Not a guess, not a hunch, just the truth, served raw, without apology. You see, Chosen One, they thought this was a game of guesswork. They mistook your silence for confusion, your calm for cluelessness. They thought you were just over-analyzing, just being emotional, too sensitive, too deep. They grinned behind fake eyes and whispered lies coated in charm, hoping you'd take the bait. But what they didn't expect, what shook them to their core, was the moment you casually said something they had never told a single soul. Something so precise, so personal, it shattered the illusion they had built brick by brick. And no, you didn't say it to impress them. You didn't drop it like a threat. You simply spoke, and the air shifted. Their smile faded. Their energy cracked. That was the moment they realized. You weren't guessing. You were reading what couldn't be spoken, picking up signals beneath the noise, catching truth from frequencies they didn't even know they were emitting. Now, imagine this. A magician performing for the crowd, confident, smooth, practiced. But halfway through the show, someone in the audience starts silently calling out every trick before it happens, step by step, move by move. No big scene, no applause, just a steady, quiet knowing. Suddenly the magician's charm turns to fear, because now they're the one being watched. That's what you did, chosen one. You flipped the whole dynamic without lifting a finger. They're not scared of you because you're loud. They're scared because you saw them without looking. You picked up what they tried to bury. You caught the shift in their tone, the twitch in their eye, the half-second delay in their answer. While they were trying to steer the conversation, you were decoding their soul. You didn't need evidence. They were the evidence. And now, they're uneasy. Around you they tread lightly, they second-guess their words, they avoid your eyes. Not because you exposed them in front of everyone, but because you didn't. You saw them at their most false. And instead of destroying them, you just let the truth sit between you. Quiet, heavy, inescapable. You know what terrifies manipulators more than exposure? The idea that someone can't be manipulated in the first place. And that's you. You're the wall their games bounce off, the mirror their masks can't survive. You don't just see through people, you feel through them, and that's why they're rattled. That's why they talk about energy now like they just discovered it. You didn't just open their secrets. You woke up something they didn't want to feel, their own conscience. They might never admit it out loud, but since that day, since that one interaction, they've never felt fully at ease around you again. And they're right not to, because you've become a silent alarm in their life. Every time they lie, every time they manipulate, they think of you. Not because you'll expose them, but because you could, and you chose not to. And that mercy, that makes them sweat more than any revenge would. Let's be real, most people are used to skating by on performance. They live for controlling narratives, twisting words, hiding intentions behind practiced smiles and exaggerated vulnerability. But you don't operate on surface level. You don't need a confession to know what's going on. You listen to what isn't being said. You hear the silence between the words. You sense the misalignment. And once you feel it, you can't unfeel it. This is why you're different. This is why you were tested, because people like that are always trying to break what they can't understand. And they can't understand you. They don't know how you know, or why you see so clearly, or how you keep so calm while watching everything fall apart around their lies. But you do, and that scares them. Chosen one, if you've ever wondered why they acted weird after you said one sentence, this is it. If you've questioned yourself for seeing too much, knowing too much, feeling too much, stop. You're not imagining things, you're not overthinking, you're just tapped in. They weren't ready for someone who can't be fooled, someone who doesn't chase drama, doesn't beg for clarity, doesn't fall for illusions. You saw the game for what it was. And you walked away like a storm, leaving silence behind. And let's not forget, the ones who tested you did it with a smirk. They thought they could pull one over on you, that they'd leave you confused, questioning, embarrassed. But instead, they were the ones left haunted by your eyes, by your quiet, by your truth. Because when someone like you doesn't fight back the way they expect, when you don't lash out, argue, or expose, they don't win. They unravel, slowly, internally, and that unraveling is still happening long after you moved on. Let them talk. Let them pretend they're fine. The universe saw it all, and more importantly, you did. You were never here to fit in. You were sent to wake things up. Your gift is not a toy. It's not decoration. It's a light, one that exposes shadows just by existing. So if they're nervous around you now, good. Let them be. If they suddenly changed how they act, if they started backing off, being distant, avoiding your presence, it's not a coincidence. It's confirmation. You were never reaching. You were receiving, directly, quietly, unshakably. And here's the best part. You don't need their apology. You don't need their approval. You don't even need the closure, because deep down, they know. And that knowing, that's your power. You were the test they didn't know they were failing. And now they're left with the memory of someone who looked them in the eye and saw everything without saying a word. Number 2. They keep testing you to see how much you know. They don't test you because they think you're wrong. They test you because deep down, they're scared you're too right. You didn't just read the room. You read the residue of everything they tried to hide in it. They don't want to know if you're gifted. They want to know how much of their mess you've already seen. You're not paranoid, chosen one. You're just surrounded by people who know you see too much. Imagine this. Someone hands you a locked box, smiling, acting like it's nothing. Just a harmless gift, they say. But you pick it up and your gut tightens. You don't have to open it to know what's inside. You feel the weight of it, the tension, the energy leaking from its hinges. And as you quietly set it down, the person who gave it to you starts to panic, not because you said anything, but because they know you know. That's what your presence does to people who've got something to hide. Chosen one, they're not testing you because they think you're making things up. They're testing you because they're terrified it's real. The way you pick up on things no one else notices. The way your silence speaks louder than their entire performance. You walk into a room and their energy shifts, not because you confront them, but because your awareness makes them confront themselves. They feed you twisted stories, change little details, leave traps in the conversation just to see if you'll catch on. And you do, every time, but you don't flinch. You let them talk, nod slowly, smile lightly, because you already saw the lie forming before they even opened their mouth. They think they're the puppeteer, testing your strings, but you're not the puppet. You're the one holding the scissors. Imagine this. You're at a table playing cards, and someone across from you keeps bluffing. Over and over, they play like they've got the upper hand. But every time you call them out without even looking at your own cards, that confidence, that freaks them out. Because suddenly, it's not about the cards anymore. It's about you. How do you know? They'll say, "You're imagining things." They'll joke, "You read too much into stuff." But their eyes betray them. The way their smile twitches, the way their body stiffens, those are the real confessions. They want to believe it's luck. They hope it's just intuition and not deep soul-level knowing. But when you start describing things they never shared with anyone, their internal alarms start ringing, and no lie can silence them. And here's the twist. The more they test you, the more exposed they become. Because while they're trying to figure you out, they're actually unraveling themselves. Every fake scenario, every twisted truth, every manipulative question they throw at you becomes a mirror, reflecting their fear, their shame, their mask. And you, chosen one, just keep standing there, seeing it all. You didn't ask for this gift, but you have it. You didn't go looking for secrets, but they reveal themselves around you. You didn't try to intimidate anyone, but the truth in you speaks volumes before you even open your mouth. So why do they keep testing you? Why keep poking the storm? Because they need to know. They're desperate to figure out how much you've seen, how deep your insight goes, how much of their darkness has been noticed. It's not curiosity, it's damage control. They think if they can control your perception, maybe they can control the outcome. But here's the brutal reality. You saw it before they even realized they were showing it. And when you don't react, that's when it gets worse for them. Because you're not seeking revenge. You're not trying to trap them. You're just watching. And that stillness, that self-control, it's louder than rage. You become a walking reminder of the things they hoped would stay buried. Imagine this. You're the calm in the courtroom, and they're the defendant sweating bullets, even though the trial hasn't begun. That's how your presence feels to them, because you hold the truth, not like a weapon, but like a light. And they know if that light ever turns directly on them, the show is over. Here's a question you might be asking. If they know I see them, why don't they just stop? Because, chosen one, you're not just exposing their lies, you're exposing how addicted they are to them. And some people would rather keep playing games than admit they lost. You're not dealing with ignorance, you're dealing with fear, deep, desperate fear of being truly seen. They want to know if they can still fool you, but every time they try, they just dig a deeper grave for their mask. You don't even have to call them out. The truth lingers in the air like smoke, thick, uncomfortable, unavoidable. Let them keep testing. Let them try to control the narrative, because the more they try, the more they reveal, and the more you stay calm, the more your silence speaks. I see you, fully, clearly, without effort. And here's what makes you truly powerful. You don't use what you know against them. You let the universe handle that. Your only job is to remain aligned, stay grounded, and trust your inner compass. Because the truth doesn't need defense, it just needs presence, and your presence is undeniable. Let them squirm. Let them guess how much you know. Let them try to fake peace while silently panicking that you've seen the parts of them they hoped no one ever would. They tested you to see if your gift was real. Now they live with the answer every single day. You didn't destroy them. You didn't expose them. You didn't even raise your voice. You just saw them, and that was enough to shake their entire performance to the ground. Number 3, you didn't just catch the lie, you cracked the root of their whole act. They thought they had layers. You walked right through them like smoke. You didn't call them out, you called them forth, and that's what scared them most. Truth doesn't knock when it's inside you. It just walks in and rearranges the room. Imagine this. Someone spends years painting over a cracked wall. They use charm like plaster, perform like it's paint. They smile, joke, flatter, fake. And then one day, you walk in. You say one sentence, not loud, not dramatic. But it lands like a hammer. And suddenly the wall isn't just cracking, it's collapsing. That's what you did. You didn't just sense their motives. You saw the engine behind their behavior, the why beneath the what. That's what shook them to the core. Most people can sense weird energy, but you looked past the smoke and found the fire. You didn't stop at something feels off. You went in without effort. You saw their intentions before they understood them themselves. And when you spoke, it wasn't cruel. It wasn't angry. It was accurate, sharp, soft-spoken, brutal. They thought they could hide behind kindness, jokes, or forced support. But you peeled back the mask they forgot they were even wearing. Maybe it was jealousy. Maybe quiet hate dressed up as fake love. Maybe it was their fear of your strength, of your growth, of your clarity. Whatever it was, they had buried it so deep they stopped thinking it was there. Until you said something that hit so close to that buried nerve, it sent a tremor through their whole facade. And the wildest part? You weren't even trying. You weren't investigating. You were just being. But the truth that lives inside you doesn't need effort. It's active. It flows out in conversation, in silence, in your gaze. You weren't pulling darkness out of them. Their darkness got nervous and came out on its own. Now they're paranoid. They replay your words in their head. They wonder how much more you see, how much more you know. They try to act normal, but you can feel the shift. Because when someone's been seen at their core, their whole body remembers it. You weren't attacking them, but you revealed them. And once something's been seen in the light, it can't crawl back into the dark. Number 4. You let them set the trap, then watched them fall into it themselves. You didn't clap back. You didn't raise your voice. You just let the truth sit, and it rotted their plan from the inside out. They were so busy playing you, they didn't realize you were the one holding the mirror the whole time. A chosen one doesn't react. They reveal. And that's exactly what you did without saying a single word. They showed up smiling, calm, maybe even pretending to care, but their energy was crooked from the jump, asking too many friendly questions, pushing buttons in subtle ways, setting the scene like they were crafting a script. They had a storyline ready, get you to react, twist your words, paint you as unstable, insecure, or inconsistent. They didn't want truth, they wanted control. What they didn't account for was you. See, they were banking on your reaction. They wanted you loud, defensive, off balance. That's what manipulators love. Noise, drama, confusion. But you gave them silence. You gave them poise. You gave them stillness so sharp it became a scalpel. Without uttering a single accusation, you sliced through the entire performance. Imagine this. Someone builds a stage, sets the lights, cues the music, steps up to perform, and halfway through, the audience just stares, silent, still, unimpressed. No applause, no gasps, just knowing. That's what it felt like to them. Their little production fell flat, and you didn't even have to say you saw the script. They felt it in your energy. You let them talk. You let them spin their little web, and the entire time they didn't realize you were 10 steps ahead, not because you were calculating, but because your intuition doesn't need proof to see patterns. You weren't playing a game. You were standing in clarity, and clarity disarms. It disorients manipulators because it can't be twisted or baited. It just is. That's why they've been off ever since. They didn't just fail to manipulate you, they exposed their whole agenda in the process. And you never lifted a finger. You never had to defend yourself. You just let them unravel right in front of you. Now they're left wondering, how did it all backfire when I was the one pulling the strings? Because the truth, chosen one, is that they never had the strings to begin with. You saw through the act, and your stillness. That was the loudest answer you could have given. Number 5. They thought you were just observant, then realized you were reading their soul like a ledger. It wasn't a vibe check. It was a full-blown audit of everything they thought no one would ever notice. Your clarity didn't ask for permission. It just walked in and pointed at the wound they kept pretending didn't exist. The scariest thing about your truth, it didn't come to destroy, it came to reveal, and that's what they couldn't handle. They came in light-hearted, casual, maybe even smirking, like this was all a joke, just some intuitive talk, just another person who throws around energy buzzwords and calls it wisdom. But then you opened your mouth. And what came out? It wasn't random, it wasn't vague. It was surgical. A sentence that sliced through their fake composure and hit a memory they buried under years of denial. Suddenly the whole room shifted. Because you didn't just guess, you knew. You reached into places even they don't visit. You referenced patterns they never voiced, regrets they locked away, and pain they dressed up as personality. And you did it like it was effortless. That's what made them sit up, go quiet, change their tone. Imagine this. Someone is walking confidently through airport security with something they shouldn't have. They think they're good. They think no one will notice. But then the scanner beeps. Not because they got caught, but because the machine is just that accurate. That's you, chosen one. You are the scanner. And they realized it too late. What they thought would be light conversation turned into a spotlight. Not because you shamed them, not because you exposed them, but because you knew and spoke with such precision that their own spirit flinched. It wasn't judgmental. It wasn't invasive. It was truth, plain, soft-spoken, and undeniable. Now they're different around you, watching their words, watching their energy, second-guessing their tone, because they know they can't hide in your presence. You don't just hear what's said, you catch the frequency behind it. You feel the motive, you see the pattern, you read the print between the lines they never meant for anyone to see. And it haunts them, not because you're dangerous, but because your clarity is. You said what their own soul had been whispering for years, and now they can't unhear it. You weren't trying to read them. You are the reading, and they'll never forget how that felt. Number 6. They laughed at your truth. Now it echoes in their silence like a ghost they can't shake. Mockery is a mask for fear, and your truth ripped it right off their face. They dismissed your words like noise, until one sentence followed them home and never left. You didn't preach, you didn't force, you just dropped a line that hit so hard even their ego couldn't catch it in time. They laughed, smirked, rolled their eyes like your words were nothing but spiritual fluff, soft ideas with no real impact. They brushed you off, not because you were wrong, but because you made them uncomfortable. You said something real, something raw, and people who build their identity on performance and control can't afford to feel real things, so they mock them instead. But you didn't flinch. You didn't argue or defend your truth. You let the silence sit between you, holding the weight of the sentence you had just dropped. A sentence so precise, it felt like you had followed them through every hallway of their past. Something so simple, but so piercing, it cut through the surface and embedded itself into their subconscious. Now they can't forget it. They play it off in public. Same jokes, same energy. But in private, they're unraveling. That one thing you said is replaying like a loop they can't turn off. Not just because it was accurate, but because they felt it. Deep, raw, personal. They don't know how you knew. You weren't in their circle. You didn't have their history. You didn't grow up seeing what they've been through. But your words carried the weight of someone who had. And that's what rattled them. You weren't just speaking, you were channeling clarity. And now that clarity is dragging their soul out of hiding. Imagine this. Someone throws a rock into the water and laughs at the splash, but long after the laughter fades, the ripples keep moving, reaching the edges, shaking the stillness. That's what your words did. One line, one truth. And it's still echoing through their internal walls while they pretend everything's cool. They laughed to feel in control. But now, at 2 a.m., they're scrolling pages they used to mock, looking up energy shifts, synchronicity, soul ties, anything to make sense of the haunting. They don't realize they've already started their awakening. And you were the trigger the universe used. You didn't force change. You simply carried truth. And that truth did what truth always does. It found its way into the one place their ego can't reach. Now, the silence they once used to ignore you is the very thing making your words louder. Number 7. They came to break your truth, but you bent their whole reality instead. They came to test you like a theory. You responded like a glitch in their programming. You didn't argue, you didn't defend, you just spoke, and their version of real hasn't been the same since. They tried to drag you into logic, but your truth unplugged the matrix they didn't know they were living in. They walked in cocky, ready, loaded with questions, skepticism, side eyes, and rehearsed smirks. They weren't looking for clarity, they were hunting for cracks in your foundation. They thought you were just spiritual, just intuitive, just good at reading the room. A well-spoken guesser with nice energy. They wanted to prove you were nothing deeper, nothing real. And then you spoke. Not in circles, not in riddles, but in truth. Pure, sharp, unnervingly accurate truth. You said something so exact, so surgically personal, that the air between you both changed. The energy turned dense. The conversation stopped feeling like a casual debate and started feeling like an intervention from the universe itself. It wasn't something you could have known. Not from observation, not from tone, not from vibe. It was like you reached into a sealed vault in their subconscious and handed them a memory they forgot they were still bleeding from. A regret, a motive, a wound dressed up in logic. And the moment you said it, their grip on their reality started to slip. Imagine this. Someone living in a glass house, confident, polished, untouchable. Then you show up, speak one sentence, and suddenly a crack appears. Not because you hit it, but because you existed. Because your alignment didn't match the illusion. Because your presence broke the fourth wall in their mental movie. That's what shook them. They didn't just question you. They questioned everything. Their own certainty, their control, their belief that reality only lives in facts and logic. You made the ground beneath their worldview bend, and it hasn't gone back to normal since. They're not just rattled by your insight, they're haunted by your knowing. It wasn't about being right, it was about being undeniably tuned in. You didn't match their game, you rewrote it, without trying, without force. You simply existed in truth, so potent it exposed the limits of theirs. Now, they overthink every word you said, every glance, every moment, because deep down they wonder, did you already see more than you said? Did you already respond, just not with words? And that thought, that's the glitch. And the glitch doesn't go away, it spreads. Number 8. You didn't break them, you just showed them who they really are, and that did the damage. You didn't tear their identity down, you held up the mirror, and the mask slipped all on its own. Truth doesn't have to shout. Sometimes it just enters the room, and the lies start trembling. You weren't their enemy, you were their awakening, and that's what they never saw coming. You didn't come to expose anyone. You didn't show up looking for cracks in their mask or hoping to pull their illusions apart. You were just being, still, honest, intuitive, aligned. But sometimes, chosen one, that's all it takes. Because when someone built their entire identity on image and illusion, standing in front of someone who sees past it all is the ultimate earthquake. What happened wasn't confrontation, it was revelation, and it hit harder than any accusation ever could. They were used to playing the role, playing it so long they forgot it was a performance. They convinced themselves that the curated version of them, the polished, composed, charming character, was the truth. But the moment they stood in front of you, something shifted. You didn't blink. You didn't flinch. You didn't buy the show. You looked straight through it, and they felt it. You didn't say much. You didn't have to. Your energy alone disrupted the illusion they had protected for years. It was like your presence activated some kind of silent scan, and suddenly, the image cracked. Imagine someone wearing a costume so long they forgot it was a costume. Then a flash of lightning hits, and for 1 second, the mask is gone. That's what your energy did. It illuminated everything they tried to keep hidden. Not through judgment, not through shame, just truth. And truth, when it's that pure, doesn't need help. It does the job on its own. Now they're stuck in between. They can't unsee what you reflected. They can't fully go back to pretending, but they're not ready to face the reality either. So they spiral, they question, they pull back. They shift around you like you're radioactive, because you are. You carry something that exposes the fake without effort. You trigger awakening without speaking. You didn't tell them who they were. You revealed what they already knew and buried. And that's the kind of shift no one walks away from unchanged. You didn't destroy them. You gave them a chance to finally see themselves, and deep down, they know it. That's why they've been uncomfortable ever since. Because once someone's spirit has been touched by that kind of light, the dark doesn't feel like home anymore. Number 9. They thought you were the subject. Now they're the one under spiritual surveillance. They set the stage thinking you were the experiment, but your silence turned it into their examination. They thought they were studying you, but every move they made wrote their own report card, one they can't erase. You didn't outsmart them, you outsaw them, and that's something no strategy can compete with. They thought they were clever. They entered like scientists, treating you like some strange mystery to decode, watching how you move, how you speak, how you handle pressure, pretending to be curious, but deep down, hoping to catch you slipping. It wasn't admiration, it was control. They wanted to feel smarter than you. They were probing your peace like it was fragile, waiting to find the crack that proved you were just pretending. They thought they were studying your behavior, but what they didn't see coming, you weren't playing their game. You were watching them the entire time, and your gift was collecting data without lifting a finger. Imagine a chess player so focused on trapping their opponent, they don't realize their own king has been exposed. That's exactly what happened. While they were busy taking mental notes on you, they forgot that your intuition doesn't sleep. It doesn't need permission. It scans everything, their tone, their body language, their fake concern, their unspoken intentions. You weren't reacting, you were absorbing. You let them talk, let them pretend, let them think they were in control. But with each move they made, they revealed another layer. Insecurities, clear, jealousy, obvious, hidden agendas practically glowing. The more they tried to outmaneuver you, the more their mask unraveled. And here's what burned them the most. You never even played defense. You didn't counter. You didn't argue. You didn't explain yourself. You just watched. And what they felt in that silence was not confusion. It was exposure. Now they're spinning, sleepless, wondering how much you know, how long you knew it, and if they ever had the upper hand at all. That quiet confidence you carry, it's not just unnerving, it's confirmation that you saw everything before they even made their move. They thought they had you under the microscope, But now they're the one being examined by truth, by clarity, by something far bigger than the human mind can measure. They didn't just play with you, they triggered a spiritual audit they weren't ready for. You were never the experiment, you were the evaluator, and the report is already written. Number 10. They demanded proof you were chosen. Now they're praying the universe picks someone else. They mocked the light in you, then cried when it exposed the shadows in them. They didn't believe you were chosen until life started responding to them like they crossed a line. You didn't argue for your gift. You just showed up and the universe handled the rest. They walked in bold, smirking, pride dripping off every word. They weren't just skeptical, they were daring. Daring the universe, daring your discernment, daring the very force that shaped you. They questioned your purpose not out of curiosity, but from ego, the kind that confuses mockery with intellect and disrespect with power. They wanted proof, and they got it, but not the kind they could laugh off. No thunder, no lightning, just your presence, anchored, unmoved, clear. You said something simple, calm and sharp enough to slice through their pride like it was made of paper. No dramatics, no flexing, just truth. And that truth landed like a spiritual gavel. They weren't testing you, they were stepping into a setup designed by the very force they didn't believe was watching. Imagine someone poking a sleeping lion, convinced it's just a big cat. Then the lion opens its eyes and doesn't roar. It just stares. That stare, that's what your energy did. It didn't attack. It didn't need to. It revealed. And that revelation is what they're still running from. Now their confidence is cracking. Their plans start falling through. Conversations don't land like they used to. They second-guess themselves in ways they never did before. Not because you cursed them, but because the truth they dared to laugh at followed them home. It lingers, it whispers, it reminds them. They don't want smoke anymore. They want silence. They want distance. They want to unsee what your presence mirrored back to them. But it's too late. You were never the one being tested. They were. And now they know. Now they pray not to be seen too deeply again. They edit themselves around you. They speak carefully. Some disappear altogether. Because when someone touches sacred ground, thinking it's just dirt, they don't walk away the same. You weren't trying to convince them of your power. Your existence was the proof. And the universe, it kept the receipts. They asked for a sign, and you became the sentence they can't stop replaying. Absolutely, Usama. Here's a suggested section that fits seamlessly with the theme and tone of your script. Number 11. They thought distance would dull your power. Now your absence speaks louder than your presence ever did. They assumed your silence meant weakness. They didn't realize silence is what power looks like when it's fully in control. You didn't cut them off to punish them. You stepped back so the weight of who you are could finally be felt. Sometimes the loudest truth is what echoes after you leave. They thought that if they distanced themselves, ignored you, or left you on red, it would strip you of your power. They assumed their withdrawal would minimize your presence, make you doubt yourself, second-guess your intuition, maybe even regret seeing through them. But what they didn't expect was how loud your absence would be. Chosen one, your silence didn't weaken the connection, it exposed it. The moment you stepped back, the illusion fell apart. Because it was never your energy that needed them, it was theirs that fed off you. Now they're feeling the weight of what they lost, and they don't even know how to process it. The spiritual insulation you brought into their space, the calm, the clarity, the unspoken accountability is gone. And the noise inside their head, it's louder than ever. Imagine being under warm, protective light without realizing it. Then suddenly, darkness. That's what your absence did. Not because you wished harm, but because your withdrawal removed the one mirror that forced them to be honest with themselves. And now, they're squirming in that darkness, not because you hurt them, but because you're no longer there to reflect what they were avoiding. They thought they were detaching from you, but now they realize they cut themselves off from something rare, from alignment, from truth, from the calm that only shows up when someone who's really tapped in walks into the room. Now your name echoes in their thoughts, not because they want to admit you were right, but because they can't forget how you made them feel, seen, exposed, but also held to a higher standard than they were ready for. And when you left, they felt it. They thought space would break the bond, but space only stretched the mirror, and now they can't escape what they see, even when you're not around. You never had to chase, you never had to explain. Your energy was the lesson, and they're still learning from the silence you left behind. And so, chosen one, what they meant to break in, you only confirmed what was already undeniable. Your intuition isn't imagination, it's revelation. Their reactions, their distance, their silence, it's all proof you saw too much and said too little. And that's exactly what shook them. You weren't just in the room, you were the shift in it. If this message hit something real in you, drop the number 777 in the comments to claim it. Like, subscribe, and share this with someone who needs the reminder. Real power doesn't shout, it sees. Stay sharp, chosen one. The mission isn't over. It's only getting louder. You should have never played with the energy of someone chosen by the universe, because now that curse has found its way home, and it's never leaving. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. They lit the match, thinking you'd burn, but instead the fire turned around and set them ablaze. The spell they cast wasn't a curse on you. It was a mirror, and now they can't escape their own reflection. It's a universal law. What you send out, you get back, with interest. And when you try to bend the universe against a soul it protects, that same universe will bend you until you break. That's not superstition. That's not opinion. That's real. There's a reason witchcraft always comes with a price, and for them, the cost is forever. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this truth to more souls, because it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you for being part of this mission. You're not just a viewer, you're part of a force. Let's get into it. You see, chosen one, what they did to you wasn't just cruel, it was reckless. They tapped into something dark and dangerous, thinking they could manipulate energy, bend fate, and rewrite your story. But the universe doesn't play by their rules. It has its own way of balancing things. And when someone uses spiritual tools to bring harm, especially against someone the universe chose to protect, the energy doesn't just disappear. It rebounds. It sticks. It clings. They thought they could hex you, curse you, use rituals or spells to disrupt your peace, but they didn't understand that what they really did was bind themselves to the very darkness they were trying to send your way. It's like trying to throw mud in a storm. It just blows right back in your face. And now, that storm is living in their house. The nightmares, the confusion, the breakdowns, they're not coincidences. These are the side effects of playing with forces they couldn't control. They're walking around with fake smiles and broken spirits. Some of them feel watched. Some hear whispers. Some don't even recognize their own reflection anymore, not because of magic, but because of madness. They created chaos and got swallowed by it. And here's the part that keeps them up at night. You're still standing. You're still walking with your head high. You're healing, growing, shining while they shrink. They check your social media secretly. They ask about you quietly. They stalk your presence from a distance, not out of hate anymore, but confusion. Why didn't it work? Because you're the chosen one. And chosen ones don't crumble. They ascend. They didn't realize that trying to curse someone the universe favors is like throwing a rock at the sky. The sky doesn't shatter, but the rock returns. And it returns harder than it left. What they did wasn't magic. It was self-destruction. They thought they were cursing you, but they were actually writing their own fate in ashes and regret. Now some of them are desperate to undo it. Some pretend it never happened. Others blame everyone but themselves. But deep down, they know. They feel it. That energy they tried to bury you with, it's rotting in their life now. In their relationships, in their health, in their peace, and no candle or chant can undo it. Because when you touch certain forces, you don't just walk away. You walk with a stain, one that the universe marked as eternal. Chosen one, this is why you felt the pressure, the sudden shifts, the strange heaviness in your path. That wasn't failure. It was the universe shielding you while the chaos returned to sender. It had to get heavy before it got clear. You had to be pulled back before you were launched forward. But now, you're rising, and they're watching. Not because they still hate, but because they're haunted by the proof that nothing they did could stop your destiny. And maybe the cruelest part for them is this. You didn't fight back. You didn't use spells. You didn't wish harm. You just kept walking. That's what scares them the most. Because people who use darkness don't understand how someone can be protected without lifting a finger. But you are, and always have been. Not by chance, but by choice. You're chosen. And no force, no ritual, no whispered curse can ever unchoose you. So keep shining, keep rising. Let them watch, let them wonder. Because the curse they crafted, it's theirs now, forever. So chosen one, are you truly ready to uncover how the curse they sent is now haunting them forever? This isn't just another story. This is a breakdown of real spiritual cause and effect. And if you're tuned in, it's because you were meant to hear this. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you know deep down that their dark energy only cursed themselves. And if this message speaks to your soul, consider blessing the energy behind it. Whether it's with a like, a share, or even a super thanks. Every bit helps keep this truth alive and moving. This isn't just content, it's a warning, a confirmation, a mirror, and your support helps reflect it back to more chosen ones across the world. And now, let's walk through this step by step, because if you're truly chosen, you're going to feel it in your spirit. That magnetic pull to stay until the end. Let's begin. Number 1, they shared your bed. While plotting your fall, the ultimate betrayal is always served with a smile. They didn't stab you in the back, chosen one. They hugged you close, looked into your eyes, and slid the blade straight into your soul. This part is going to hurt, not because it isn't true, but because it is. You were betrayed, not by enemies waving red flags, but by the ones closest to you, the ones who smiled, served you food, poured your drinks and whispered, "I love you," while slowly bleeding your spirit dry. Some of the darkest curses don't come with chants or candles. They come in the form of daily routines, soft voices and warm embraces from people who never had good intentions for you in the first place. Now pause for a moment and ask yourself, Why did you feel so drained around certain people, even when they hadn't done or said anything harsh? Why did your motivation vanish when you were in their presence? Why did your dreams fade, your fire dim, your purpose blur, while they somehow began to thrive? The truth, chosen one, is brutal. They were never pouring into you. They were feeding off you. You weren't in a relationship. You were in a slow exorcism. Every touch, every meal, every comforting word, it was a disguise, a mask worn by energy vampires sent not just to distract you, but to consume you. Your exhaustion wasn't from work. Your confusion wasn't from stress. It was the result of spiritual parasites pretending to be companions. The same ones who cooked for you, slept beside you, called you love. They were draining your essence to fuel their own selfish rise. And the universe saw it all. They spiked your meals not just with substances, but with intentions, with silent spells of control, with manipulative energies meant to make you docile, lost, and numb. You weren't being cared for, you were being captured. That's the ugly truth. This isn't paranoia. This is pattern. How many times did you come home feeling like something was off, but couldn't explain it? How many moments did you doubt your own intuition, brushing off the chills, crawling up your spine? Let's make something very clear. Real love energizes you. It elevates you. It awakens the fire inside you. If being around someone made you feel like you were dying slowly, they weren't your partner. They were your predator. And chosen one, this is exactly why you're single. Not because you're unworthy, not because love passed you by, but because the universe yanked you away from poison disguised as passion. The dating pool you've been avoiding, it's filled with smiling assassins and well-dressed curses. Your isolation isn't punishment, it's protection. You didn't lose them, you escaped them. And it's time you started seeing your solitude as a sanctuary, not a sentence. Because some of the most charming souls out there are wearing the skin of soulmates while carrying the hunger of demons. They don't want love. They want your light. They don't want to build with you. They want to build on you, on your pain, your energy, your gifts, your magic. And they'll do it quietly, patiently, until there's nothing left of you but the shell. You ever noticed how vibrant they became while you started shrinking? You lost weight, you lost joy, you lost time, and somehow they gained everything. That's not love, that's a transaction, and you were the currency. And for those who are still with someone and hearing this, feeling that gut pull of truth deep inside, don't ignore it. Love should never make you feel spiritually bankrupt. If you have to sacrifice your peace just to keep someone close, then what you're in isn't a relationship. It's a slow spiritual death. This betrayal hurts more than anything because it was personal. It was intimate. It came wrapped in smiles and kind gestures, and that's what makes it so hard to believe. But the universe doesn't care about how long you've known someone or how loyal you've been. It cares about your energy, your purpose, your path. And when someone threatens that, no matter how charming they look, the universe will remove them. No warnings, no delays. So the next time you feel tempted to go back to someone who drained you, remember this. They didn't change. They just got better at pretending. They're still feeding, still hunting, and if you let them back in, they'll finish what they started. Some of these so-called perfect couples you envy online, they're not love stories, they're hostage situations. One person is glowing because they're devouring the light of the other. It's not balance, it's spiritual theft. And if the tables were turned, if you ever tried to match their energy or protect your own, they'd call you crazy, difficult, or cold. because the moment you stop bleeding for them, they lose their power. This is why you're not with someone right now, because you were never meant to be a food source. You were never meant to be easy prey. The universe chose you, and that protection comes with isolation, discomfort, and waiting. But it also comes with wisdom, freedom, and a love that doesn't feed on you, but feeds you. So stand tall in your singleness, wear it like armor, because while others are tangled in fake love and spiritual traps, you're being preserved, prepared, protected. Your glow can't be dimmed anymore. The vampires have lost access. The poison has lost its place, and the curse they tried to sneak into your food, your home, your bed, it now rots in their own space, forever. Let this be your fuel, chosen one. Let the pain sharpen you. Let the betrayal purify you. Because the moment you woke up to the truth, the curse they tried to place on you bounced back. And now, they're the ones looking in the mirror, slowly realizing that what they tried to destroy is now the only thing they can't reach. Their curse is eternal. Your freedom is too. Number 2. They couldn't break through because the universe blocked the door. You were never meant to be touched. They thought they rejected you, but in truth, the universe just hid you where their poison couldn't reach. Imagine this, chosen one. You meet someone who seems perfect. The vibe is right. The timing is aligned. You laugh, connect, feel the spark. But then, just as quick as they came, they vanish. No explanation, no closure. And you're left wondering, what did I do wrong? But what if the answer was nothing at all? What if that sudden shift wasn't rejection, but protection? What if the universe saw something you couldn't and stepped in? You've been spared from destruction more times than you'll ever know. Those moments that felt like heartbreak, they were shields in disguise. People didn't walk away because you lacked something. They walked away because they couldn't take what you have. Your presence, your energy, your essence. It's sacred. And the universe has built invisible walls around you, keeping the wrong ones out no matter how charming they seemed. Your rejection is often the universe's redirection, away from danger into destiny. And that's what the ones who tried to curse you can't stand. They watch you from the shadows. They perform rituals, send intentions, light their candles, hoping to pull you down, hoping to stop your progress. But nothing touches you, nothing lands, and it infuriates them. Why? Because you're the one who doesn't play dirty, and yet you still rise. You don't use manipulation, you don't tap into darkness, you don't force things to happen, and yet your life still blooms. Your dreams still grow, you still move forward. They use spells, you use truth. They copy and mimic, you create and lead. They pretend, you simply exist. And that alone is more powerful than anything they can summon. Now imagine this, 2 people trying to climb the same mountain. One uses shortcuts, cheats the climb, cuts corners, leaves behind debris. The other climbs with steady feet, clear purpose, and pure intention. When the storm comes, the cheater's path collapses, but yours, solid, protected, chosen. That's how spiritual protection works. It's not always loud or obvious. Sometimes it looks like a date getting cancelled, a friend turning distant, a job falling through. And at first, it stings. It confuses you. But what you didn't see was the energy beneath the surface. That person had darkness wrapped around their aura. That opportunity was coated in manipulation. That door would have led straight to destruction. And the universe slammed it shut, hard, before you could walk through. The universe doesn't always explain itself, but it always protects what's rare. And you, chosen one, you are rare. They know it. That's why they hate you without reason. That's why they try to sabotage what they didn't build. The ones casting spells, speaking curses, doing rituals in the dark. They've seen how naturally you shine. It threatens everything about them. You don't need to fake success. You don't need to seduce it with darkness. You manifest with intention, with love, with raw energy. That's why everything they try to create looks like a cheap imitation of your authentic glow. And the more they watch you thrive, the more their envy grows. Because you are proof that light doesn't need shadows to be powerful. You are the living contradiction to everything they believe. They say, the only way to win is to manipulate. You say, I'll rise with truth. They say, it's about control. You say, it's about alignment. They used spells to fake what you were born with. And let's be real, they've tried everything. They played nice to get close. They flirted to gain your trust. They wore masks so you wouldn't see their true intentions. But every time, something stopped it. Something felt off. Something pulled you back. That something was the universe. Your spirit knows energy. It detects lies before your mind can explain them. That's why some people made your skin crawl even when they smiled. That's why some situations made you feel sick even when they seemed ideal. Your intuition isn't paranoia. It's precision. A built-in shield forged from lifetimes of experience and divine selection. Your spirit said no before your heart got the chance to say yes. That's protection. So if you've been wondering why you keep meeting people who look perfect but feel wrong, it's because those connections weren't meant for you. They were tests, traps, disguises. You weren't ghosted, you were guarded, you weren't overlooked, you were hidden, and every rejection was a redirection to something far more aligned with your true frequency. Here's another truth. Some people were never meant to sit at your table because they were secretly trying to poison your plate. And some lovers only wanted access to your spirit so they could steal your light and sell it off as their own. That's why the universe stepped in. It didn't just close doors, it locked them, sealed them, and buried the keys deep in places those people will never reach. And now, they're watching. They're confused. They're angry. They're desperate. Because despite their rituals, their schemes, their manipulation, you're still rising, you're still glowing, and the very forces they called upon have started to turn on them. Why? Because when you send out darkness with the wrong intent, that darkness always comes home, eventually. And now it lives with them. They lit candles to curse you. Now they're burning in the very fire they created. And you're free, not because you escaped, but because you were never caught. So, chosen one, next time you feel that sting of what could have been, remember this: it wasn't meant to be, because it would have cost you everything. That job, that relationship, that friend group, that invitation. All of it was laced with energy that wasn't safe for your journey. And if you had stepped through those doors, you wouldn't be standing where you are now. Your path is protected. Your energy is rare. Your presence is guarded not just by intuition, but by design. So let the spellcasters scream into the void. Let the jealous ones throw shade from the sidelines. Let the manipulators wonder why nothing works on you. The truth is simple. They tried to curse what the universe already claimed, and that's a battle they'll never win. Number 3, they tried to hijack your fate, but the universe made them crash the whole damn vehicle. They wanted your destiny so bad, they broke into the vault, only to find it was protected by a force they'll never understand. Imagine being watched not because you're loud, but because you glow in silence. Imagine someone seeing you rise, and instead of admiring your journey, they try to intercept it. That's what happened, chosen one. They studied your every move, copied your rhythm, tried to mimic your essence, thinking they could steal your path and wear your future like it was theirs. But what they didn't realize is that your destiny isn't a costume. It's skin deep. It can't be stolen. It can't be imitated. It can only be lived, and only by you. You can't duplicate a soul print, no matter how many spells you cast or how much you study the original. They paid psychics to trace your energy. They tapped into your dreams, trying to hijack your visions. They watched from a distance, waiting to pounce on your next breakthrough. But the universe flipped the script. Every time they thought they had you figured out, the road shifted. Every time they thought they were a step ahead, they found themselves walking in circles, chasing a version of you that doesn't exist anymore. Because while they were trying to predict your next move, the universe was upgrading you in silence. Your energy doesn't follow a script. It evolves, it transforms, it ascends, and they can't catch what's constantly rising. They practiced dark magic like it was a sport until they met you and got benched by the universe. They had a history of success, destroying others, leeching off the weak, faking alignment to steal what didn't belong to them. But then they targeted you, and suddenly their curses collapsed. Their masks slipped. Their power turned to dust. You weren't a new target. You were the end of their pattern, their final lesson. And now, the world is waking up. Fake chosen ones are being exposed. Plastic lives wrapped in filters and fake energy are dissolving like illusions. Relationships built on manipulation are imploding. People are staring across dinner tables at partners they don't even recognize anymore, realizing they've been sleeping beside spiritual enemies wearing the skin of soulmates. You didn't fight to expose the truth. You just survived, and that survival set off the chain reaction. You were the glitch in their curse, the soul they couldn't control, the light they couldn't dim. They underestimated the power of realness, and now every lie they've ever told is unraveling in front of the same audience they tried to impress. Because when you try to steal a chosen one's destiny, you don't just fail, you curse yourself forever. Number 4, they funded their own fall and paid for your rise without even knowing it. Every dollar they spent to curse you became an investment in your destiny, and now they're bankrupt in every way that matters. Imagine this, chosen one. Someone hates you so much, they start emptying their pockets to destroy you. They hand over cash to spellcasters, praying for your failure. They burn candles, chant curses, do rituals, all with your name in their mouth. And what happens? You start winning, not just surviving, but thriving. New doors open, checks show up. Unexpected blessings hit your life like waves, and they stand there stunned, wondering how the very thing meant to break you turned into the reason you're shining even brighter. They tried to pay for your downfall, but the universe flipped the transaction, and now you're living off their spiritual debt. That's not coincidence. That's divine justice in motion. Every attack they launched became fuel for your blessings. Every curse they spoke got rerouted and transformed, turned into a miracle, multiplied by the same energy they meant for harm. The universe doesn't miss. It doesn't waste. It collects energy like currency. And when someone sends negativity toward a protected soul, that energy gets reworked into blessings. That's the law. Spiritual karma with compound interest. They spent hundreds, even thousands, trying to tamper with your path, and the universe took every bit of that energy and turned it into you landing on your feet when you should have fallen. into refunds, reimbursements, gifts, random checks, unexpected support. You were supposed to be buried, but you bloomed instead. Their curses were seeds, your pain was the soil, and now you're the tree they never thought would grow. Meanwhile, they're watching their own lives fall apart, their money gone, their stability shattered, their relationships disconnected, cold, hollow. They ask themselves, why is everything falling apart? Because they messed with the wrong one, the chosen one. They thought magic was a game. They thought energy didn't come with consequence. But now they're living in chaos, bills piling up, friends ghosting them, success slipping through their fingers like sand. And the worst part? The very practitioners they hired now shrug their shoulders and say, the spell worked. You just aimed it at the wrong person. Because you, chosen one, aren't like the others. You're wrapped in an invisible protection grid powered by truth, purpose, and alignment. No curse can hold where there is clarity. No hex can land where there is higher frequency. And every single attack they sent is now chained to their own aura, dragging their life into the same pit they dug for you. You didn't just survive their witchcraft, you turned it into wealthcraft. This isn't revenge. This is alignment. This is what happens when people play with forces they don't understand, trying to curse a soul hand-picked by the universe to rise. And no matter how many times they call those same practitioners for reversals, it's too late. The law is already active. The consequences are already moving, and they can't stop what's been set in motion. You're still here, you're still rising, and they're the ones haunted, not by demons, but by the memory of the moment they thought hurting you was a smart move. Divine justice isn't loud, it's unavoidable. Number 5. When the fog lifts, the mask falls, and the truth hits like lightning. They thought the spell would last forever, but even illusions shatter when the light gets too loud. Imagine waking up next to someone you once thought was your safe place, only to realize you were sleeping beside your sabotage. That's what's happening now, chosen one. The fog is lifting, the spells are breaking, and people are seeing clearly for the first time in years. They're looking into the eyes of the person they once loved and seeing the truth. Not affection, not loyalty, not soul connection, but control, manipulation, emotional decay wrapped in routine smiles. You can't stay blind when the universe rips the veil off your life. There's a silent explosion happening in people's hearts right now. Marriages that once looked unbreakable are suddenly on the edge. Long-term relationships are collapsing overnight. Not because people want drama, but because they can't pretend anymore. The awareness is too loud now. They remember who they used to be, driven, vibrant, full of purpose, and compare it to who they've become, tired, lost, drained, stuck. That's not love. That's entrapment. They're connecting the dots. The ambition they lost, the energy that disappeared, the friendships they were pushed to abandon. It all leads back to that one person who claimed to love them while spiritually feeding on their light. They weren't your partner, they were your prison. Chosen one, you've been wondering why real love hasn't shown up yet, even after all your growth, all your healing. But the universe didn't forget you. It hid you. It hid you from false unions so you wouldn't get entangled in someone else's illusion. You were protected from half-loves and hollow partnerships because your real connection is still in process, waking up, cutting cords, healing wounds, just like you did. And when you meet, it will all make sense. It won't feel like a spark. It will feel like a homecoming, a deep exhale, a quiet knowing. After years of being surrounded by people who just wanted your energy, you'll finally connect with someone who sees your soul and has no intention of draining it. And while all of this unfolds, something else is happening behind the scenes. Your financial energy is erupting. Why? Because every death spell they sent to kill your money didn't just fail, it backfired. Every ritual, every intention, every word spoken to block your abundance got caught in the universe's justice system and flipped. Now your money is protected like a fortress. Now it multiplies faster than before. Now it flows because of their attacks. They tried to bankrupt you spiritually and accidentally triggered your breakthrough instead. The people who once laughed while trying to curse your name, they're quiet now, watching, broke, alone, confused, because the same universe they tried to manipulate is now refusing to let them near what they thought they'd stolen. Their spells created your shields, their curses built your currency, and their games woke up an entire generation of souls who now refuse to stay asleep. This is the awakening, and it cannot be stopped. Number 6. The curse that backfired forever, and now it's tattooed on their lives. They tried to destroy you with their power and ended up cursed by your resilience. There are people out there, wealthy, connected, influential, who thought they could crush you like a bug on their windshield. They assumed their status would be enough to silence your rise. They whispered curses in boardrooms, sent spells through secret circles, and paid whatever it cost to break your spirit. But chosen one, they forgot one unshakable truth. Money can't bribe the universe. Power can't manipulate cosmic law. There are forces that don't bend for bank accounts, and they just found out the hard way. They threw bricks at you, and you built an empire out of every single one. What they didn't expect was that every move against you would build you. The closed doors didn't stop your progress. They rerouted it. The betrayal didn't break you. It revealed who never deserved a seat at your table. The isolation they forced on you didn't weaken you. It became your spiritual gym. Every attack turned into an unplanned lesson. Every loss sharpened your vision. Every setback toughened your skin and heightened your senses. They tried to make you small. They made you unstoppable instead. You were their target. Now you're their reminder of everything they couldn't kill. What they did was hand you a spiritual degree they couldn't even begin to study for. You learned how to spot fakes without words. You learned how to walk alone without losing momentum. You stopped waiting for approval, stopped shrinking your light, stopped explaining your power. You became the version of you they were terrified would wake up. And now that you're here, unshaken, self-built, clear-eyed, they can feel the curse of their actions settling in like a permanent shadow. Their wealth drying up, their influence slipping, their name losing power. Because the same universe they tried to use against you is now using you as proof that no weapon formed ever truly prospers, and every spell sent comes stamped return to sender. They thought they were writing your ending, but they accidentally triggered your beginning. This curse on them is not temporary, it's permanent. Not because you cursed them, but because their own intentions boomeranged so hard, the impact can't be undone. They played with spiritual fire and scorched their own legacy. The tables aren't just turning, they're flipping, and now the world will witness the rise of the one they tried to bury, while they drown in the very darkness they summoned. Number 7. They tried to end you. Now the universe will make you unforgettable. They tried to erase your name, but now the universe is about to carve it into history. Chosen one, your breakthrough isn't just coming. It's storming in with a force so undeniable, it'll silence every whisper that ever doubted you. This won't be a quiet win. This will be the kind of success that makes people question everything they thought they knew about energy, karma, and spiritual law. You're not about to rise, you're about to erupt. And when it happens, the same mouths that mocked your silence will struggle to speak under the weight of your glow. They laughed while you struggled. Now they'll watch while the universe makes you a living legend. Everything they did to break you was actually preparation. The setbacks weren't delays, they were alignment. The betrayals weren't curses, they were divine removals. And now, nothing stands between you and the reality the universe always intended for you. The love you've been waiting for. It's already being prepared. Your divine partner is awakening just like you did, cutting toxic cords, healing from illusions, and rising to meet you in wholeness. Your soul family, being rearranged in perfect time. The fake ones are gone, and the real ones are coming. People who don't compete with your light, but protect it. And those creative visions, they're about to explode. Not just with visibility, but with influence, impact, and success beyond what you imagined. The same ideas they tried to steal. The world will watch them manifest through you with such clarity that no one can deny where the brilliance came from. Because your creativity isn't something they can clone. It comes from your soul, and that can't be stolen. They tried to silence your voice. Now it echoes in places they'll never reach. And the wealth. Oh, chosen one. It's not trickling in, it's flooding, not just enough to get by. This is the kind of abundance that changes lives, yours and others. Financial freedom, business expansion, generational wealth, and the best part, the energy they spent trying to block your abundance, that currency has been rerouted into your spiritual vault, now overflowing. While you rise, they fall. And no, it's not temporary. The curse they placed on you reversed the moment they sent it. Now it clings to them. It has its own legs, its own momentum, and it will follow them until the lesson is learned, even if it takes lifetimes. Some will come crawling back, with apologies, with regret. But it's too late. The energy's already been stamped. The universe has already written the ending. And you won't even need to lift a finger. The best revenge is no revenge. Just live so loud their curses drown in your success. You were never meant to seek revenge. You were meant to rise so high that your story becomes a warning. A sacred legend, a living example of what happens when someone tries to curse a soul the universe protects. And now, chosen one, that's exactly who you are. Keep building, keep rising, because the world is about to witness a transformation so powerful, no one will ever forget your name. Number 8. They wanted you silent. Now their world is falling apart from the sound of your name. They tried to bury your voice. Now every echo of your name haunts the walls they built to feel powerful. Chosen one, let's get something straight. They didn't just want to hurt you. They wanted to erase you, not physically, but spiritually. They wanted your name forgotten, your work overlooked, your influence deleted. They wanted your light snuffed out so no one could feel your impact, hear your truth, or follow your lead. But the universe had other plans. Now, the name they cursed is rising in rooms they'll never be invited into. The voice they tried to silence is traveling through circles they can't penetrate. Your message, the one they mocked, ridiculed, tried to smother, is now the very thing shaking the foundation of everything they built on lies. They wanted the world to forget you, but now your name is a vibration that cracks their fake reality. Imagine this. You're walking your path quietly, healing, growing, glowing, and suddenly you find out your name is being mentioned in rooms you've never stepped into. That strangers are being inspired by your energy, that your presence is spreading without permission, without promotion, just because of what you carry. Now imagine being them, watching this happen. Imagine the rage, the confusion. How can the one they tried to destroy be thriving this loud? They stalk you silently, on fake accounts, through mutuals, through gossip. They ask around, hoping to hear that you've failed. But instead, they hear that you're building, glowing, moving forward like nothing touched you. And that's what kills them most. You never fought back. You didn't need to. Your glow spoke louder than their curses ever could. Your rise is the volume they can't turn down, no matter how far they run from the sound. You see, Chosen One, their plan was never just to block your blessings. It was to remove you from memory, but the universe turned the volume up instead. Now every success you experience becomes a ripple in their life. Every achievement becomes another reminder. They failed. Not just once, but permanently. They hear your name in songs that sound too familiar. They see your energy reflected in people who now admire what they tried to dim. They come across your words, your wisdom, your influence, even in places they didn't expect. They scroll past your light every time they try to run from it. And here's the brutal truth. They thought your silence was weakness, but it was power loading. And now that it's activated, their world is collapsing under the weight of your existence. You didn't need revenge. The universe made your name a storm, and now they live in the wreckage. Keep speaking, Chosen One. Keep rising. Because your voice is no longer just yours, it's justice in motion. A sound too loud to silence, a truth too real to erase. And now, every echo of your name is their permanent reminder. They should have never tried to silence the soul the universe chose to amplify. Number 9. You were the final lesson they never wanted, and the curse they can't escape. They picked the wrong one, and now they're stuck in a class they'll never graduate from. Chosen One, understand this. They've done this before. You weren't their first target. They've built a pattern around destruction, draining others, manipulating energy, playing with spiritual forces to climb higher by stepping on other people's light. They've whispered curses behind smiling faces. They've worn masks and called it charm. They've ruined good people for sport and gotten away with it until they touched you. Because you weren't just another victim. You were the final test. The one soul they never should have played with. And when they crossed that invisible line, the one guarded by universal law, they didn't just trigger karma. They activated a curse that's going to follow them through this lifetime and the next. You were never the revenge. You were the consequence. Imagine a person who's been cheating fate for years, dodging justice, hiding behind wealth, charm, spiritual tricks. Then one day they meet someone with a frequency too high to manipulate, too aligned to infiltrate. And they think, just another soul to break. So they do what they always do, throw spells, drain energy, send attacks. But this time, everything goes wrong. Their health starts declining. Their finances unravel. Their influence weakens. People begin to turn away, not knowing why, only sensing something is off. Their luck gone. Their clarity blurred. Their power disappearing by the day, because the moment they aimed their darkness at you, they triggered a spiritual trap. You didn't curse them. You revealed the curse already living inside them, and now it's active. You were their mirror, and they hated what they saw so much. They tried to break the glass, but now they're bleeding from the shards. They thought they were getting ahead, but what they actually did was sign up for a lifelong lesson, a punishment so deep no practitioner can undo it. No apology, no ritual, no repentance can stop what's coming, because this isn't about bad luck. It's about cosmic law. You were the end of their cycle, the soul that forced a reckoning. All the pain they sent to others has now come full circle, and you stood tall. You took the hit. You passed the test they didn't even know they were being given. They saw a target, the universe saw a trap, and now they're stuck inside it, with no way out. Let them scramble. Let them try to undo it. It's too late. They messed with someone who was chosen not just for protection, but for activation. And now they know you weren't a victim. You were the curse they called on themselves, a living lesson they'll never forget. Number 10. Their obsession became their downfall, while you kept glowing unbothered. They were so busy watching your light, they never saw their own world going dark. Chosen one, they didn't just attack you and walk away. No, they stuck around. They kept watching, kept checking your page, your name, your energy. They became addicted to your every move, not out of love, not even hate anymore, but obsession. You became their fixation, their unfinished business, because they needed to see you fall to feel like they won. They weren't just your enemy, they became your audience. Imagine someone so consumed with your downfall that they pause their own life just to monitor yours. They scroll through your silence, looking for signs of failure. They ask mutual friends about you in fake concern. They sit in rooms with others like them, plotting, talking, hoping that this time, maybe this time something will shake your peace. But instead, you got louder. Not with words, not with drama, with growth, with peace, with effortless glow. They don't understand it. How is this person still rising? Why didn't the spell work? Why does their life look even better now? Because chosen one, they didn't realize this. Their attention was never power over you. It was fuel for you. While they wasted time stalking your progress, you were building. While they spread rumors, you were attracting truth. While they obsessed over your collapse, you were manifesting your ascension. You healed in peace while they unraveled in silence. They weren't ready for that part. The part where you outgrow the pain they caused. Where you smile without needing revenge. Where you live like they never happened, because your peace isn't a performance, it's protection. And here's the truth they can't face. They lost the moment they needed you to lose, because anyone who requires another person's failure to feel whole has already cursed themselves. And now they're trapped in a loop, watching the very person they tried to destroy become everything they can't touch. You stopped thinking about them. They never stopped thinking about you. And that's what's eating them alive. Their obsession, it turned into decay. Their hatred, a prison. Their focus on you, a distraction that wrecked their own path. Meanwhile, you kept glowing, unbothered, unshaken, untouchable. Because you weren't placed on this path to prove them wrong. You were placed here to prove to yourself and the world that real energy never needs an audience. It just radiates. Number 11. The universe isn't just protecting you, it's now using you as a weapon of truth. You're not just covered by the universe, you've become its sword, cutting through every lie they tried to build. Chosen one, you've crossed a threshold. You're no longer just a survivor. You're a symbol, a walking disruption to every illusion they worked so hard to maintain. Your rise isn't just healing you anymore. It's shaking foundations. It's waking people up. It's exposing every fake, every manipulator, every spiritual thief who thought they could get away with it. You don't even have to say a word. Your presence alone confronts false energy. Your glow reveals shadows. The same people who once mocked you now hide from your light, because standing near you means being seen for who they really are. The universe isn't just protecting you now, it's using you as a signal, a message, a warning. You are living proof that truth wins, that energy never lies, that darkness has an expiration date. They tried to silence you, but now your existence speaks loudly. And every day you rise, the universe makes it clear. This chosen one isn't just safe. They're armed with purpose, with clarity, and with unstoppable truth. And so, chosen one, as the dust settles and the truth stands tall, remember this: you were never the victim. You were the catalyst, the proof that no curse can break what the universe has built. You didn't just survive their darkness, you exposed it. And now your light leads the way for others to wake up, rise up, and reclaim their power. If this message resonated deep in your spirit, don't forget to like, subscribe, and drop 777 in the comments to confirm you're walking in your truth. Share this with someone who needs the reminder: the chosen always rise. They didn't break you, but they sure tried. Now they're choking on the silence they once mocked. Chosen one, here's something they'll never admit. Their actions were never careless mistakes. No, they were calculated, sharp, cold, and they thought you wouldn't notice, but you did. And now, the same silence you once held, it's screaming in their ears like a siren in the night. Psychologists have confirmed something terrifying. People who harm others on purpose with no guilt often feel no reason to stop. They're like wolves in a room full of sheep, until one day they bite the wrong one. And that one, chosen one, was you. Imagine this for a moment. You're walking through a hallway full of mirrors, each one showing a version of you, bruised, tired, misunderstood. But now the glass is cracking, not around your reflection, but theirs. Their masks are falling, and all their intentions are now visible for what they truly were: venom covered in smiles. They didn't show mercy because they never had it in them to begin with. But here's the twist: the same universe they mocked, it's delivering consequences with the precision of a storm guided by lightning. And now, chosen one, don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this truth to more souls out there. It's not just a click, it's part of a mission. You're not alone. You're part of a force that stands for truth, clarity, and justice. Thank you for being here, chosen one. Together, we spread the light. Let's dive in. They didn't just hurt you. They studied you. They timed your reactions. They tested your limits like it was a game. And when you didn't break the way they hoped, that's when the real cruelty kicked in. See, they couldn't handle your strength, so they tried to make you doubt it. But here's the part they never saw coming. Your silence wasn't surrender. It was strategy. While they were busy plotting, you were observing. While they laughed, you were learning. And while they thought you were alone, the universe was already aligning justice on your behalf. What you went through wasn't just bad luck. It was intentional, carefully designed, the kind of pain that hits where no one can see. And still, you stood. That's what haunts them now. You didn't fold, you didn't crumble, you turned the fire into fuel. Now they're facing the music. But it's not a gentle song. It's the echo of every lie they told, bouncing back louder than they ever imagined. Life is hitting them with a force they can't explain. And that's not coincidence. That's consequence. And you've entered a different phase, not just recovery, but realization. You're starting to see how none of it was random. You were picked, not to be broken, but to be built. What they meant for harm became your awakening. And now, everything they tried to steal, your peace, your confidence, your light, is returning to you in waves. This isn't revenge, it's balance. It's justice flowing through time, returning to its rightful place. The universe doesn't forget, chosen one. It remembers every tear you didn't let fall, every insult you swallowed, every fake smile you forgave, and it repays. So let them talk. Let them pretend, let them wear masks and throw shade, because deep down they know the truth. They know they showed no mercy, and now they're learning what happens when that same mercy is withheld from them. Stay strong, stay centered, and most of all, stay watching, because the tables haven't just turned, they've flipped. And now, every move they make is under a sky that sees everything. The storm has arrived, and this time, it's not after you. Before we go further, Chosen One, take a second to breathe. You've already survived what was meant to destroy you. That alone deserves recognition. If this message is hitting something real inside you, drop 777 in the comments to claim the power in your pain and mark the start of their reckoning. And if you feel moved, support the force behind this truth by leaving a super thanks. No matter the amount, it fuels the fire to keep exposing what's been done in the dark. This mission takes time, energy, and spirit. Your support keeps it alive. And now, let's go deeper. Piece by piece, truth by truth. What they did was no accident, and the storm they're facing now, it's no coincidence. Stay with me. If you're truly one of the chosen, you won't just want to hear this. You'll feel it, calling you to the end. Let's begin. Number 1. This wasn't a slip. It was a setup. You were never meant to walk away whole. They weren't careless, they were calculated. You weren't caught in their storm, you were the target. Let's get something straight right now. They didn't accidentally hurt you. They didn't say those things out of a bad mood or act that way because of some momentary stress. No, what they did was deliberate, planned, and precise, like a sniper lining up a shot. They didn't trip into betrayal, they executed it with surgical intention. And the worst part, they never expected you to survive it. Chosen One, you weren't just dealing with broken people. You were dealing with architects of pain, experts in manipulation, engineers of chaos. They didn't throw random punches. They studied you like a test subject, measured your reactions, marked your triggers. Every silence, every insult, every cold glance was part of a psychological playbook they'd been perfecting long before you ever caught on. They smiled to your face and carved you behind your back, not clumsily, not emotionally, calm, cold, strategic, like a surgeon with a scalpel, not a butcher with a knife. People might tell you, oh, maybe they didn't know what they were doing. But deep down, you know they did. You felt the way they watched you crack, how they fed off your confusion, how they shifted blame so smoothly you started questioning your own sanity. That wasn't immaturity. That was emotional warfare, and you were in the trenches with someone who never intended to show mercy, because mercy would have meant seeing you as human. And to them, you were never that. You were a mirror they couldn't stand to look into. So they tried to shatter it. Now here's the part that hits the hardest. They didn't want your pain. They wanted your breakdown. They weren't just trying to hurt you. They were trying to erase you, piece by piece, day by day, until there was nothing left of the powerful soul you once were. Still wondering why it felt so organized, why it unfolded like a script? Because it was. They wrote scenes in their head before acting them out in real time. Isolation, that was a tactic. Public humiliation, a move. Gaslighting, a cover-up. They weren't improvising. They were directing a play where you were cast as the villain and they got to be the victim. And the audience? Friends, family, co-workers. They were fed just enough lies to doubt you, but never enough to suspect the truth. You weren't just attacked, you were framed. And you know what's crazy? They celebrated behind closed doors when they thought they had you cornered, thought they'd finished the job, thought you'd break, stay broken, and quietly disappear. But look at you now. You didn't disappear. You evolved. You didn't crumble. You calcified. They were looking for cracks, but they ended up creating armor. You didn't just survive the storm. You became it. And now, the very tactics they used to destroy you are coming back with interest. Every lie, every betrayal, every mask they wore is catching fire, because the universe saw everything they thought they got away with. Let me say this clear. You were not the fool. You were the test. A test they failed. Miserably. Because real power isn't loud. It's not screaming or fighting for attention. Real power watches quietly. Real power endures. And when it strikes, it doesn't miss. Now, they're the ones living in the quiet, but not the peaceful kind. The kind that screams with guilt at 3 a.m. The kind that replays the truth they tried to bury. You see, chosen one, they thought the silence you gave them was weakness. But it was the warning before the collapse. And now, that collapse is here. The repercussions are real, and they're running from a storm they summoned with their own hands, still doubting if it was intentional. Ask yourself this: if it wasn't planned, why did it happen repeatedly? Why did they always know just where to cut? Why did the apologies never match the damage? Why did they move so quickly to protect their image, but never once protect your heart? Because this wasn't a mistake. It was a mission. And here's the deeper truth. They never believed you'd rise. That's why they hit so low. They assumed you'd stay there, but they forgot one thing. Chosen ones don't stay buried. We grow from it. We resurrect. Every tear, every sleepless night, every moment you thought it was over, it was just you gathering fuel. And now, you're the wildfire they can't outrun. They made their moves with no mercy. Now, they're learning what it means to be on the other end of that equation. They're realizing that what goes around doesn't just come back. It comes back multiplied. So, let them whisper. Let them play innocent. Let them pretend like nothing happened. But you and I both know the reckoning has begun. And you're not here for revenge. You're here for truth, for justice, for that sweet balance the universe always delivers in due time. Chosen one, don't waste your breath trying to explain the depth of what you went through. You lived it. That's all the proof you need. And those who really see you, they feel it without words. This wasn't a slip. This wasn't confusion. This wasn't a bad day. This was a war, and they lost. Number 1. They dressed up cruelty and kindness, and you were the target the whole time. They didn't scream. They smiled. That's what made it dangerous. The most terrifying monsters don't hide in the dark. They hide behind charm. You weren't losing your mind. You were just being slowly dismantled by someone who knew exactly what they were doing. Real evil doesn't come with fangs and fire. It comes wearing perfume and asking how your day went. Now let's talk about the part no one ever wants to admit. The kind of cruelty that doesn't leave bruises on your skin, but scars on your soul. The most twisted part of what you went through. It looked normal. It looked calm, clean, controlled. They didn't throw chairs or punch walls. No, that would have been too obvious. Instead, they served poison in crystal glasses, smiling all the while. They turned manipulation into art, a performance, a soft-spoken horror movie that only you were forced to watch in silence. Imagine this for a second. You're standing in a room slowly filling with gas, but no one else can smell it. You try to speak, but they all say, "It looks fine to me." That was your life, slowly suffocating in plain sight while the world admired the person holding the match. They didn't rage, they cooled you down. They didn't attack, they drained you, like someone unplugging your soul a little at a time. And when you finally fell apart, they had the perfect line ready. "Look how unstable they are." But they made you that way. Every word, every silence, every calculated moment of kindness followed by cold withdrawal. It was designed to confuse you, to make you question reality. And you did, because you're human. You kept asking yourself, was it me? Was I too sensitive? Did I imagine it? Why does it feel so real but look so invisible to everyone else? Let me give you the answer you've been starving for. It wasn't you. It was never you. You were just the mirror they couldn't handle. So they shattered it and then blamed the glass for being sharp. They used your empathy against you. Your forgiveness became fuel for their games. Your silence, a green light. They wore fake faces to the world and sharpened their knives behind closed doors. And they were so good at it, even you started to believe their version of you. That's the cruelty. That's the quiet hell they created. No screams, just slow, silent unraveling. But you made it out. And now, the cracks in their perfect image are beginning to show. The same people they manipulated into believing you were the problem. They're starting to see the truth. The mask is slipping. The act is failing. And here's the part they never saw coming. The more they try to play innocent, the more exposed they become. Because the universe doesn't reward deception forever. Eventually, truth breaks through like sunlight under a locked door. Here's something that might shock you. They're not shaking because they feel bad. They're shaking because they feel cornered. Because the lies they built their safety on are collapsing. Because the truth, your truth, has become too loud to ignore. Imagine this, a magician who's run out of tricks in front of an audience that's finally paying attention. That's them. And they're sweating, not because they're sorry, but because the show is over. You were never weak. You were just being hunted in a silent war by someone trained in psychological ambushes, someone who weaponized love, who dressed cruelty up as concern, who turned your healing into ammunition and your vulnerability into a checklist of where to strike next. But what they didn't plan for, what they never expected, was your resurrection. They thought they buried you in confusion, but instead they planted something they can't control. You didn't just survive, you learned, you saw the playbook. And now every page of that manipulation manual is burned into your memory, never to be used against you again. You're not the same version of yourself they tried to destroy. You're not naive anymore. You don't fall for smiles without soul. You don't entertain apologies laced with control. You know what real peace feels like now, and their name isn't on it. They're terrified of that, because the power they had over you only existed in your blindness. And now that you see them, really see them, they've lost everything. Power, control, access. Their game is over. And if you're wondering if they'll ever truly face what they did, just wait. Repercussions don't always come wrapped in revenge. Sometimes they come wrapped in silence, in isolation, in public exposure, in watching the very soul they tried to crush rise up and thrive without them. That's a punishment the ego can't swallow. Imagine this, a fire that refuses to go out even after they poured every lie, every betrayal, every smear campaign onto it. That's you now. That's your light. Untouchable, unshakable. And they know it, and they hate it. You see, they didn't want you gone. They wanted you broken. And now that you're not, now that you're standing, breathing, glowing with truth and clarity, they're haunted, because every breath you take in peace is a reminder of the war they lost. So no, don't ever let anyone minimize what you went through. It wasn't just a toxic relationship or a difficult chapter. It was a psychological assassination attempt. It was a hit job, silent, strategic. And the fact that you're still here, that makes you dangerous. That makes you divine. Let them crumble under the weight of their own deception. You don't have to lift a finger. The universe is already doing the heavy work, peeling back layers, exposing truth, restoring balance. You've already won. Number 1, they turned your pain into a circus. Now they're the clowns on display. They didn't just hurt you, they stayed to watch the show. Here's the truth that's hard to swallow, but impossible to ignore. Your suffering wasn't a side effect. It was the main attraction. They didn't wince when you cried. They didn't pause when you broke. They leaned in, smiled, took mental notes. Your breakdowns were their binge-worthy entertainment. And every time you stumbled, that was just the next episode in a series they were addicted to. You weren't surrounded by people who wanted peace. You were surrounded by people who fed on pain, your pain. They didn't just witness your suffering, they savored it, and they'd never admit it. But behind those polite nods and fake concern, they were laughing. Laughing at your confusion, at your exhaustion, at the fact that you were still trying to make sense of what was never meant to make sense. Let's talk about this. Studies show that people with narcissistic or sadistic tendencies often find emotional distress in others oddly satisfying. It gives them a sense of control, power, like they're the puppet master and you're just dancing. Imagine this. You're drowning in deep waters, crying out, flailing your arms, but instead of throwing a rope, they pull up a lawn chair and sip their drink. That's what they did. And then they had the nerve to say, "Why are you being so dramatic?" You might still be wondering, was I really that weak? Did I make it easy for them? Why didn't I see it sooner? But hear this loud and clear. You weren't weak. You were human. You were kind, loyal, trusting. And they twisted those very qualities into weapons. They saw your strength and felt small. So they chipped away, bit by bit, hoping you'd finally fall apart. But you didn't. And now, the stage has flipped. The lights are on them now. Their show is cancelled. Their mask is cracked. And the world is beginning to see exactly who was who. The same eyes that once watched you fall are now watching them face the repercussions. And this time, you're not the one hurting. You're healing. And they're finally feeling what they once applauded. Number 1, they treated you like a lab rat. Now they're caught in their own trap. You weren't breaking down. You were being broken apart by design. Let's make this plain. You weren't just a person to them. You were a project, an experiment. They didn't love you. They monitored you. They watched how you responded when they gave just enough affection to spark hope, then pulled it away like bait on a hook. You weren't in a relationship. You were in a psychological lab, and they were wearing the white coat, scribbling notes while slowly turning up the pressure. It wasn't random. It wasn't confusion. This was deliberate emotional engineering. They didn't want connection. They wanted control. And the way to control someone isn't always through violence. Sometimes it's through chaos. 1 minute, they poured praise on you, made you feel safe. The next, they withdrew, ignored or punished you with silence. It wasn't clumsiness. It was method, a manipulation loop, a twisted science of push-pull behavior designed to break your identity down into pieces they could rearrange at will. Psychology backs this up. It's called intermittent reinforcement, a tactic often used by manipulators to hook their target emotionally by rewarding and punishing unpredictably. It keeps the victim chasing validation, stuck in a cycle that slowly destroys their sense of self. Imagine this. You're in a maze, and just when you think you're close to finding your way out, the walls shift. That's how it felt, didn't it? You kept trying harder, giving more, being better, hoping the maze would end. But it never did. Because they didn't want peace. They wanted control over your confusion. But here's what they never saw coming. You were documenting every moment, even when you didn't realize it. Your soul was recording every cold silence, every gaslight, every mask they wore. And now, that data has turned against them. They thought you were just the test subject. But now, you're the evidence, the living proof. A walking archive of their cruelty. And the universe? It's reviewing the footage. Their game is no longer in secret. It's on display. And every experiment ends with results. Guess who's getting studied now? Number 1. They thought you were prey, but you were just a predator in disguise. They didn't show you mercy because they thought you couldn't fight back. Now they're choking on the silence they mistook for surrender. Make no mistake, their cruelty wasn't clumsy. It was confident, too confident. They looked at you and made a judgment. This one won't push back. This one's soft, alone, vulnerable. That's why they denied you mercy. Not because they didn't know better, but because they did and thought they could get away with it. They thought you were powerless, easy, unarmed, and that belief is what gave them the guts to go full-blown reckless with their betrayal. They didn't just cross the line, they danced on it, because they assumed no one was watching. No one would defend you, not even you. That arrogance, that was their real mistake. Here is something you should know. People with inflated egos tend to overestimate their own intelligence and underestimate the strength of others. It's called the Dunning-Kruger effect, and it leads them to dangerous delusions about who they can mistreat without consequences. Imagine this, a lion curled up in the grass, still, silent, watching. A hunter steps closer, laughing, calling it tame because it hasn't moved. Then one step too far, and the lion reminds them why silence isn't weakness, it's restraint. That was you, still, watching, holding back. You weren't powerless, you were calculating. They thought your silence meant defeat, but it was just the quiet before a shift they could never control. You weren't loud, you weren't reactive, and that's what fooled them. They only respect chaos because that's what they understand. They couldn't read you, so they dismissed you. But the real ones, the chosen ones, they moved different, quiet, focused, patient. And that's the energy they never saw coming. You weren't weak, you were underestimated. Now they're realizing the mercy they refused. That was their last chance to escape the storm, and now the storm has arrived. Number 1, you held up the mirror, they smashed it instead of facing themselves. They didn't hate you for who you were. They hated you for what you revealed. Let's be honest, you didn't do anything to them. You just existed, fully, authentically, truthfully, and that was enough to trigger every wound they never healed. You were never the villain in their story. You were the mirror, and they couldn't stand what they saw staring back. You reflected back their guilt, their shame, their cowardice, and instead of asking themselves why it hurt, they chose to make you the problem. They didn't want clarity, they wanted a distraction, and you became it. Here is a related psychological fact. Projection is a defense mechanism where people disown the darkest parts of themselves and throw those traits onto someone else. It's not rare, it's human. But the ones who never take responsibility, they turn projection into a weapon. Imagine this: someone standing in front of a mirror, furious at the reflection. They start punching the glass, not realizing they're hurting themselves. That's what they did to you. Every jab, every insult, every manipulation. It wasn't really about you. It was about their failure to face themselves. You might have asked, why me? Why did they come for me like that? Because your light exposed their shadows. Your honesty made their lies impossible to ignore. Your strength made their insecurities louder. And instead of evolving, they reacted. Instead of healing, they attacked. Because destruction is easier than transformation. And people who fear truth always choose the shortcut. You were their shadow work. You were the walking trigger they never expected to confront. But instead of using that discomfort as fuel for change, they tried to silence you, bury you, break you. But here's what they missed. Mirrors may crack, but they don't stop reflecting. Now, the reflection they tried to avoid is being forced on them. They can't hide from the parts they refuse to deal with. The universe has turned the spotlight around, and they're being exposed by the very energy they ran from. Your existence was the test, and now their reaction is the evidence. Number 1, they took your kindness for a weapon and ended up wounded by it. You weren't too soft, they were just too used to dealing with hard-hearted people. Your kindness didn't fail you, they did. They mistook your gentleness for a weakness to exploit, not realizing it was the very thing that made you powerful beyond their understanding. You didn't get played because you were naive. You got targeted because you were real, and they had no idea how to handle someone who wasn't wearing a mask. They studied your kindness like a map, not to understand it, but to navigate around it. Every time you forgave, they saw it as permission. Every time you stayed quiet, they took it as proof you wouldn't fight back. They believed your silence was compliance, but really, it was restraint. And restraint is strength, not surrender. Here is something you should know. Manipulators intentionally push empathetic people to their limits because they assume emotional endurance means emotional vulnerability. It's how they test the boundaries without setting off alarms. Imagine this: a locksmith given access to your home, not to fix the lock, but to pick it. That's how they treated your open heart. They didn't enter with respect. They looted the place and blamed you for leaving the door open. But here's where their whole strategy backfired. The same kindness they used as a weapon, it's become their exposure, because the world's watching now. And when people see the contrast between your calm and their chaos, your patience and their provocation, it's not hard to spot the villain. Your kindness didn't make you a victim. It made you the witness. You might have wondered, was I too forgiving, too patient? No, you were principled, you were rooted, you chose peace when others chose power plays. And now that truth, It's louder than every lie they told. It's shining. They expected you to keep absorbing the damage, but you absorbed it, processed it, and alchemized it into evidence. Your kindness wasn't the weakness they thought. It was the trap they walked into, and now they can't escape what it reveals. Number 1. They held the gavel in a fake court. Now the real judge has arrived. They ruled over your life like gods, but forgot that truth always appeals to a higher court. They didn't just judge you, they executed you emotionally, in secret, without evidence, without mercy. You were tried in an invisible courtroom where the only voice that mattered was theirs. No defense, no facts, just their twisted version of reality, stamped with finality. Guilty, not because you did wrong, but because your existence didn't serve their story. They appointed themselves judge, jury, and executioner, and you were never given a chance to speak. They sentenced you in silence, behind closed doors, with lies for testimony and ego as law. Justice wasn't the goal. Domination was. They didn't want the truth. They wanted control. Let me tell you something. People who are insecure and power-hungry often create false narratives to feel superior. It's called cognitive distortion, and it's how they convince themselves they're right, even when they're dead wrong. Imagine this, a courtroom where the judge is also the accuser. The jury is a group of mirrors reflecting only their own fears, and the executioner acts before the trial begins. That's the system they built. A kangaroo court, a farce, a performance of justice with no justice at all. You may have asked yourself, how did they twist it all so easily? Why didn't anyone see what was really happening? Because they were loud and you were quiet. They manipulated perception, cast shadows over your name, and smiled while handing down emotional death sentences. But here's what they never expected. Truth has its own courtroom. And that courtroom, it's open now. Not ruled by bias, gossip, or pride, but by balance, consequence, universal law. The same hands that moved in secrecy are now being pulled into the light. The real court sees everything, the lies, the setups, the cruel decisions made behind fake smiles, and the verdict isn't pity, it's accountability. What they thought was final is just the beginning. The appeals are over. The sentence is being written in energy, in silence, in karma. They may have walked like gods for a moment, but the fall is always hardest when pride leads the way. The gavel has dropped, and this time it's not in their hands. Number 1, they repeated the hurt like a ritual because breaking you was the goal. This wasn't random rage. It was a script they rehearsed until it tore you apart. Let's stop pretending this was a misunderstanding. What you endured wasn't emotional chaos. It was emotional ritual, repeated, precise, strategic. Every cruel silence, every passive-aggressive jab, every sudden shift from warmth to cold, none of it was by accident. They weren't reacting. They were performing. You weren't in a relationship. You were in a psychological loop, a cycle, a slow-cooked assault on your spirit, executed in stages. You might have thought, maybe I'm too sensitive. Maybe they're just going through something. But that's the trap. They needed you to stay confused, because confusion is control. Here is an interesting fact. Abusers often use cycles of idealization and devaluation to destabilize their targets. It's called trauma bonding, and it makes victims cling harder to the very person who's hurting them. Imagine this, someone lighting a candle, blowing it out, relighting it again, over and over, until the wick is weak. That's what they did to you, lit you up with false hope, then snuffed you out with cold dismissal. It wasn't an argument. It wasn't stress. It was a ritual to erase your identity. They watched you shrink, and it gave them a twisted satisfaction, not because you were weak, but because your strength threatened their illusion of power. So they chipped away at it in small daily doses, always just enough to keep you off balance, never enough for others to notice. That's how master manipulators move. You may have asked yourself, why did they keep repeating it? Didn't they see it was destroying me? They did see. That was the point. But here's the part they never expected. The same ritual meant to destroy you has become the pattern that exposed them. You now see the moves, the cycle, the setup, and once you see the pattern, it loses its grip. What was meant to condition you into submission has now conditioned you into awareness. And awareness is the end of their ritual. They were consistent in their destruction. Now you'll be relentless in your healing, and this time you're the one in control. Number 1. They're not sorry. They're just afraid the mask is melting. Regret requires a conscience. All they feel is fear, because the mirror's finally facing them. Let's strip it down to the truth. What you're seeing in them now isn't remorse. It's not guilt. It's panic, the trembling, the awkward apologies, the sudden attempts to talk or check in. That's not healing, that's damage control. Because they're not afraid of losing you, they're afraid of losing control over you. They never thought you'd figure it out. Never thought you'd survive long enough to connect the dots, gather receipts, and speak your truth out loud. You were supposed to stay quiet, confused, paralyzed by pain. That's what they were counting on. But you didn't just survive, you woke up, and now you see them. Here is an interesting fact. True guilt leads to empathy and repair. But when someone lacks empathy, they don't feel guilt. They feel fear of exposure. That's all this is. Not, I'm sorry for what I did, but I'm scared people are going to find out. Imagine this. A thief who laughed while robbing a house, suddenly shaking when the cameras roll the footage. That's them. They weren't sorry while they inflicted the pain. They were comfortable, empowered, untouchable. Now, they're just scrambling to stay ahead of a storm they created with their own hands. You might be asking, why now? Why the sudden shift in their tone? Because they sense the ground is shifting. The lies aren't sticking. The truth has momentum. The image they built with fake smiles and twisted stories is cracking wide open, and the fallout is real. This fear isn't personal, it's strategic. They don't feel bad for you. They feel threatened by what your voice and your evidence can now do. And the worst part for them? Karma doesn't operate on their schedule. It comes slow, sure, and multiplied. They thought the game was over, but you flipped the board. The storm circling them now? It's not yours to stop. It's not yours to soften. They showed no mercy, and the universe took note. Number 1, they tried to delete you because your existence exposed their lies. When truth threatens a lie, the liar doesn't argue. They try to erase the witness. They didn't come for you because you were weak. They came for you because you were proof. Proof that their polished image was a fraud. Proof that their version of events was hollow. You weren't just in their way. You were a walking contradiction to everything they pretended to be, and that scared them more than anything else. They knew as long as you were visible, breathing, speaking, their lies weren't safe. So they launched a quiet war, not to confront you directly, but to erase you from the narrative altogether. They smeared your name, twisted your words, exaggerated your flaws, all so they could stand untouched in their delusion. Here is an interesting fact. People with manipulative tendencies often engage in character assassination to protect their false narrative. If they can't disprove the truth, they discredit the person carrying it. Imagine this: a painter who spills ink on your canvas, then blames the mess on your brush. That's what they did. They couldn't control your truth, so they tried to make you look unstable, bitter, broken, anything but credible. You may have wondered, why did they fight so hard to silence me? Because your truth doesn't need volume, it needs presence. And your presence alone was a danger to the empire of lies they built brick by brick in the shadows. But here's where it backfires. You didn't fade, you didn't fold, you stayed, and now the same voice they tried to bury is echoing louder than ever. People are watching, listening, connecting the dots. Their carefully crafted script is unraveling, not by force, but by truth. You were never erased, you were preserved, and now you're rising, not as a whisper, but as undeniable evidence. Number 1. You were their final exam, and they failed while smirking. They thought you were a stepping stone. Turns out you were the measuring stick, and they came up short. You didn't just pass through their life, you were sent as a test, not to punish, but to reveal. A checkpoint, a divine mirror, a chance for them to rise, to choose growth over ego, humility over pride. But they didn't see it that way. They saw you as another person to bend, use, and manipulate, not realizing the one under scrutiny was them. They failed, not just in action, but in intention. They weren't clueless. They were arrogant, full of pride, blinded by the illusion that your loyalty would always outweigh their betrayal. They thought they could twist your kindness like clay and shape it into something that served them. Let me tell you something. Arrogant individuals often overestimate their moral character and underestimate the damage of their behavior. It's a distortion of self-image that blocks accountability and sabotages real connection. Now imagine this: a student who skips every class, mocks the lesson, cheats on the homework, then acts shocked when they fail the final. That's them. They had the test in front of them, you. And instead of showing up with honesty and care, they brought entitlement and control. You gave them trust. They saw it as leverage. You offered understanding. They used it to sharpen their weapons. You stood there as an open door, and they tried to slam it shut behind you and call it victory. But here's what they never expected, that the very test they laughed through is now grading them in real time. And the cost of failing this one? It's not just losing you, it's being exposed by you, held accountable by everything they underestimated. You may have asked yourself, was I wrong for believing in them? No, that belief was their opportunity. They were just too small to rise to it. Now the test is over, the grades are in, and they're sitting in the echo of a lesson they refused to learn. Number 1. They drew first blood. Now the universe is writing the final chapter. Their cruelty was calculated, so is their collapse. Let's get one thing straight. What happened to you didn't just happen. It wasn't carelessness. It wasn't immaturity. It was intent. They walked into your life with a plan: gain control, cause confusion, extract what they could and walk away untouched. They knew what they were doing. And worse, they enjoyed it. Every betrayal, every lie, every moment they chipped away at your spirit. It was deliberate, and they thought they were smart enough, smooth enough, and untouchable enough to get away with it. But they forgot. Nothing in the universe goes unseen. Psychological fact: People with high manipulative tendencies often operate under a false belief that their charm or control can shield them from consequences. That illusion eventually collapses because reality doesn't play favorites. Now imagine this: a clockmaker who sets a trap with perfect precision, only to realize too late that the gears are turning against them. That's what's happening now. The same effort they used to break you is coming back with interest. Their downfall isn't random, it's custom built. The silence you held, it echoed. The pain you endured, it collected weight. And now the energy they poured into destruction is pouring back, one consequence at a time, slowly, sharply, just as intentional as their attacks. You may ask, is this just karma catching up, or am I imagining it? No, you're watching balance restore itself. You're witnessing justice that doesn't scream, it strikes. Not all at once, but precisely, like a storm that studied its target before it hit. They aimed to break you, but ended up activating a process that's unraveling them. Not because you wished it, but because justice doesn't sleep, and energy always returns to sender. So yes, what they did was intentional, but so is what's happening now. And this time, the mirror is facing them. Number 1. They set the fire, and now they're burning in the smoke. They didn't expect to pay the price because they thought they owned the scales. They started the fire thinking they'd never feel the heat. They threw the match, stepped back, and watched you burn with cold detachment, believing no one would ever know, and worse, that you'd never rise again. But the flames they set weren't yours to carry. They were just borrowing time. They didn't just hurt you, they studied you, calculated the cost, or so they thought, and decided you were disposable. But what they didn't account for was the part of you they couldn't see, the part that doesn't die, that doesn't quit, that doesn't need revenge to be redeemed, only truth. Here is a psychological fact. When people view others as emotionally lesser, they justify harm with no guilt. But once exposed, that same superiority complex turns into fear, fast. Why? Because control thrives in secrecy, but dies in exposure. Now imagine this: someone building a house of lies, confident it will last forever, then realizing they built it on land that keeps the receipts. And now the foundation is cracking, not because you fought them, but because you outlived their scheme. You stood still, and the lies started sinking on their own. They're not just losing you, they're losing the version of themselves they tried so hard to protect, the fake one. Their mask is melting in the same fire they lit for you. Their credibility is burning. Their carefully crafted character going up in smoke. You're not the one shaking anymore. They are. Because the energy is returning, precise, measured, and loud. And this time, it has consequences written in the ashes. They thought they could control the story. Now they are the story, and the ending isn't theirs to write anymore. So, chosen one, let me say it clearly. What they did was intentional, but so is everything that's happening now. You were never weak. You were the warning. The silence they mocked has become the sound of their undoing. Your survival is louder than their cruelty. Your truth, unstoppable. You didn't just make it through, you turned every scar into evidence. Now the balance is restoring itself, slowly, precisely, and with no mercy, just like they showed you. Walk forward knowing this. The reckoning isn't coming. It's here. And this time, you're not the victim. You're the witness.